Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions.
Chapter 54-51, What's the Point? The great usurper drifted silent in his borrowed body, hundreds of unity-bound gilded ones floating dim around him, and for once the being who spread himself through the minds of others had nothing to say through any of them. And Thalassarch Nerion coiled through the dark in his vast grief-warped immensity, looking at the scattered bubbles and the empty black, and the Leviathan recognized what he was seeing with a terrible, complete intimacy. A protector, powerful past reason, floating in the ruins of the thing he had failed to protect. Nerion had lived this exact moment once, alone in a dead ocean, and he had spent ages drowning in it. Watching it happen to the being who had resuscitated his grave, the drowned sovereign felt something he had thought long extinct in himself. It was the oldest kind of pity, the kind that came from knowing the road ahead. The creature's obsidian flames billowed with unfathomable coldness. He said nothing either, but the dark around his burning frame had dropped to a stillness that made even the gaps feel warmer by comparison. His birthplace was gone. He thought of the infinite unfurling. The earliest folds. His early veiled shore. The living existences. The wild. He thought of many, many things. The place where existence itself had first risen out of a bounded thing, eaten by a flower, and the egoic intent of existence had felt every mouthful. Whatever the creature was deciding inside that cold, it was being decided slowly and completely, and it would not be undecided. And at the center of it all, Noah floated. He held every bubble steady. He kept every survivor breathing. His Osmantian source infinity ran flawless and unwavering through all of it, because his power had not failed, his power had done everything power could do. That was the precise shape of the wound. He had been strong enough to save everyone he could reach and not strong enough to matter, and the distance between those two things was where he now floated, motionless, staring at nothing. Then a small voice reached him, threading across his bodies from far away in the gaps, from the body that traveled with his family. Mr. Noah? Sioyan asked quietly. Why did existence go quiet? Why is Chernobyl going quiet? HUUM. She felt dying observable existences the way other children felt thunderstorms. Somewhere out in the dark she had sensed a vastness simply stop, two vastnesses, and she was asking him to explain it, the way children asked the adults they trusted to explain the world. Noah opened his mouth across that distant body, and found nothing there. He had answers for Mesozoic Yildirim source queens and patient ancient liars. He had answers for everything existence had ever thrown at him, and he had no answer prepared for a child asking why the existence was going quiet. The sealed one had promised Chernobyl would die within the next nanosecond, and Noah's body had already been racing toward it before the sentence finished landing. He tore across the undefined gaps alone, faster than he had ever pushed a body, his Osmantian source infinity burning down to bare purpose, and the whole way there a small voice trembled through his other bodies, because far away Sioyan had gone rigid, her eyes wide and welling, feeling it happen in real time. Another body of his had arrived at where Chernobyl had been, and found nothing at all. There was no ruin. There was no wreckage. There was not even the corpse glow of a terminal observable existence guttering out. There was only smooth, unmarked dark, the gaps closed over the place like water over a stone, and the silence of it was worse than any battlefield he had ever stood on. Chernobyl has been devoured. The observable existence you resuscitated, the first cause you rebuilt, the 9 prime causes you seeded with your own authority, all of it has been consumed in its entirety. No foundation remains. No fragment remains. The devouring was total, and it concluded moments before your arrival, precisely as promised. Noah floated in the empty place with cold eyes, and then he waved his hand, and temporal weavings buzzed to life around him. Illusory scenes bloomed across the dark, time run in reverse, the recent past of this stretch of the gaps replayed in ghostlight. He watched it backward first and then forward, and forward was worse. A vessel arrived, not Boris, a different one, a tall unfamiliar figure with the same aloof cruel eyes, and above it the same flower unfolded, gigaparsecs of pale weeping petals opening in slow rings around the whole of Chernobyl. The observable existence he had brought back from death, the realms he had watched bloom again, the countless lifeforms who had begun their new histories inside his 9-seated causes, all of it drew inward through the ghostly replay, folding and liquefying and condensing, until the flower closed and the vessel held 3 small grey pills in its palm. 3 pills. An observable existence he had saved, and everything that had ever lived in it, reduced to 3 unremarkable spheres with tiny faces frozen in their shells. The illusion faded, and Noah hung alone where his first resurrection used to be. And far away, in the body with his family, Seo-yun broke. She had felt every moment of it, the dying and the eating and the silence after, and she stood there with tears pouring down her small face, her hands pressed over her chest as though the death had happened inside her own body. She had been deeply connected to Chernobyl. She had been keeping its cause as it was for too long. Amelia reached for her and she did not even feel it. Wah! If so much death happens this easily, Seo-yun whispered, this freely, then should we even bother? Maybe we shouldn't do anything at all. Maybe helping just makes bigger things to die. Her voice cracked apart. Because now I have nothing. Not even the home Mama left me. It's gone, Mr. Noah. Something ate my home, and everyone in it, and I felt all of them, and now I have nothing left anywhere. Noah crossed the space between them and knelt and pulled her into his arms. She was so small. He was reminded of how small she actually was underneath everything she carried, the mirror sovereign, the anchor of a dead cause, a being of impossible heritage, and also just a girl who had not truly lived. He held her tightly against his chest and let her sob, and when he spoke, his voice came low and steady and absolutely certain. Chapter 54-52, What's the point? 2. Listen to me, Noah said. We don't try because trying always works. He drew back enough to look at her wet face. We try because the alternative is going along with the monsters. That thing, that monster responsible, believes existence is just a meal that hasn't been eaten yet. Every time we heal something, protect something, love something, we are telling him no. Sometimes he wins anyway. But if we stop trying, he doesn't have to win anymore, because we'll have already handed him everything. And I don't hand my things to anyone. Seo-yun hiccuped against him, listening. And you're wrong about one thing, he continued, softer now. You said you have nothing. You have me. You've had me since that pinky promise not long ago. But I think it's time it became bigger than a promise. He held her small shoulders. So I want to ask you something, and you can say no, and nothing between us changes if you do. I would like to take you as my daughter, Seo-yun. In name, in lineage, in everything, before all of existence, so that no matter what gets eaten and no matter what dies, you will never, ever be alone again. Would that be okay with you? Wah! Seo-yun went completely still in his arms. She pulled back and stared up at him, her tear-streaked face working through everything, and when her voice finally came out it was tiny and shaking and afraid to believe itself. Everything around me dies. Everyone around me dies. I don't want you to die too, you're okay with being my ABA, she whispered. My father? Even with all that? H-U-U-M. Noah nodded. Things around you do not die. I will not die, okay? Seo-yun melted in the best way a child can melt, throwing herself against him and hugging him with all the desperate strength in her small body, crying harder than before. ABA. Father. I have a father, she sobbed into his chest. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. Amelia and Henry stood a little apart, watching Noah hold Seo-yun as her crying slowly wore itself down into the hiccuping quiet of an exhausted child. Henry watched his father with something complicated moving behind his blue-gold eyes, a young man seeing the strongest person he knew kneel in the dark with a weeping girl, and finding that the kneeling made him look grander rather than smaller. But it was Amelia who watched the longest, and Amelia who saw the most. Seconds passed as Seo-yun calmed down and Noah laid her against his shoulder, and Amelia came and floated beside her son in the quiet dark. For a while she said nothing at all. She was the origin of the infinite cause, the wellspring from which his entire foundation had bloomed, and she had just sensed two observable existences get eaten. She sensed the loss of causes and what happened around them as through her son's infinite cause, she saw the sealed one and the devastation after. There was no crisis pressing on them now. There was only the after. Amelia said finally, gently. Back there, in the gaps, you were looking at your hands. When it was over, and everyone was safe, and you opened your hands and just looked at them. She smiled, small and sad. You used to do that when you were little, you know. When something broke that you couldn't fix. You'd hold your hands open like you were checking whether they'd failed you or you'd failed them. Noah said nothing, and his mother continued, unhurried. I held you when you were small and powerless the first time, she said. In the beginning, before any of this, when you were just my boy with nothing in those hands at all. She turned to face him fully. You were never precious to me because of what those hands could do. Not then, when they could do nothing, and not now, when they can do almost anything. Grieve the observable existences. Grieve them properly. But don't ever believe you that you're empty-handed. Noah looked at his mother for a long moment, and he nodded. He had been asking himself whether he should have been anticipating this. Could he have anticipated this? Then he looked out into the endless black of the undefined gaps, toward everything out there that was vast and patient and hungry, and when he spoke, it came out quiet and level and absolutely without doubt. Existence is vast and full of terrors, Noah said. Everyone keeps telling me that, all the old ones, like it's the final word on everything. Fine. I've seen the terrors now. I've watched one eat my observable existence in front of me. His eyes began to burn, deep cerulean rising through them. But Osmantian Source Infinity will reign supreme. I will do everything I can, become everything I have to make that true. I am going to become something more terrifying than any of existence's terrors. And when I am, they can all say the old words about me instead. Away from the undefined gaps. In the Sourcelands, atop a vast ancient tree in the strand of broken scales, Noah pulled gently away from Ubber Golden Adelheid. They had been cuddled together along one of the great high branches, her golden head against his shoulder, the enormous old leaves whispering around them in a wind that smelled of sap and distant rain. It should have been one of the quiet moments. But Ian had felt the change in the instant it arrived. Something's wrong, she said. It was not a question. Something is horribly wrong. He held her gaze, and he said it plainly. I made you a promise, Noah said. I told you I'd give you everything and help you change your people, that things might get bloody, but that we'd remake what the Gilded Ones were together. I am not going to be able to keep that promise. I am sorry. His voice stayed steady. The brain world observable existence is gone. All of it. The sealed one came, and he devoured it whole and the lower observable existence beneath it, and every Gilded One still on it was either eaten or taken. There is no home to change anymore. There's no people left to remake. Boom! Ian went very still against the ancient bark. Her mouth opened and closed as she couldn't find any words. Noah went forward and simply pulled her back into him and held her, silently, one hand in her golden hair while she shook against his chest, high in an ancient tree, and over her shoulder his eyes stared out into the green distance and burned. They burned with a terrifying light. Chapter 54-53, 3 Axes I. In Ryanara's dimension of existence, among the floating temples and the still stellar lakes, Noah's body stood changed, and she felt it the moment the change arrived. The heaviness came off him like cold off deep water. She had left a curious, confident young monster refining himself among her shrines, and something else stood in his place now, something quieter and darker around the edges, and Ryanara had lived long enough to know exactly what that particular quiet meant. She opened her mouth to ask. Her book buzzed first. She blinked and retrieved the small grimoire from wherever she kept it, worn leather warm against her palm, and its pages whispered open to reveal a fresh message written in the same simple, cold instruction as always. Osmond should be in a time of loss right now. It is a chance to get closest to him. Move accordingly. Ryanara closed the book slowly, and a frown settled over her fair face, the perpetual smile gone entirely. He's made a move against you, she said. It wasn't a question. Her vibrant eyes moved across him, reading the cold, recalculating. No. Not against you directly, he wouldn't, that isn't how he plays you. Against what you care about, then. Those around you. She paused, and something genuine passed through her expression as she gave a deep sigh. I am sorry. She said it earnestly, looking straight at him. Noah's gaze was unfathomably cold as he met hers. No matter, he said. I'll deal with it. What I want from you, right now, is knowledge. I want to know more about the Sealed One. About his power, how it works, what it actually is. The more I know, the better I prepare. His voice stayed level, and the level of it was somehow worse than rage. Because this time, the losses were too heavy. I don't intend to pay that price twice for the same lesson. Ryanara studied him a moment longer, then raised her brows, and something of her old energy returned, tempered now into purpose. For that, she said, I'll need to enlighten you properly. Comprehensively. On intense, on true life forms, on the actual mechanics underneath all the grandeur. Most beings wield these things their whole existence without ever understanding what they're wielding. She lifted one hand. So, let's have a little study time, why don't we? She snapped her fingers, and the dimension transformed around them. The floating temples faded, the stellar lakes dissolved, and a vast void of space unfolded in every direction, deep and dark and scattered with shining stars beyond counting. They stood on nothing at the center of it, two figures suspended in a private cosmos, and the air of the place had the cold, clean taste of the space between worlds. It was a classroom the size of an endless galaxy, and Ryanara walked across the starfield like a lecturer taking her podium. Every intent, every pantheon, every clash between grand beings, she began, resolves along three axes. 3, no more. Beings dress it up in 1,000 ways, but strip away the drama and you always find the same three variables deciding who stands and who kneels. Volume, output, and trueness. As she spoke each word, light gathered in the void, and illusory manifestations began to form. Volume first, Ryanara said. Volume is the breadth of records an intent contains. An intent is a being's existence imposed on reality, yes? Well, how much existence do you actually have? How many deeds, how many ages, how many truths lived and survived? Two figures bloomed in the starfield beside her. One was ancient, a vast old being rendered in golden light, and behind it stretched an enormous train of records, battles and ages and civilizations trailing off into the dark like a comet's tail spanning the whole void. The other figure was young and small, its own tale of records short and bright, barely a spark against the Elder's river. This is why age matters, she said, gesturing between them. This old one has lived 100 ages. Every one of them sits inside its intent as weight. When it presses its identity on reality, it presses with all of that behind it, and reality feels the difference between a claim backed by 10 ages and a claim backed by 20 years. Volume is the reservoir. All else being equal, the deeper reservoir drowns the shallower one. Her eyes slid to Noah. You, by the way, are a freak in this regard. You should have a spark. but you seem to be big. The illusion shifted, and now the two figures faced each other, and the vast old one began pouring its golden river of records toward the young spark. But volume alone decides nothing, Ryanara continued, because of the second axis. Output. Output is how much of your volume you can actually express in a given moment. What good is an ocean if it can only leave you through a straw? The illusion changed to show it. The ancient being's enormous golden river narrowed at its point of release, squeezing through a thin channel, arriving at the battle as a modest stream. And the young spark opposite it blazed, its small reservoir pouring out through a channel as wide as itself, everything it had arriving all at once, focused in total. Watch what happens, Ryanara said, and in the illusion the young spark's complete, efficient expression struck before the elder's ocean could gather, and the golden giant staggered. The old one has 1,000 times the volume and a fraction of the efficiency. If the young one lands enough clean strikes before the elder's weight arrives, the young one wins. This is every legend you've ever heard of a prodigy toppling an ancient power. It's not a miracle. It's basic fucking math. The elder has volume, the prodigy has output, and the fight is a race between weight and speed. She let the illusion play out, the two forces grinding against each other. Most beings never train output at all. They just accumulate, and grow vast and sloppy, and then some lean young thing with perfect channels cuts them down and everyone calls it destiny. The illusion faded, and Ryanara turned to face him fully, and her voice changed slightly, because the third axis was the one that mattered. Chapter 54:54, 3 Axes 2. And then there is trueness, she said. The multiplier on everything. The axis that beats the other two. Trueness is how seamlessly your claimed identity matches what you actually are. An intent says to reality, this is what I am, bow to it. And reality, Osmont, reality checks. A new manifestation formed, and this one Noah recognized, because it was shaped like a gilded yielder wrapped in a golden pantheon. Here's a being with grand volume and decent output, Ryanara said, circling the illusion. A fifth scale power, an Olympian intent, ages of records. And here is its flaw. She reached into the illusion and tapped its center, and the golden figure rang hollow, an empty space at its core where something should have been. Its identity was installed. Engineered. It claims supremacy it never forged, pride it never earned through a single genuine trial. So when it says to reality, this is what I am, there's a gap between the claim and the fact. And every gap is a seam. A being with perfect trueness strikes at that seam and the whole grand structure comes apart, because reality was never fully convinced to begin with. The hollow golden figure cracked down its center and collapsed, and Noah watched it fall with cold recognition, because he had done exactly this to Vulark Sethys. Now the reverse, Ryanara said, and a new figure bloomed, and this one was vast. A being whose identity was forged in the worst fire imaginable, who lived every syllable of what it claims to be. Its volume may be modest, its output may be clumsy, but when it says this is what I am, there is no gap at all. Reality checks, and finds the claim true all the way down, and a true claim at full trueness multiplies everything behind it. She waved her hand, and all three axes hung in the void together now, 3 streams of light braiding into one. Volume, times output, times trueness, she said. That's the whole equation. That's every pantheon clash and every intense suppression you will ever witness. And each axis can be attacked separately, which is the part that wins wars. Starve an enemy's volume by denying them records and growth. Wreck their output by disrupting their channels, their focus, their footing. Or, the cruelest one, corrupt their trueness. Force a proud being to act against its pride. Make a protector fail to protect. Widen the gap between what they claim and what they've lived, and watch their multiplier rot while they still think they're strong. The braided light dimmed, and the void grew quiet, and Ryanara's voice lowered with it. Which brings us, she said, to him. A final manifestation began to form in the starfield, and even as an illusion, even as a memory of a memory rendered in borrowed light, the shape of it pressed on the void. A figure in robes woven from dead infinity, weeping silent blue tears, and around it the stars themselves seem to lean away. The sealed one is terrifying in all three, Ryanara said flatly. Understand that first. There is no weak axis to attack. His volume is beyond anything alive, because he has existed since before the scales, and because he does not merely accumulate records, he eats them. Every disciple ground into a pill, every observable existence refined and swallowed, every lifeform his fragments have worn and drained, all of it became his volume. He has been compounding since before the current framework of existence was laid. When beings say his name was grander than Vakachev's, this is what they mean. Vakachev built a system. The sealed one ate systems. The illusory figure raised a hand, and behind it, faint and vast, the ghost of the flower unfolded. His output is worse, she continued. His channels are seamless in a way almost nothing else in existence can match. No friction between his authorities. No loss in expression. When he moves, everything he is arrives, all at once, perfectly. You have felt an echo of what that means. Now imagine it refined across ages beyond counting. Her eyes found Noah's through the illusion's light. And his trueness. His trueness is the true horror of him. Because the sealed one's identity is utterly, flawlessly lived. He claims to be the patient farmer of existence, the one who nurtures and harvests and hungers without hatred, and there is no gap in that claim at all. He has never once acted against his own nature. Not in mercy, not in rage, not in fear. Every deed across every age matches the identity exactly. Reality checks his claim and finds it perfect, and so everything behind it multiplies at full value. He is, in the terms I've just taught you, a being of near limitless volume, flawless output, and total trueness. And this is just relating to intents and pantheons, which he had long since exceeded to grasp even grander weavings at higher levels. The illusion of the weeping-robed figure regarded them both in silence, and then Ryanara closed her hand, and it mercifully dissolved. That is what stopping him took, the first time, she said quietly. Many true lifeforms in primeval lifeform in existence, cooperating, and even then they could only cut him apart, because you cannot starve infinite volume, you cannot outpace perfect output, and you cannot corrupt a trueness with no gaps. They attacked no axis. They simply overwhelmed the whole equation with everything existence had, once, at catastrophic cost, and existence has never managed to gather that alliance again. She looked at Noah steadily. So when I tell you that you cannot fight him yet, understand I'm not insulting you. Your path is not through his axes. Your path is through it, and through those who remain, because that is the only variable he has ever failed to control as even he is reaching for it. The stars turned slowly around them, and Noah stood in the great dark classroom, absorbing all of it in silence. Summary of acquired framework, Master. All intent and pantheon contests resolve across three axes. Volume, the breadth of records contained within an intent, deepened by age, deeds, and consumed foundations. Output, the proportion of volume expressible in a given moment, determined by the refinement of one's channels, fused authorities grant near-perfect output. Trueness, the seamlessness between claimed identity and lived reality, functioning as the multiplier on all else, gaps in trueness are exploitable seams, and total trueness admits no attack. Each axis may be targeted independently, volume starved, output disrupted, trueness corrupted. Assessment of the sealed one across this framework, volume beyond any living measure and still compounding through consumption. Output flawless through the first and oldest fusion of infinity and the primordial source. Trueness total, with no recorded contradiction across all known ages. Conventional victory is arithmetically unavailable. Confirmed strategic implication, his campaign against you is a trueness attack. He does not strike you. He strikes what you protect, to force the gap between what you claim to be and what you are able to live. Guard your identity as you would guard your people, Master. They are now the same battlefield. Noah read the prompts through to the end, twice. Knowledge and information were everything. They always had been, and every age of power had only proven it again. The more he knew about the sealed one, the axes and the equation and the exact shape of the monster's perfection, the less he could lose in the futures still coming. Because this time, the losses had been too heavy. And he did not pay the same price twice. Chapter 54-55, I Will Collect. The rain of manna had become a storm. It raged around the great blue tree in the infiniverse, cerulean drops whipping sideways through howling currents of loose power, the whole grove bending and singing under the pressure of what stood at its center. Noah stood alone in the eye of it, his intent buzzing off him in slow terrifying waves, and the storm was not weather at all. It was him. It was fury and resolve given no other place to go, radiating out of a being whose composure had never once broken and whose depths had never once been this loud. He let it rage. And then he put it to work. Elevate the tide that owes nothing, Noah said quietly, to rank D. Elevation of the tide that owes nothing from Irank, Dur, to Dirank, Ruiz, currently requires 25,000 osmantian biomass. Your accumulated reserves are sufficient, Master. Confirm the upgrade? Confirmed. The biomass drained out of him in a single deep pull, and the foundation drank and rose. The tide that owes nothing has risen to Dirank, Ruiz. The Elder. The grade of acceleration and renewal, where a foundation stops merely working and begins compounding upon itself. Effects of the advancement. The return range on your giving now spans 1,000 to 8,000-fold, scaled to the magnitude and quintessence of the act. Additionally, at Ruiz, the tide gains a new property, echoing returns. Acts of profound giving no longer pay out only once. The grandest gifts will continue generating diminishing returns across time, the way a stone dropped in deep water sends out ring after ring. What you give greatly, you will be repaid for again and again and again. One further property has surfaced at this rank. The tide's definition of giving has deepened. At Bethan Dur, it recognized only intentional gifts. At Ruiz, it recognizes sacrifice. What is taken from you against your will, if it passes from you into another, now falls within the tide's jurisdiction. Noah read that last line twice, standing motionless in the heart of his own storm, and something cold and bright moved through his eyes. Then, he said to his own foundation, to ruination, to existence itself, I've taken a tremendous loss. One of the worst of my life. The sealed one took, and what he took passed from me into him. My Chernobyl, with my 9 causes seated in its foundation. My brain world, the lower observable existence my whole cause was born from. Both of them carried my authority, my weavings, my identity in their bones, and both of them went from my hands into his. His voice dropped lower. I gave him what he took. I didn't want to. But is that not, by the new definition, an act of giving? So I want to be paid. I will be paid. HUUM. The storm around him went utterly still for a single breath. Your assertion is being weighed. It is a terrifying piece of reasoning. Weighing complete. The assertion holds. 2 observable existences, both carrying your seated causes and your invested authority, passed from your possession into the possession of another. Intent does not govern the tide at Ruiz. Transfer does. This constitutes the single largest act of giving in your recorded existence, and the tide that owes nothing has been triggered at the uppermost bound of its new range. Your egoic intent rises to affirm the return. Your Osmantian source infinity rises to affirm the return. The hunger that refines, the mirror that keeps, and the sovereign existence all rise in concert, your whole foundation converging to ensure that what was torn from you is answered in full. The storm reversed. Every raging current of mana and loose power turned inward at once, spiraling down toward Noah in a tightening cerulean vortex, and within that vortex, light began to condense. Not one point of light. Many boons delivered. For the giving of 2 observable existences, the tide returns the seeds of many. You have received 6 Genesis Tesseracts. HUUM. 6 four-dimensional hypercubes resolved out of the collapsing storm, blue-white and impossibly folded, each one holding the infinite source potential of a first cause, each one the seed from which an entire observable existence could be grown. They drifted down around Noah in a slow constellation, and the sight of them, 6 of the treasure that had once stunned him as a singular miracle, said everything about what the tide had become. A further return has been collected resonance. The tide's return has touched the 2 pills within the sealed one's body, because they were yours before they were his, and the echo of this giving has marked them. Faintly, at the very edge of perception, you can now feel where they are. The connection is one way and cannot be traced back to you. He is carrying 2 beacons in his stomach, but they are dissolving rapidly. Noah reached out and gathered the 6 tesseracts into his hands, the folded weight of 6 unborn observable existences resting against his palms, and the last of the storm settled into stillness around him. And the potential location of the sealed one's vessels showed possibilities. Whether loss or gain, he said, and his voice carried through the quiet grove like a vow being carved somewhere permanent. Whether giving or taking, whether it comes to me as a gift or gets torn out of me screaming, I will turn everything into a boon. Everything. He wanted to teach me about consequences? The cerulean in his eyes burned steady and cold. Then let him learn mine. Even a loss will be made into a win. Even his victories will pay me. And when the ledger comes due, I'll collect every last name written in it. Wah-ah! Far out in the undefined gaps, where the survivor bubbles drifted like lanterns in the dark, Noah and the creature floated alone together, apart from all the rest. Neither had arranged the meeting. They had simply gravitated to the same empty stretch of black, the way the 2 largest things in any room eventually end up standing next to each other, and for a long while neither spoke. The dark pressed in around them. Everyone back there has a glimmer of fear, the creature said finally. I can smell it on all of them. However small, it exists. His burning eyes stayed fixed on the empty dark ahead. Sometimes, you meet something so heavy, you couldn't help but feel fear. Even if one had given away their everything of fear, they might find it regenerated a little. Fear is a curious thing. What about you? Noah asked. Existence has no fear. Boom. His obsidian flame stirred, low and deliberate. I am not one who takes losses easily. I never have been. I have my own weavings and my own secrets. I know many things. The sealed one was a pariah once. All of existence turned on him as one, the only alliance of its kind, and cut him apart and buried the pieces, and the ages since have let his name soften into legend and reverence. That softening ends. I will do everything I can, spend everything I've kept, to ensure he returns to being what he was. A pariah of existence. Hunted by all of it, hidden from none of it. He's been careful, it seems, Noah said. Moving through vessels and feeding in the dark this whole time. Why would something unbeatable bother with the dark? His titanic frame turned fully toward Noah for the first time. I will reach out to a primeval life form. I'll make it known, to the kind of existences that shaped the ages before either of us drew breath, that the sealed one is not stirring or waking or rumored. He is actively and rapidly moving. The obsidian flames rose around him. That should put some pressure on him. Wah! He would reach out to a primeval life form. The words settled over Noah with their full weight. The creature said it the way a man mentioned an old acquaintance, casual and certain. Just what complex weavings of existence surrounded the creature? Noah shook his head at this thought as he nodded and said, I know of a few locations where his vessels or sealed appendages might be. He seems to be capable of exerting a great deal of power, but his vessels crack and die off as a consequence, as we saw. If we can force him to exert enough pressure through his vessels, without us dying of course, we could also begin applying our own pressure. This was the plan all along from the discussions with the Queen Regnant. The creature nodded at these words as he stretched his neck left and right. I want to grasp results for myself and not another loss. So even though delaying will change things, give me 3 hours. I will see if I can grasp another true appendage in that time. 3 hours. Noah's eyes flashed coldly as he nodded. 3 hours. HUUM. His fist and the creature's fist crossed as if to affirm this, as in the next moment, the creature disappeared as the distant Calypso also disappeared with him. Chapter 54-56, Growth. 3 hours was a long time. Noah doubted he would need most of it. The creature had gone to hunt a second appendage that was true, and that was good work for the interval, but the same question had turned itself on Noah the moment their fists crossed. What could he become in 3 hours? He had his Osmantian tongue. He had his Osmantian biomass, ticking upward with every assertion of the first letter, and 6 Genesis tesseracts resting in his existence alongside a good number of cards still folded up his sleeve. He simply needed to get started. The Infiniverse. The Stormgrove had settled by the time he brought them home. The great blue tree stood quiet over its clearing again, manna falling soft and slow the way it had before rage turned the weather violent. The air of the Infiniverse buzzed of green growth and clean water, and Noah walked beneath the branches with his mother on one side, his son on the other, and his daughter's small hand held tight in his own. Seo Yun had not let go of him since the word ABA first left her mouth. He had not asked her to. He stopped them in the heart of the clearing and turned to face the three of them. I want to give you each something, Noah said. He opened his hand, and 3 Genesis tesseracts rose into the falling manna. The hypercubes turned slowly in the air, blue-white and folded through a dimension the eye kept losing, each one holding the infinite source potential of a first cause. Their light washed over 3 faces, and each face understood in its own way exactly what it was looking at. His own power protected and covered the cubes to make sure nobody accidentally melted. Seo Yun's grip tightened. The tesseracts settled into their hands and began to stir. Amelia held hers against her chest and looked down at it for a long moment. She had originated once, ages ago, the cause that everything they were now stood upon, and the years since had made her a survivor and a protected thing and a mother in a war. Now her boy was handing her the power to originate again, this time, consciously. Henry took his with both hands, careful and steady. His father had just handed him the seed of an entire observable existence and said allow its emergence. His father saw him, and had chosen to let him carry weight of such a thing. Oh. Seo Yun stared at the folded thing pulsing in her palms, and her lip trembled. Is it really okay? She whispered. I wouldn't want this to be destroyed too. It won't. Noah said, kneeling to her level. And this one will be grown by your own hands, inside the Infiniverse, inside me, behind everything I am. Nothing takes this one without going through your ABA first. And nothing goes through your ABA. She looked up at him, and she nodded. Then follow my lead, Noah said, rising. All 3 of you. He had seeded prime causes twice before, at Chernobyl and in the Drown Cradle, and both times he had done it by instinct, reaching in and simply knowing. Teaching it was different work. Teaching forced him to slow the knowing down and find its bones, and as he began to speak, the articulation sharpened his own understanding in turn. A first cause isn't built, he told them, guiding their awareness into the stirring seeds. It's declared. The seed already holds the template of all 9 prime causes, folded in waiting. Your work isn't construction. It's honesty. You reach into the folding and you tell the seed what is true about you, and the causes seat themselves around that truth the way flesh grows around bone. Don't reach for what you think an observable existence should be. Reach for what you are, and let the emergence take its shape from that. HUUM. The 3 tesseracts began to unfold. And the Infiniverse rose to meet them, as this was truly delicate work, and nothing could go wrong. Her egoic intent moved through the whole of her vastness, the awareness of containment turning its attention inward, and she made room. Her manifestation appeared at the clearing's edge in her cerulean threaded dress, watching with shining eyes as 3 newborn observable existences began emerging inside her, and her intent wrapped around each unfolding seed the way arms wrap around something small and new. No domain in all the ages had done this. Observable existences drifted alone in the undefined gaps, born by accident into the dark. She would be the first in history to hold others the way a mother holds children. An unprecedented structure is forming. 3 observable existences are emerging, rooted within the Infiniverse, nested inside her containment and cradled by the egoic intent of the Infiniverse. No record exists of observable existences held within an observable existence. You are all, collectively, the first. The emergences bloomed, and each one took the shape of its holder. Henry's unfolded in blue and gold, the colors of his own hair and lineage rendered into foundational light. Radiant primordial realms condensed through its young vastness, and folds of the same burning blue-gold opened between them, everything about it bright and forward and unashamed. It was the observable existence of a young man who had decided to be seen. He wanted his nepotism to be seen. Emergence stabilizing. Designation, drawn from the identity of its founder, the Orsean reaches. 9 prime causes seeded true. Founder, Henry Osmont. Amelia's came up green and gold, and it came up growing. Gardens unfurled across its foundations at the scale of realms, canopies the size of star systems, rivers of golden light threading through endless living green. It was less built than planted, every corner of it tending toward bloom, the nature of a woman who had once grown an entire cause from a seed finally given room to garden at the scale she deserved. Emergence stabilizing. Designation, the verdant origin. 9 prime causes seeded true. Founder, Amelia Osmont. And Sioyun's emerged looking like home. It came up saturated with infinity, dense and deep and shining, its young realms carrying the unmistakable character of Chernobyl. She had reached for what she was, exactly as her ABA taught, and what she was turned out to be, that place, carried inside her all along. The seed had listened. It was not Chernobyl reborn. It was Chernobyl remembered, by the one who had loved it most, and grown again in soil nothing could reach. Emergence stabilizing. Designation, the mirrored hearth. 9 prime causes seeded true. Founder, Sioyun Osmont. Chapter 54-57, Growth. 2. Sioyun read her own name in the prompts, the family name sitting after hers, and her tears came again. The Infiniverse settled her 3 children into herself, and to any perception that beheld them, she rendered the newborn observable existences round, 3 vast spheres of blue gold and green gold and infinite shine nestled within her reach. She assigned them space with a mother's absurd generosity, each granted more than a third of her own vastness to grow into, her containment stretching itself larger around them rather than asking them to stay small. The math should not have worked. Her egoic intent had decided that it did. Noah watched all of it with his hands loose at his sides, and then the prompts he had been waiting for arrived. Regarding the tide that owes nothing. The Genesis Tesseracts are products of the tide's own returns, and the tide does not trigger upon the gifting of its own products. The seeds are exempt. This was anticipated. However, the act performed here was never merely the transfer of 3 objects. You gave the opportunity of emergence. You gave your guidance, articulating for the first time the seeding of prime causes so that 3 beings could walk a road only you have walked. You gave your trust, placing the seeds of first causes into hands that have never held such weight. And you spent measurable shares of your own authority steadying 3 emergences through their most fragile moments. All of this falls within the tide's jurisdiction, and all of it aligns utterly with your identity. The tide that owes nothing has been triggered at D rank, with echoing returns engaged. The action registers among the most quintessentially Osmontian deeds in your record. You did not build walls after your homes were taken. You taught your family to grow homes of their own. The return reflects this. Boon delivered, plus 40,000 Osmantian biomass. Echoing returns active. This giving will continue generating diminishing returns as the three observable existences grow. Every realm that blooms in the Ursean reaches, every garden that spreads through the verdant origin, every hearthlight that kindles in the mirrored hearth will echo back to you, again and again, for as long as they live. You have planted three payments that never finish paying. HUUM 40,000, with echoes to follow. Noah put the number away with the cold part of his mind, the part already laying out the next stretch of the 3 hours, because 40,000 biomass changed what came next considerably. But he did not look at the prompts for loan. He looked at his family instead. At Amelia, standing at the edge of her own green gold vastness with her hands pressed to her mouth, the origin given room to originate. At Henry, walking into the light of the Ursean reaches with his shoulders back, a young man standing inside the proof that his father saw him. At Xiaoyun, who had finally let go of Noah's hand, only so she could spread both arms inside the mirrored hearth and turn in a slow circle through the infinite shine. Three observable existences, grown by his family's own hands, rooted behind everything he was. The sealed one had promised that every home Noah held would die. And Noah stood beneath the blue tree in the soft falling manna, watching his mother and his son and his daughter stand inside homes of their own making. He would make sure that motherfucker wouldn't be able to burn anything more. The three emergences were still settling into the infiniverse when Noah turned to his own work. Blue gold, green gold, and infinite shine turned slowly in the vastness above the grove, three newborn observable existences finding their shapes inside a mother who had stretched herself larger to hold them. Amelia walked the edges of her gardens. Henry stood in his radiant reaches. Xiaoyun spun in slow circles through her remembered home. Noah watched all of it for a moment longer, and then he called the last three Genesis Tesseracts out of his existence. They rose around him in a small constellation, blue-white and folded, three seeds holding three first causes worth of beginning. He did not gift these. These were for the hunger. The hunger that refines, Noah said, and brought the first one to his chest. He pushed it in, and his existence began to devour. The first tesseract went down the way the original had, a flood of foundational potential breaking apart and integrating at perfect efficiency, cerulean lava welling up through his skin as the forge inside him lit. The grove felt it. The manna rain bent inward toward him, and the grass flattened in a slow ring, and above his head the estuary began to spin faster. He took the second before the first had finished settling. The integration climbed past anything the single consumption had reached. The lava thickened across him until he stood wrapped in slow-moving cerulean, heat rolling off him in waves that made the air shimmer for miles, and the grove began to warp, the light of the clearing pulled toward its center. The lemniscate pupil above him turned at speeds it had never reached, drinking the overflow of a transformation too large for one body to contain quietly. He took the third. Wah! Three first causes worth of potential moved through the hunger that refines in a single sitting, and nothing was wasted, and nothing spilled, and Noah burned. Across the vastness, in three newborn observable existences, his family went quiet. Amelia stopped at the edge of her gardens and turned toward the grove. Henry stood still in his blue gold light, watching the distant cerulean sun his father had become. Even Xiaoyun stopped her spinning, her small face turned toward the burning point at the heart of everything, and none of them spoke, because some things silenced even the people who loved you. They had known he was grand. Watching him eat three terrifying seeds in a sitting, calm as a man finishing a meal, was a different kind of knowing. The prompts came as the third integration closed. Integration complete. 3 Genesis Tesseracts consumed through the fourth foundation at perfect efficiency. The results are as follows. Your Osmantian source infinity has risen tremendously. Your egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian has risen tremendously. Both now press against the absolute ceiling of F rank, Baith, saturated past any remaining capacity of the grade to hold them. Understand what this saturation means, Master. No epiphany is required. No breakthrough is required. No bottleneck exists. You have done the work of filling the grade completely, and what remains between you and E rank is not a wall. It is a formality. Elevation cost for Osmantian source infinity, F rank to E rank, 1 Osmantian biomass. Elevation cost for the egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian, F rank to E rank, 1 Osmantian biomass. 1. Noah stood in the cooling lava of his own transformation and read the number twice, and the absurdity of it landed alongside the weight. 40,000 biomass sat in his reserves from a single act of giving, and the two grandest components of his entire existence, the fused authority and the true lifeform intent that everything else stood on, were asking him for 1 point each. Not because the elevations were small. Because he had done the work first. He had saturated the grade so completely that the latter had nothing left to charge him for. Fill the vessel yourself, and the door opens for pocket change. Elevate both, he said. 2 points left him. He barely felt them go. Elevation confirmed. Osmantian source infinity has risen from F rank, Baith, to E rank, Dur. The birch hardens into the oak. What this means for a fused authority has settled. At Baith, your Osmantian source infinity was rooted in raw, a fusion that existed and asserted itself and nothing more. At Dur, it has been tested and held, and the holding has become structure. In the framework you were taught, your volume deepens, as the authority now retains more of what feeds it with less loss. Your output sharpens considerably, as the channels of a hardened fusion carry expression with less friction, more of you arriving per moment. The fused authority no longer merely is. It endures, and everything built on enduring ground stands harder. Elevation confirmed. The egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian has risen from F rank, Baith, to E rank, Dur. What this means for a true lifeform intent, your identity has grown denser. At Baith, your intent declared who you are and reality complied. At Dur, the declaration has hardened into something reality finds harder to argue with at all. The claim carries more binding weight per assertion. Your trueness, already seamless, now presses with greater force behind that seamlessness, the multiplier multiplying more. Every utterance of I am now lands heavier, binds deeper, and asserts you into existence with more authority per word. Beings who test your identity will find oak where they expected sapling. HUUM. Noah felt both elevations settle through him at once, and the feeling was quiet and enormous. His authority sat harder in his bones. His identity sat harder in reality. When he breathed, existence made slightly more room for the breath than it had a minute ago. And then his tongue buzzed. The first letter, burning patiently in the air above the grove where he had written it, flared bright, and the buzz ran down through the backbone of the language into the foundation of him. The Osmantian tongue has been elevated by the consumed potential. 3 first causes worth of foundational beginning has fed directly into the backbone of your language, and the backbone has grown to bear far more than a single letter. Sufficient breadth and immensity now exist to forge multiple additional letters. The transcription may continue whenever you choose. The language is ready to grow, Master. The only remaining question is which truths about yourself you are prepared to write down next. Noah looked up at I am shining above the grove, and past it at the 3 observable existences his family stood inside, and he flexed his hands once, slowly, feeling the hardened weight of everything he had just become. 3 hours, the creature had asked for. He did not know where he would be at the end of these 3 hours. Chapter 54-58, The Pinion Vigil. The Osmantian tongue could hold multiple more letters. Noah turned the fact over while the last of the transformation cooled off his skin. A single letter, I am, had opened the pathway to Osmantian biomass, a granular resource flowing to him and to everyone bound to his cause. More letters would mean more. The math was simple, and his eyes burned bright with it. But as much as he wanted to start designing the next letter, he could not keep his attention off what sat in front of him. His elevated intent of the quintessential Osmantian and his elevated Osmantian source infinity, both settled now at Dur, their changes flowing subtly through every part of his existence. And underneath the settling, something else was rising. It felt like a limb he should have always had, waking up inside him for the first time. The sensation was unique, and it brought Ryanara's words back with it. Inheritances stretching to the beginning of existence. Lineages that claim the true. Those who remain. He weighed her framing once more, and set it aside. Whatever was rising in him did not feel like something stemming from a lineage of existence. It felt like his, the way the estuary I had felt like his, the way a forgotten limb belongs to the body that forgot it. That was what he believed, regardless of what Ryanara said, and for now he would go with his belief. He closed his eyes and let it come. His body lifted off the grove floor, and his existence began to undulate, a grand aura of trueness rolling off him in slow waves, Osmantian source infinity and the intent of the quintessential Osmantian breathing together as one. Boundless plasmic blue light raged up around his floating figure, and above him the estuary eye spun and pulsed, faster and faster, the lemniscate pupil turning like something keeping time for a birth. Then his back tore opened, and wings came out. Wah! They unfolded in a single vast motion, a massive undulating pair of wing-shaped appendages spreading wide behind him, and they were beautiful in the way the deepest and oldest things were beautiful. Hundreds of eyes coated their surfaces, blinking out of rhythm, gorgeous blue obsidian eyes with pupils shaped into turning lemniscates, and they looked in every direction at once. Outward across the grove. Upward at the newborn observable existences. Inward, at Noah himself. Trailing filaments of fine tentacles hung from the wings' lower edges, drifting in the plasmic light, and along the membranes between the eyes ran lines of tiny microscopic mouths, all of them whispering, too quiet to parse and impossible to ignore. The grove went silent under them. Even the manna rain seemed to fall more carefully. The second inherent characteristic of your true life form has surfaced. Designation, recovered from a depths of your existence I cannot name, the pinion vigil of the unbroken gaze. It is another trait from the same quintessential Osmantian lineage as the devouring estuary, master. Each trait arrives more complete than the last, more fitted to you, less like a gift being given and more like a thing that already knew your shape. Capabilities of the pinion vigil of the unbroken gaze straight face. The wings are a direct conduit to the infinite nature of your identity, amplified tremendously. Their target is not flesh. Their target is the conscious mind and the intent of whatever beholds them. Sanity flaying, any being who looks upon the wings, or is grazed by their trailing filaments, receives a massive influx of your infinite intent poured directly into their mind. Most minds are not built to hold even a fraction of what you are. The overflow flays. Intent perception overload, the wings can grasp an enemy's sensory input entirely, seizing sight, sound, and feeling, and force the victim to perceive infinite probabilities of their own death, one after another without end, until their intent breaks under the weight of witnessing. This attack bypasses volume and output completely. It strikes trueness directly. The inward eyes, a portion of the wing's eyes gaze permanently at you. This is not a flaw. The lineage watches its own. What purpose that watching serves has not yet been revealed to me. The wings answer your will as a body part answers it. Visibility may be granted or withheld per being, as with the estuary eye. Handle who beholds them with care, master. They are not safe to see. Noah opened his eyes and looked over his own shoulder at them, and hundreds of blue obsidian eyes looked back at him, and the whispering mouths murmured on, and he felt no wrongness in any of it. They were grand past anything the scales had words for, and they were his, fitted to him the way the estuary was his, an anatomy of identity that had been waiting somewhere old for him to grow into it. Another limb. I should have always had, he said quietly. Across the vastness, his family had gone very still. Amelia stood at the edge of her gardens with one hand pressed to her chest, astonishment written plain across her face. Henry had taken half a step forward in his blue-gold light, staring. And Xiaoyun, small and fearless and far too curious, had already turned fully toward her ABA's new wings, her young eyes starting to fix on the hundreds of blinking lemniscates. Noah moved fast. The wings vanished from all three perceptions between one heartbeat and the next, hidden the way he hid the estuary eye, and he did it before Xiaoyun's gaze could settle for even a second, because the prompts had said not safe to see, and his daughter had been looking. The grove returned to soft blue light and falling rain, and to his family, Noah stood there plain and wingless, as though nothing had unfolded at all. ABA? Xiaoyun called across the distance, blinking at the sudden ordinary calm. What was that? It was pretty. Something new, and something old, Noah called back, easy and warm, while behind the veil of their perception two vast winged vigils breathed slowly at his back, hundreds of eyes turning, mouths whispering into the quiet. You'll see it properly someday. He rolled his shoulders once, feeling the new weight settle into place alongside everything else he had become in a single hour. He was not done. Chapter 54-59, Know Thy Enemy. The Infinite Carcosa? Deep in the infinite Carcosa, past regions most infinite lifeforms would never see in their long existences, the Carehold extraction deep ran the way it had run for many years. It sat inside a hollowed mountain range, violet-black rock threaded with veins of raw crimson infinity, and it made no sound that traveled. That was the first thing captives noticed when the chains dropped them on its platforms. The deep swallowed noise the way it swallowed everything else, and the silence pressed on the workers harder than any whip would have. They mined in that silence. Source lifeforms who had once commanded regions. Infinite lifeforms taken from the heartland of their own territory. Gilded ones vanished from observable existences that would never trace them. Crimson-blue chaos chains bound every foot, thousands upon thousands of them, fourth-scale and third-scale beings coaxing volatile ore out of the walls with authority wrapped in their strongest genuine emotion, because the ore detonated for anything less, and the wardens had stopped counting the ones it unmade. The ore went into carts, and the carts and prisoners went along a single road, and the road ran to the temple. The temple stood at the heart of the deep, built from the same violet-black stone, its doors tall enough to admit a warden and always open. Every day the procession shuffled toward it in chains and laid its offerings on the steps, concentrated existential biomass by the ton, and every day the offerings sank into the stone and were gone by morning. None of the workers knew what received them. None of them could have spoken of it if they had known, as they were all bound by directives. The whole operation ran on silence enforced at the level of existence itself. Here as everywhere else the collector worked. Deep beneath the temple, in a chamber no chained foot had ever entered, the vessel sat and fed. It had been a grand infinite lifeform once, a Mesozoic being with a name and a pantheon and a history, and all three belonged to something else now. The vessel sat cross-legged at the center of a slow spiral of descending or existential biomass streaming down through the stone and into its frame in steady rivers, and its flesh had gone translucent in places from the sheer density of what it held. It had been sitting here for a long time. It would sit here a while longer. Patience was the whole of the method. The sealed one opened the vessel's eyes and spoke to the empty chamber, because after enough ages, a being learned that the self was the only conversation partner who ever kept up. He'll have counted it as a loss, the vessel said, and the voice came out warm and unhurried, filling the silence the deep otherwise ate. The devouring. His little birthplace, his little resurrection, ground down and swallowed in front of him. I fed him adversity by taking from him, and I knew it when I did it. Even absence is a kind of adversity to a thing built like that. The vessel turned one hand over, examining it. But it had to be done. Some purchases are worth the price. More knowledge had to be gained, and there is no deeper knowledge of a being than the taste of what he built. The ore streamed down. The vessel drank it without pausing. And oh, my future vessel is grand, the sealed one murmured. Grander than I let myself hope. I have eaten observable existences beyond counting, and I have never tasted anything like his. Because the two pills had not merely been power. An observable existence carried its history in its foundations, and a foundation seated by a specific hand carried that hand's shape pressed into every truth of it. Chernobyl had held 9 prime causes that belonged to no framework the sealed one had ever catalogued, and he had catalogued them all. And the brain world had held the traces of the cause itself, and the lower observable existence beneath it had held slivers of memory soaked into its dying stones. He had digested all of it slowly, the way he digested everything, and now he knew. He spoke to nobody other than himself. "Quintessential, are you?" The sealed one said softly, and something like delight moved through the borrowed voice. "That's the word at the center of you. I pulled it out of your causes the way one pulls a signature off a document. The prime cause of quintessence, seated into a dying observable existence's foundation, the irreducible essence of things. Is that the core of the identity that built your intent? It must be. It explains the shape of everything else." The vessel shook its head slowly, appreciative. Not many could truly claim to be quintessential, even back then. Even in my age, when beings were made of sterner material than this one produces, the ones who knew what they were all the way down could be counted on one hand. And here you are, here you are. The chamber hummed with descending ore, and the sealed one went on, laying out what he had learned the way a scholar lays out findings. 9 prime causes of your own. Existence, paradox, adversity, tyranny, harvest, apocalypse, chaos, mana, quintessence. I read them all out of the corpse of your resurrected observable existence. Beings spend ages hoping to touch the common causes. You authored your own set, and you did it while sitting at a scale so low it barely registers? Ha! You haven't even reached Bakachev's 6th scale or 7th, and you are already grasping things that belong elsewhere? A low laugh rolled through the chamber. How unique are you, exactly? HUUM. The vessel's translucent hands folded together. And the memories, the sealed one said, quieter now, savoring this part the way he had savored the pills themselves. The lower observable existence carried memories in its dying stones. Slivers, only. But slivers are enough. There's a warmth threaded through your history that doesn't match the tyrant, and it all points one direction, away, elsewhere, to somewhere I haven't found. So you have a true home hidden away somewhere. A real one. The warmth in the voice curdled into something patient and terrible. That would be the key to getting through to you. Not the strongest door. The dearest one. It always is. The ore streamed down, and the vessel grew fractionally denser, and far above, the chain procession shuffled its daily offerings onto the temple steps without knowing what they fed. It was worth it, the sealed one said to the dark. Every plan this cost me, every asset burned, worth it. Because I know about you now, Osmont. I know your causes, your word, your warmth, your direction. And knowing one's enemy is half the battle already won. The vessel's eyes closed again, settling back into the long feed, and the last of it came out almost fondly, an old proverb turned over by the oldest thing still using it. Know thy enemy. Know thy enemy. The deep kept its silence, and the temple kept its secret, and the ore came down in rivers, and beneath it all, something horrendously patient grew. Chapter 5460, Osmont. The changes had settled into him like weight into a foundation, and Noah wanted the full accounting. Ruination, he said, standing in the calm grove beneath the burning first letter. Show me the full scope of my current power. All of it. As you wish, Master. The complete status of your existence, current as of this moment. Designation, Noah Osmont. The quintessential Osmontian. True life form. Osmontian source infinity, Irank, Dur. Elevation to Dirank, Ruiz, 150,000 Osmontian biomass. The egoic intent of the quintessential Osmontian, Irank, Dur. Elevation to D rank, 150,000 osmantian biomass. Volume, E rank. Output, E rank. Trueness, E rank. These three axes rise with your osmantian source infinity and your intent, and they hold their grade together. As one climbs, all climb. The 9 passive osmantian principium foundations, the tide that owes nothing stands at D rank, Ruiz. The remaining 8 stand at F rank, Faith. Elevation of each, 5,000 osmantian biomass per rank. Inherent appendages of your true life-form existence, the estuary I, active, intake at quintessential capacity. The pinion vigil of the unbroken gaze, active, veiled from all perception. Further traits are anticipated as your distinction clarifies. The osmantian tongue, backbone established, 1 letter transcribed. Capacity exists for multiple additional letters. Observable existences under your cause, 5. The infiniverse, the Orsean reaches, the verdant origin, the mirrored hearth, the abyssal cradle. 3 of the 4 were born this hour. Current osmantian biomass, 78,300. Noah read the panel through once, slowly, and nodded. The shape of himself sat plainly in front of him, every facet graded, every next step priced. Most of it could wait. His attention settled on one line and stayed there, because the tongue could hold more letters, and he already knew exactly what the second one was. That was the strange gift of staying true. Other beings would have agonized over the choice, weighing truths against truths, hunting for the optimal word. Noah had nothing to hunt. When a language was built entirely out of who you were, the letters wrote themselves in order, and the second truth of him had been waiting behind the first since the day he was born. He only had to implement it. He felt the vibrant waves of immensity turning inside him, 3 first causes worth of consumed potential feeding the backbone of the language, and he raised his finger and began to write. The character formed in the air stroke by stroke, cerulean light following his fingertip through the falling manna. It was angular and flowing at once, kin to the first letter, turning back through itself in the lemniscate way, and every line of it carried a truth so plain that existence had no grounds to argue. The first letter had declared that he was. The second declared what he was. The word it translated to was one he had carried his whole life. Osmont. He finished the final stroke, and the character hung burning beside the first, and Noah spoke both aloud, calm and level, a man stating his name to all of existence. I am. Osmont. Boom. Seas of blue erupted around him. They rolled out from where he stood in every direction, wave after wave of deep cerulean crashing across the grove and past it, through the infiniverse and beyond her, the declaration of a name backed by everything the name contained. The first letter had asserted a being into reality. The second gave that being its face, and reality adjusted around the introduction. The second letter of the osmantian tongue has been declared. Osmont. Where the first letter asserted your existence, the second asserts your identity by name, and the 2 letters now function as one compound truth. I am Osmont. Existence has accepted the declaration. Your trueness is elevating further. A name written into the foundation of a language, and backed by a lived identity with no gaps, binds the claim and the being tighter than either alone. The seamlessness between what you say you are and what you are has deepened past what the E-rank grade typically holds. Utilization of the second letter, in conjunction with the first, uttered vocally or written by hand onto existence will bring about the following results straight face. Defense, the compound declaration manifests infinite dimensional osmantian auras. They rise as raging, colorful auras of layered light, folded through dimensions beyond the ordinary reach of an attack, and they defend the name itself. Anything striking at what is Osmont must first argue with the declaration, and the declaration does not lose arguments at its own grade. These auras also manifest silently and invisibly upon all who carry your name, and upon those bound most closely to your weavings, whether or not they stand near you, whether or not they know. Attack, the compound declaration unleashes infinite dimensional osmantian flames. They are cerulean fire folded through the same infinite dimensionality, and they do not burn a target in one place. They burn the target across existence, seeking every fold and layer where the enemy extends, and they seek infinitely. A being struck by them is not put out by retreating. The flames follow what they were named to burn. Additional effect: with the second letter active, the generation of Osmantian biomass has increased substantially, for you and for all your people. A being asserted into existence generates overflow. A being asserted by name generates more, because existence now pays for both the fact of you and the face of you. Expect the rivers to widen. And as the prompts bloomed, the Orus answered. They rose around Noah first, raging and layered, colors folding through colors in dimensions the eye could only take on faith. Then they kindled elsewhere. Across the vastness, in a blue-gold observable existence, an invisible aura settled over Henry without him feeling a thing. In an endless green-gold garden, one wrapped Amelia. In an infinite shine that remembered Chernobyl, a small girl spinning slow circles through her own hearthlight was quietly sheathed in a protection she would not learn about until something foolish tested it, and the name Sioyan Osmond held its first armor. And further still. In a hidden dimension of floating realms, in bubbles of survivors drifting through the dark, in the infiniverse, on all the scattered beings woven closest to him, Barbados and Ian and the rest, the silent auras bloomed unseen, one after another, a family and a people armored by two written words. Noah stood beneath his two burning letters and watched the count of the protected climb, and said nothing more. Sometimes, one did such grand things that nothing else needed to be said. Chapter 5461, Human. I. 2 letters burned above the grove, and Noah was not finished. The backbone held capacity for more, and the truths of him stood in a line he had known since before he had words for them. He raised his finger into the falling manna and began the third character, stroke by stroke, cerulean light turning back through itself in the lemniscate way. The word it translated to was the center of everything he was. Quintessential. He finished the final stroke and spoke the compound truth aloud, 3 letters now bound into one declaration. I am Osmond. I am. Quintessential. Boom. The grove answered with light that had no color at all for a moment, existence itself flinching down to its essentials, and then the blue returned deeper than before. The third letter of the Osmantian tongue has been declared. Quintessential. Where the first letter asserted your existence and the second asserted your name, the third asserts your essence, the irreducible truth of what you are beneath every characteristic layered on top. The compound declaration deepens, I am Osmond, quintessential. Utilization of the third letter, uttered vocally or written by hand onto existence straight face. Perception, the letter grants the quintessential sight. Upon its utterance, your perception cuts through every layer a target has accumulated, every mask, every vessel, every borrowed body and installed characteristic, and beholds the irreducible essence beneath. What a thing truly is cannot hide from a being whose letter is essence itself. Vessels read as vessels. Followers read as followers. The hidden read as what they hide. Refinement, written upon an object, a resource, or a willing existence, the letter refines the target toward its own purest form, stripping accumulated impurity and expressing the essence at full value. Or refines toward perfect yield. Techniques refine toward their truest expression. A willing ally refines toward the best version of what they already are. The letter does not change what a thing is. It removes everything the thing is not. Counterworking, declared against a hostile working, technique, or intent, the letter interrogates it down to its essence and exposes the gap between what the working claims and what it truly is. Workings built on borrowed, installed, or falsified foundations lose force in proportion to the gap. Against the seamless, it does nothing. Against the hollow, it is catastrophic. Additional effect, with the third letter active, the generation of Osmantian biomass has increased substantially once more, for you and for all your people. Existence now pays for the fact of you, the face of you, and the essence of you. Noah read the sweep through and nodded once, because the third letter was a blade against exactly the enemy he had. A being of vessels and masks and lies, hunted by a letter that read essence. The infinite liar would enjoy that very little. Then he stood quiet for a while beneath the three burning characters, because the fourth letter was different. The first three had been easy truths, worn openly his whole climb. The fourth sat deeper, and it was the one no being at his scale would have chosen, which was precisely why it belonged in the tongue. He thought about how to say it, and found that this one deserved saying aloud, properly, before it was written. Some truths you declared to existence. This one, he wanted existence to sit down and hear. Existence had to listen to him for this. Everything I become, Noah said to the grove, to ruination, to the three observable existences turning above and the family inside them, started as something small. And I've never once forgotten what the small thing was. Apart from my identity, apart from Osmont and Quintessential and all the rest of it, I began human. And I will continue to be human, no matter how far the physical facts of me drift from the word. He turned his hand over, studying it, a hand that had held an observable existence and held a dying child and eaten the seeds of observable existences. Does existence truly affirm what a human actually is? He continued. A human is existence experiencing itself. That's the whole wonder, stated plainly. Take existence, let it run long enough, and in one corner of it the matter organizes until it opens its eyes and looks back at everything else. A temporary, highly organized system holding its shape in the middle of an existence that wants everything to come apart. We're built from particles that have no meaning alone, that only exist at all through their relationships with everything around them, and out of nothing but relationships stacked deep enough, a person happens. His voice stayed level, and the grove stayed silent around it. My source functions on processes. Physical ones, chemical ones once, grander ones now, but processes all the way down. And yet the feeling of being me, the actual subjective weight of grief and love and stubbornness, emerges out of nothing but the sheer complexity of the systems underneath. No single piece of me feels anything. All of me together feels everything. That's what human is. It isn't the flesh. It's the pattern, complex enough to experience itself, brief enough to matter. He looked up, and the cerulean in his eyes burned steady. Existence heads toward disorder. Constantly, patiently, everywhere, everything running downhill toward the same flat cold end. And humans with no authority or mana defy it. Briefly, absurdly, we consume energy and pour out heat and hold our little patterns together against the whole downhill weight of everything, and every single day a human stays alive is a small victory over the direction of existence. We are defiance with a heartbeat. That's the inheritance I actually care about. Not lineages from before the scales. That one. He raised his finger and began to write the fourth character. So let it be written into the foundation of my tongue, Noah said, the strokes burning into the air. I began as a brief pattern holding itself together against the dark, and I have not stopped, and I will not stop. I will defy existence itself if existence insists on running downhill. It shall be my will against everything else. It always has been. Phuum. The final stroke closed. Human. I am Osmont. I am quintessential. I am human. Wah! Chapter 5462, Human. 2. The fourth declaration rolled out, and it rolled out differently. The first three had crashed across existence as authority. This one moved through it as warmth, low and steady, and everything alive that it touched felt briefly, inexplicably, less alone. The fourth letter of the Osmontian tongue has been declared. Human. Where the prior letters asserted existence, name, and essence, the fourth asserts origin, the truth that you began as a brief ordered pattern defying disorder, and that you claim this smallness as foundation rather than outgrowing it. Existence has accepted the declaration, and I will note, Master, that it accepted this one strangely. Almost gently. I have no framework for that observation. I record it anyway. Utilization of the fourth letter, uttered vocally or written by hand onto existence straight face. Defiance of ending, the letter is negentropy made binding. Declared over yourself or your people, it asserts the pattern against the dissolution, and things falling apart hold together. Wounds that should unmake an existence stabilize. Collapses arrest. Sources guttering toward their end are held at the edge and given time. It does not heal, and it does not resurrect. It refuses, on your authority, to let the downhill win right now, and against everything short of an overwhelming grade, the refusal stands. The brief and the burning, declared in conjunction with the full compound, the letter converts the human truth into force. What is temporary burns brighter than what is eternal, because it must. For a bounded duration, you or a chosen bearer of your name expresses power above your standing grade, the pattern blazing hotter precisely because it does not pretend to be permanent. The cost is honest exhaustion afterward. Brief things pay for their brightness. You always have. Kinship of pattern, the letter recognizes its own. Every being under your cause who began small, who holds their order against the dark by will and consumption and stubbornness, is known to this letter, and through it you may feel the state of all of them at once, every flicker, every strain, every pattern under threat, across any distance. The sealed one promised to come for your people. The fourth letter means none of them can begin to come apart without you knowing in the same instant. Additional effect, with the fourth letter active, the generation of Osmantian biomass has increased substantially once more, for you and for all your people. For letters now assert you, and existence pays for each. The rivers have become a flood. For characters burned above the grove now, cerulean and patient, a language 4 words long that said everything worth saying. I am. Osmant. Quintessential. Human. Noah stood beneath his tongue and felt the fourth letter settle through his people, the quiet kinship kindling across every pattern that carried his name, Henry and Amelia and Sioyan and Barbados and all the scattered rest, every one of them now held, known, and refused to the dark. He was simply taking all of this in, and suddenly, out of nowhere, his foundations began to shake. HUUM. It started as a buzz deep in his Osmantian source infinity, a vibration running through the fused authority like a struck bell that refused to quiet. His intent joined it a heartbeat later, the whole of the quintessential Osmantian trembling in place, and Noah went still and let it happen, because he recognized the feeling now. Something old in his was emerging within him again. The fourth letter burned brightest of the 4 above the grove. Human. And the deep thing in his blood was answering it. Master. The transcribed letter human has reacted with your budding lineage of existence, and the reaction runs deeper than the prior traits. The estuary surfaced when your fusion saturated. The vigil surfaced when your authority hardened. This one surfaced because of what you declared. You wrote the truth of a brief pattern defying dissolution into the foundation of your tongue, and your existence resonated heavily. A third true appendage is emerging. This one is internal. The shaking condensed inward, all of it, drawing down out of his intent and his authority and folding into the core of his body, and Noah felt something grow where flesh met existence. It built itself quietly, without light or spectacle, an organ assembling in the deep of him the way roots work under still ground. Then it finished, and he felt it begin to work, and the prompts named it. The third inherent characteristic of your true lifeform heritage has surfaced. Designation, recovered from the same unnameable depth, the hepatarch of the undying root. Form, it has taken the shape of a liver, seated within your existence where body and foundation meet. Its tissue is deep maroon threaded with slow cerulean veins, and across its surface turn faint lemniscate patterns, kin to the eye in the vigil. It does not sit in you the way an organ sits in flesh. It sits in you the way a root sits in ground, reaching down past your body into the substance of your existence itself, and it is already growing its threads through everything you are. Capability, among humans, the liver is the one organ that regenerates, restoring itself even after losing 90% of its tissue. The lineage has taken that small human truth and expressed it at the scale of what you are. The hepatarch of the undying root grants complete rebirth. Should your existence ever be collapsed, in body, in source, in foundation, in totality, the root holds. So long as any fraction of it survives, and it is built to survive, buried deeper than any attack naturally reaches, it will regenerate the whole of you from itself. Your records, your intent, your authority, your memories, yourself, regrown from the organ the way a liver regrows from a tenth of its tissue. This is not healing. Healing mends what remains. The root rebuilds what was ended. Constraints, because everything true has them, the rebirth is not instant, and its duration scales with how much of you is lost. The root cannot act twice in close succession, a rebirth exhausts it, and it must regrow its own reserves before it can hold you again. And it guards you alone. It cannot be lent, gifted, or extended to another. One further observation, Master. The estuary takes in. The vigil watches. The root refuses to die. Taken together, the lineage is assembling something in you piece by piece, and the pieces are beginning to describe a shape. I do not yet know what the shape is. I know that it eats, it watches, and now it cannot be killed. Noah stood quiet in the grove and felt the root settle its threads through him, patient and deep. He had declared that he would defy existence itself, his will against everything else, a brief pattern refusing the downhill. He could refuse. Chapter 54-63, Human. 3. Noah stood beneath his 4 burning letters, tracking the grand flow of his changed power, and felt something blaze at the far edge of his existence. Emotion and mania, tangled together, burning hot through the bond of a heart he kept inside him. He sighed, and looked across the infiniverse toward a distant dark region where a manic woman had retreated to be alone with everything she felt. He sent another body to her, and kept measuring here. The region she had chosen was one of the dark ones. Rivers of obsidian primordial source flowed thick through an endless realm of shadow, black currents moving slow and heavy through a darkness that had no ceiling and no floor. Light existed here only where the rivers caught it, faint gleams sliding along the obsidian like something breathing under the surface. Emotive sat on one of the rivers, hugging her knees. The current carried her slowly through the dark, a small figure folded in on herself, and she looked the way she always looked, like a delicate flower that a strong wind should scatter. The look had always been a lie. Her existence stood among the most changed in all of the infiniverse, her foundations soaked in everything that flowed from the being who carried her heart, and across her skin the invisible multicolored auras of his second letter moved in slow silent waves, armor she had not asked for and could not see. Her primordial intent buzzed around her in unstable pulses, the amaranthan sovereign flickering with its holder's weather. Noah arrived without sound and sat down beside her on the river. She did not look up. Her arms tightened around her knees instead, and her face stayed buried against them, because shame was an emotion too, and she was made of emotions. I was going to redeem myself, Emotive said into her knees. That was the plan I built out of everything I had. You gave me your infinity when I deserved punishment, you let me keep my heart where I put it, you never once asked me to earn any of it back, so I decided I'd earn it anyway. I was going to deliver the gilded ones to their knees for you. Not dead. Kneeling. Armies of them. Fourth scale gilded ones by the hundreds, whole houses bent under my intent, and at the end I was working out how to bring you the fifth scale ones too, Mesozoic scale gilded ones wrapped up and delivered, all of it laid at your feet with a bow on it. My redemption. Proof that the thing you saved was worth saving. Her voice buzzed, and the mania bled through it. And then this fucker just comes down out of a red sky and takes it all. My harvest, my armies, my whole redemption, swallowed like it was nothing, like I was nothing, and now the gilded ones I bent are pills in his stomach and the promise I made you was impossible forever, because the entire observable existence it was made about doesn't exist anymore. Her shoulders shook. So what do I do now? How do I redeem myself if I can never deliver? What am I supposed to? I can't even. Human. HUUM. Noah wrote the words into the dark as he spoke them, his finger trailing cerulean fire, and the fourth letter blazed to life in front of them both. Silent waves of light rolled off it and washed over Emotive, the letter of brief patterns holding together against the dark, and her buzzing intent slowed under it, her manic edges settling. At the end of the day, that's what we all are, Noah said quietly. All of us, no matter how far the power climbs. Human. We try things. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we fail, and when we fail, simply try again. He watched the letter burn. What I count is the intent underneath. You wanted to redeem yourself so badly you rebuilt yourself around the wanting, and then you did everything a being could do. The result got stolen, but nothing about what you did got smaller. He turned his head and looked at her. So as far as I'm concerned, you delivered. I consider it done. Tell me what you want for your actions. Emotive's head came up slowly. Her eyes were vibrant, and the mania in them had gone soft around the edges, and for a long moment she just looked at him like she was checking whether the words would still be there if she blinked. Then color climbed her face, and she looked away, and her voice came out in a whisper aimed mostly at the river. You and I. Under time dilation, if possible, for as long as possible. Her fingers twisted together. Could you just hold me? That's it. After that I'll figure out what I'm doing next, I promise, I'll be terrifying grand in everything. But for now, just that. Noah nodded. He moved with immensity and wrapped his arms around her, and leaned back onto the river of primordial source, and the obsidian current took them both. Their figures drifted through the endless dark together, carried wherever the river went, and Emotive buried her head against his chest and stopped holding anything in. Her existence buzzed against him with emotions of terrifying profundity, wonder and relief and adoration and hunger and joy all firing at once, and she did not sort them or mute them or manage them. She let every one of them burn at full strength, because that was what she was. In that moment, carried on a black river through the dark, the living Emotive was staying unfathomably true to who she was. And emotions were not small things. Across the whole span of existence, emotion sat under more history than any framework liked to admit. Wars had started for grief and ended for love. Civilizations rose on hope and rotted on fear. The Sealed One himself had built an age of followers by teaching outcasts to weaponize their pain, because he understood what the frameworks did not, that emotion was foundation-grade force. Whole schools of power spent eons trying to govern feelings out of their weavings, and the greatest beings kept discovering that the feelings had been the weavings all along. So when an existence came along whose entire foundation was emotion, nothing suppressed and nothing borrowed, and that existence spent years soaking in the resources and potential of a being with boundless potential, her heart literally seated inside his Osmantian source infinity, there was only ever one place the road went. The prompts bloomed over the dark river. HUUM. The primordial intent of the living Emotive is undergoing a transformation. Chapter 5464, To a Grand Future. Emotive's calm body buzzed as more prompts came. Her existence has attained the absolute peak of her emotions, every feeling expressed at full strength with total honesty, no gap anywhere between what she is and what she permits herself to be. Your Osmantian source infinity and your egoic intent, flowing through the heart she keeps inside you, are acting as catalysts for a change that would not otherwise be possible at her standing. Through ridiculous means, an egoic intent is rising within the living Emotive. Identity built on emotion itself, seamless and lived. She is becoming true. Noah watched the prompts pass over him and held her tighter, and worked through the mechanism while he did. 3 parts had combined here. Her honesty supplied the trueness, total by construction. His fused authority supplied the catalyst her standing lacked. And the heart she had seated inside him days ago supplied the channel between the two. Remove any one of the 3, and no egoic intent rose today. She had built the channel long before either of them knew what it was for, which was, he noted, how the important things usually got built. Her body buzzed against his chest, the transformation moving through her in slow warm waves, and Emotive felt it happening and did not open her eyes. She smiled instead, content down to her foundations, and buried her face deeper against him as if she meant to meld into his chest entirely, becoming true in the arms of the reason she could. Existence was short. And a human should not be indecisive with the people who loved him, should not ration himself out in scraps while the ages ran. He held her on the Black River and thought that he would live by that better than he had. Make the ones around him stronger and happier, slowly, as much as he could, for as long as the pattern held. Elsewhere in the Infiniverse, a library waited. It filled a stellar realm all its own, rows and rows of shelves running toward horizons in every direction, and the shelves held light. Shining scrolls stacked beside grimoires bound in slow-burning gold, books whose spines glowed with the colors of the knowledge inside them, aisle after aisle of gathered records stretching through a space that smelled of old paper. Reading lights drifted between the rows like patient fireflies. It stretched out endlessly, for it was one of the annals of the Infiniverse. At the center of it, around a long table of dark stone, the figures had gathered. The primordial paradox stood at one end, titanic even at rest, with the living paradox beside him, his expression complex as he looked toward Noah and constantly sighed. Alexander sat with his hands folded, still carrying his terrible stillness. The great usurper occupied his borrowed body in silence, and Thalassarch Nereon's presence coiled through the upper dark of the library, too vast for chairs, attending all the same. And beside Noah stood Ian, Uber-Golden Adelheid herself, brought here from the Sourcelands, her golden eyes moving across the gathered monsters of a dead observable existence. Only the creature was missing, still out in the dark chasing his second appendage. They looked at one another across the stone table, the survivors and the leaders and the woman who had lost her whole people. A heavy discussion was about to begin. The library held them all in its patient light, and Noah looked across the faces at the stone table. Scattered, they were targets. Bound into one force under him, they were one target, which was worse, because the sealed one specialized in single points of failure. The correct structure was the one nobody's instincts liked, separate roads, chosen freely, each fitted to what the walker was. So he opened with the only honest framing there was. All of you are unique lifeforms in your own right, he said. I've given you the information on the sealed one. What he is, what he's done, what he means. Across existence, he's a kind of adversity that may propel you to heights you'd never reach otherwise, if you survive him. Or you could be collapsed. Those are the honest stakes. He let his gaze move along the table. I can't promise anyone here anything, except that I'll do what I do while staying true to my intent and my identity. The sealed one was that dangerous. Nobody at the table needed the point repeated. Noah felt it would be a shame if any of those gathered here died. But some of them standing here at all was already strange, and his gaze settled on the strangest. Irwin. The architect of the loom and the fallout looked like a beggar these days, his Schrödinger-based form wrapped in worn gray, and there was history between them measured in deaths across years and folds. He had been an enemy. He had fought the creature across an age, and the cost of that conflict had never been fully counted. For him to stand in Noah's library, at Noah's table, was a unique thing, and Irwin seemed to know it, because he smiled first. Existence is vast out there, Irwin said. With you and the sealed one being a piece of it. A piece, mind you. Boundless information exists past both of you, and I want to see it. I want to see the gilded ones across their observable existences. The infinite lifeforms in their Carcosa. The source lifeforms in their deep lands. All of it, read firsthand. His paradox light flickered, amused. And if the sealed one wants to find me and kill me while I'm doing it, he can try. As for us, we have history and animosity, and we don't have to work together. You do your thing. I'll do mine. In the future, we might stand on the same plane, or in entirely different places. Both are fine outcomes. His words were paradoxically true, which was the only kind of true Irwin dealt in, and Noah nodded calmly and priced the road as offered. A wandering paradox answering to no one was uncontrollable, and uncontrollable was, maybe, good? He looked toward the being beside Erwin. The primordial paradox he actually considered a friend. The titanic old teacher smiled. "I'll see if I can continue guiding my student, since we're somewhat intertwined right now," the primordial paradox said. "And with your infinity coursing through me, you and I are intertwined as well. So let me know whenever you do the exciting things. I find I've developed a taste for watching you do them." The two paradoxes had chosen their road, and Noah nodded in turn to the great usurper. The borrowed body grinned, and one hand came around and smacked Alexander across the back hard enough to rock the peacemaker in his chair. "I'll take some of myself in this one through the gilded observable existences and the infinite Carcosa," the great usurper said. "Spreading unity as we go. If we can grow our own grand intents and pantheons along the way, even better. I already hold a Mesozoic scale elder under my unity, so I can scale up rapidly, and there's a second purpose underneath the first." His voice settled into something colder. "I saw how deeply the sealed one was entrenched in the structure of the gilded here. Vessels in their houses, wrought in their foundations, plans running for ages. If he was that entrenched in the brain world, he's entrenched everywhere else the gilded hold ground. I will uncover it all and let you know his unity is silent." Chapter 5465, To a Grand Future. 2. A plan had formed at the table, piece by piece, each being choosing the road that fit what they were, and Noah tallied the shape of it. Information from Erwin, wherever he drifted. A map of the enemy's entrenchment from the usurper. Guidance holding the paradoxes together. Every road served the same war without a single thread tying it back to him for an enemy to cut. He glanced at the quiet Ian, who met his eyes and said nothing, because they had already spoken and her path was set. He glanced up at the distant coiled presence of Nereon in the library's high dark, and the Leviathan's grief pulsed once an acknowledgement, his own arrangement already made. Things were coming together. The laid-out paths were clear. Noah raised his hand, and a glass cup filled with golden liquid settled into it. More cups appeared down the length of the stone table, one before each of them, and even Nereon's vast presence gathered something golden into itself in the dark above. Noah lifted his glass. "To a grand future," he said. "Try your best not to die. And if you die, well, that's part of existence too. HUUM." Every glass rose, and existence buzzed around the library, and for one moment the survivors of a devoured observable existence stood together in the light of 10,000 gathered books and drank to what came next. The black river carried them through the dark, and inside emotive, the rising finished. Time ran dilated around them, stretched long and private at Noah's arrangement, and she had spent the stretched hours exactly as she'd asked to, held against his chest while her existence rebuilt itself around the truth of what she was. Her emotions had reached their absolute peak and stayed there, every feeling burning at full strength with total honesty, and out of that sustained blaze, identity had condensed. The prompts bloomed over the obsidian current. The transformation of the living emotive has completed. Her primordial intent, the Amaranthan sovereign, has evolved past the ceiling of Vakachev's rarities. An egoic intent has emerged, built on identity itself, seamless and fully lived. Designation: the egoic intent of the felt eternity. Her identity is emotion experienced at absolute honesty, the truth that she is what she feels, completely, with no suppression and no gap. Within her reach, feeling itself answers her as its sovereign. What this means in the framework: her volume runs deeper than her years should allow, because every emotion she has ever felt was felt entirely, and wholly lived experience compounds into record faster than guarded experience ever can. Her output is near total, because a being who hides nothing has no friction in her channels, everything she is arrives at once, always. And her trueness is perfect by construction. There has never been a gap between what emotive claims to feel and what she feels. She could not build one if she tried. Reality checks her claim and finds it seamless, and the multiplier runs at full value. She is true, master. The second true life form your existence has directly catalyzed, after the Infiniverse. Two true life forms catalyzed through connection to him, both with perfect or near-perfect trueness, both bound into his cause. Patterns that repeated twice tended to repeat a third time, and he already knew who was next in line. Ruination was taking her time. As he thought about this, deep inside his own existence, something moved. Her heart. The heart she had placed inside him long ago to stabilize an identity at absolute infinite, the heart he had kept when he no longer needed it, seated all this time within his Osmantian source infinity like a jewel in a vault. It began to change, and the change belonged to her second birth, because a true life form's deepest truth grew into anatomy, and Emotive's deepest truth had been living inside Noah. Her heart became a true appendage where it lay. A true appendage is emerging from the existence of the living emotive, and its seat is within you, Master. Her heart, transformed by her second birth, has become the inherent anatomy of her identity. Designation: the amaranthine heart of the unfelt depths. Form: it remains a heart, seated within your Osmantian source infinity where she placed it, but it has deepened past flesh. It beats in colors that do not repeat, and each beat carries a folded emotion too large for any single mind, and around it turn 7 slow rings of light, each ring keyed to one of the great sins as she has lived them. Luxuria, invidia, ira, superbius, gula, avaritia, aestia. Not engineered, as the gilded made them. Felt. Every ring is an emotion she has burned through honestly and kept. Capabilities: the heart is a weapon of the mind, and it is terrifying. Each beat can be aimed. The drowning beat: the heart pours a single absolute emotion into a target's mind at the full depth of her lived experience of it. Grief entire. Envy entire. Wrath entire. Minds are not built to hold an emotion with no edges, and the flood bends them. Lesser minds break outright. Grand minds lose themselves in the feeling for as long as she sustains the beat, drowned in something realer than anything they have ever felt. The 7-ring madness: the sins can be layered. 2 rings, 3, all 7 at once, contradictory absolutes poured into one mind together, lust and sloth and fury and pride demanding everything simultaneously. No intent below the true threshold has held its sanity under all 7 rings. It is insanity, administered with precision. The mirror of the unfelt, the cruelest working. The heart can show a target the emotions they have refused to feel, every buried grief and denied fear and suppressed longing, all of it surfaced at once at full strength. Against beings built on suppression and engineering, against hollow identities and installed egos, this strikes directly at trueness, and the hollow do not survive being made to feel what they hollowed themselves to avoid. And because the heart is seated within you, Master, you share it. Its beats answer your will as well as hers. Her defenses wrap your mind alongside her own, and no working of emotion or madness reaches you without passing her heart first. She has made her deepest anatomy your armor. Chapter 5466, Emperor. Noah read the prompts with shining eyes. Every capability of the heart struck at trueness, the one axis where the sealed one's followers and vessels and engineered gilded were all, without exception, hollow. His enemy had built an empire on installed identities. The woman in his arms had just become a counter to every one of them, and she had done it by refusing, her entire existence, to install anything at all. She would be a sharp weapon against gilded ones and followers of the sealed one. The prompts faded over the black water, and Emotive moved. She lifted her head from his chest, slow and unhurried, and looked up at him. The mania in her eyes had not gone anywhere, would never go anywhere, but it sat inside something settled now, a whole identity wrapped around the storm, and her voice came out quiet and completely steady. "I give you my everything," Emotive said. "My heart. My emotions. My very self and my sense of being. Everything." Her smile trembled. Then she took his lips, courageously, before any part of her could lose its nerve. And around them, over the obsidian river in the endless dark, the intents of two true lifeforms blazed together, cerulean and amaranthan, terrifying waves of identity rolling out across the region and lighting the black currents for gigaparsecs, two seamless truths burning side by side while a transformed heart kept its impossible beat inside the being who held her. Noah held emotive against his chest on the Black River, her transformed heart beating inside him, and he was feeling everything. He meant that literally. It was worth being precise about. He was feeling emotions of himself, and countless others. No, not countless others. Countless other humans. Three things had combined to make it possible. The human letter burned in the foundation of his tongue, permeating him and the infiniverse through his cause. The amaranthan heart of the unfelt depths sat within his Osmantian source infinity, an organ built entirely of felt emotion. And between the letter and the heart, a channel had opened that neither could have opened alone. The letter designated. The heart translated. His cause carried the signal. Remove any one of the three, and the whole thing collapsed. The designation was the key, and the designation came down to a definition he had written himself. A human, by Noah's definition, was a brief, highly organized pattern holding itself together against existence that ran downhill. A complexity deep enough to experience itself. A thing built from relationships all the way down, radiating heat and disorder outward to keep its small light lit. Nothing in the definition mentioned flesh. Nothing in it mentioned species. That had been deliberate, though even Noah hadn't guessed where the deliberateness would lead. Because a definition, written into a foundational tongue, wasn't a description. It was a rule. And rules got applied. So every lifeform within the infiniverse, whatever they had been before, living existences and early creatures and singular cognizances and every strange shape between, fit the definition. All of them were patterns holding against the dark. All of them consumed and radiated and defied. All of them were human. And at this moment, Noah began to feel them. Trillions didn't do the number justice. Decillions didn't. The feelings of every one of them came into him at once, and he lay on a black river holding a manic woman and processed the interior life of an entire observable existence, and the strangest part was that it worked. It shouldn't have, but he felt it. Across the infiniverse, he felt many things. A farmer stood in a field somewhere in a green realm, manna drifting off the crop rows, back aching, harvest good, thinking about his daughter's naming day. Noah felt the ache and the satisfaction both. Hunters descended into a dungeon in a domain of grey stone, 5 of them, torches up, hearts loud. One was terrified and hiding it. One was terrified in showing it. All 5 hoped the same hope about the loot below, and the fear and the greed and the loyalty braided together into something that held them in formation better than any command could have. Emotions had mechanics too. A family gathered for a feast inside a galaxy realm, generations around one long table, the grandmother telling a story everyone had heard 100 times while everyone let her. The love in that room was ordinary and total and completely unaware of itself. Noah felt every seat at the table. And in a shine of infinite light, around another of his own bodies, he felt 3 patterns he knew better than any others. Seo-yun's fierce small joy. His mother's quiet watchfulness. Henry's steady burning want to matter. Their existences vibrated against his sensing, and something in him answered with a weight he didn't fight. Responsibility. For all of them. To lead them. To protect them. Not because anything demanded it, but because the definition he'd written made them his, and he had never once held something loosely. He examined the weight honestly, the way he examined everything, and found no part of himself that wanted to set it down. That finding, it turned out, was the last requirement. Master. You are sensing the hopes, the dreams, and the fears of every being designated human under your definition. The letter carries the designation. The heart translates the feeling. The infiniverse provides the reach. What flows into you now is the interior life of an entire observable existence, and you are holding it without breaking. The resonance is reacting with your very being. What you feel from them, and what you feel toward them, align seamlessly with what you are. There is no gap between the emperor this sensation asks for and the being you already were. The confluence has been recognized. Your egoic intent of the quintessential osmantian. The egoic intent of the infiniverse. The egoic intent of the felt eternity. 3 true life-form intents, all seamlessly connected through you, all bent toward the holding and keeping of these decillions of lives. This confluence has allowed for the unfathomable claiming of a distinction far above your stature. You have claimed the true distinction of the true human emperor. HUUM. A bolt of blue light smashed into him. His body illuminated brilliantly on the Black River, and the weight that landed on him was the strangest weight he had ever carried, because carrying it made him feel light. He turned that paradox over, since paradoxes usually meant the model was wrong somewhere, and found the answer quickly enough. It wasn't a new weight at all. It was a weight he'd been carrying his whole climb, finally given a name and a structure and a set of tools. Named burdens were lighter than nameless ones. Chapter 5467, Emperor. 2. Boons of the true distinction of the true human emperor at its current standing straight face. The emperor's reach, your sensing of all designated humans is now permanent and effortless. You feel the state of every pattern under your definition across any distance, and no harm can begin to reach them without your knowing in the same instant. This subsumes and extends the kinship of pattern granted by the 4th letter. The weight of the crown word, when you act in protection or leadership of your designated humans, all expressions of your power gain a multiplier scaling with the stakes. The more of them threatened, the harder every working of yours lands. A being who comes for one of your farmers will find you strong. A being who comes for all of them will find something without a ceiling. The human tide, your designated humans now generate osmantian biomass through the simple living of their lives. Every hope pursued, every fear faced, every pattern that holds another day feeds the flow. The rivers of your resource have become an ocean. The emperor's standing, to all beings true and all beings seeking trueness, your distinction is visible in your bearing, and it carries weight. Baseline disposition of such beings shifts on encountering you, some toward respect, some toward caution, and some toward hunger, for a crown is also a target. The unbroken line, should any designated human of yours fall to an enemy, the distinction records the falling, and your power against that specific enemy grows permanently for each name recorded. Your enemies will learn that harming your people arms you, and the arming does not expire. Noah read the prompts through twice, mapping each boon against the war he was actually fighting. The reach countered ambush. The tide solved resourcing at scale. The unbroken line inverted the sealed one's entire strategy, because a campaign of killing his people would now build the weapon that ended the campaign. Then the last prompt arrived, quieter. Additionally, Master. Due to the emergence of the true distinction of the true human emperor, you have gained the capacity for a single true declarative human ruling, establishable currently only upon yourself. What a ruling is, what it can bind, and what it will cost is still being understood and quantified. This capability is beyond my current frameworks. I will tell you the moment I know what you are holding. 1 ruling. Singular, self-targeted, undefined. Noah set it carefully on the shelf of things too powerful to use before understanding them. And he lay on the Black River with an emperor's crown settled invisibly across an existence, and thought about where all of it had come from. Not from the scales. Not from ancient lineages. From human. From the one truth every framework would have told him to outgrow. Being human wasn't weakness. It was a power system nobody had bothered to read the rules of, and he had just read them, and the rules were generous to anyone who actually meant it. One final notice, Master. A distinction that is true is not a private matter. It seems that by the oldest conventions, older than the scales, it will be announced across existence to all those who are true and all those seeking to be true. Your distinction shall reverberate across existence. This cannot be veiled, delayed, or declined. I am just learning this now alongside you. Noah's eyes opened wide with surprise. In the Sourcelands, in a region where a single mountain rose bigger than an observable existence. The scale alone was enough to overwhelm lesser minds as, how could a single mountain be larger than an entire observable existence? And yet, there it was as the creature was deep within its depths. The creature sat inside a temple carved into the mountain's root, before a statue whose head was lost in the dark above. His gaze rose as the words arrived. The true human emperor has emerged. The creature went stern. Human. Emperor. True. His eyes burned brightly as he thought of many things and even more possibilities. And in front of him, the statue spoke, the voice booming out of ancient stone like a mountain remembering it had a throat. It has been quite some time, the statue said, and yet not much time at all, since a true distinction has risen. I wonder who it is. Human Emperor, I even thought somebody had already claimed this distinction? Oh well, existence is vast. And far from this region in the Sourcelands. In a unique dimension of existence, an ocean hung upside down. It stretched across the ceiling of a realm with no floor, green and lit from within, and beneath its inverted surface drifted the coils of the thing that had once torn open the sky of the effluvium sanctum. The massive green serpentine eye rested half-lidded in the deep. The words reached it. The true human emperor has emerged. The eye opened fully. The eye began, very slowly, to descend toward the place where its dimension kept its door. Elsewhere, in a dimension built entirely of ascending golden stairs, the foot stood at rest on the 10,000th step, the two eyes on its soul closed. The words arrived. Both eyes opened, and the golden stairs rang under a weight that had decided to move. The rise of a true distinction is announced to all those who are true. The old things all still listened. Listening was how they had gotten old. And in the deep of the Carehold extraction deep, beneath the temple where the ore came down in rivers, the vessel's eyes opened. The sealed one heard the announcement completely, and for a long moment the borrowed face held still, running the same calculation the eye and the foot and the statue were all running, except with far better data. The true human emperor, he said to the dark, tasting each word. Interesting. Epigraph, on true distinctions. There is a story the old ones tell about the difference between a title and a distinction, and like most of their stories, it begins with a being who confused the two. A grand life form once conquered 1,000 realms and named himself their emperor. He carved the title into mountains, wove it into the songs of his subjects, and wore it for an age. And when he finally met a being who carried a true distinction, he demanded to know why existence announced that one's name and not his own, when his conquests were greater and his mountains taller. The distinction bearer answered him simply. You gave yourself a title, and existence was not consulted. A true distinction is the reverse. Existence looks at what a being has already become, weighs it against everything that being claims, and finds no gap anywhere. Only then does it speak. A title is a claim waiting to be tested. A distinction is a test that has already been passed, so completely that reality itself signs the finding. This is why distinctions cannot be requested, purchased, inherited, or stolen. There is nothing to take. The distinction is not a thing added to the being, it is the being, recognized. Strip it away and you would have to strip away the deeds, the identity, the whole lived truth beneath it, and at that point you have not stolen a distinction. You have simply killed someone. And this is why the announcement cannot be veiled. The old conventions, laid down before the scales, understood that recognition kept secret is not recognition at all. When existence finds a claim with no gap in it, all who are true must hear, because the true are the only audience qualified to understand what they are hearing. Chapter 5468, The Painter. I. In Ryanara's dimension of existence, the mirthful antiquity floated in the dark between her temples and watched her prize grow. Noah sat inside one of the ancient shrines below, seated in stillness, and she drifted above the still stellar lakes with her perpetual smile in place and a great many calculations running behind it. She was jubilant, and the jubilance had many things under it. As the minutes passed, the silent immensity coming off the being with boundless potential kept increasing, and not in the small increments any framework would predict. These were jumps. Leaps of power that should have cost years each, landing minute after minute, stacked one on the next as though time had agreed to bill him differently. How ridiculous was that? How unbelievable! But she believed it, because she had priced the evidence. This was the entity the sealed one wanted as a vessel, and that ancient thing did not covet casually. Her own goo had exploded, confirming his potential, all 9 wings lit, an instrument older than the scales overloaded by a single reading. She needed what he was more than he realized, and every impossible jump she felt only confirmed how correct the needing had been. Then, it happened. HUUM. A unique and grand sense of power erupted from his seated body, and it reached across her own dimension and touched her, and Rhaenara's existence buzzed. Her intent buzzed. Her trueness itself buzzed, the deep seamless core of an antiquity vibrating like a struck string, and in the same instant the words arrived, spoken to every true thing in existence at once. The true human emperor has emerged. Out of all the true lifeforms across existence who heard that announcement, ancient things in inverted oceans and golden stairways and temples at the roots of mountains and so many more, every one of them wondering who, exactly one being connected the dots in the same breath. Because exactly one being had felt the eruption of the distinction's aura while looking directly at the person responsible. Rhaenara stared down at the seated figure in her temple, and her incredulity climbed past anything her long existence had recently produced. A true distinction. She did not have a true distinction. She had lived ages beyond counting, gathered power past the scales entirely, and existence had never once signed its name under anything she was. Fuck! The curse escaped her before her composure could catch it, and below, Noah's eyes opened. He looked up at her calmly, reigning in the grand regal aura leaking off his body the way a man tucks in a shirt, and the two of them regarded each other across the still dimension in perfect silence. She floated there having just cursed out loud. He sat there having just been crowned by existence. Neither of them said anything at all. The silence stretched, and kept stretching, and acquired a quality that in lesser company might have been called awkward. A moment later, the mirth drained out of Rhaenara's face entirely. She grew serious, and then more serious, her expression working through something that had the look of a genuine struggle, a decision being fought over by very old habits. Noah watched the fight run its course and said nothing. "We've already come to a mutual decision," Rhaenara said finally. "I help you against the sealed one, and you help me. That holds. But as I understand more and more about you..." She paused, and the struggle showed one last time before settling. "I cannot tell you many things. But I can show you something else. Something critical to me, so you understand why I do what I do. I confirmed your boundless potential with my own tools. Now I've confirmed your true distinction with my own eyes, and that distinction, that particular distinction, seems to mean..." She stopped, and started again, simpler. "Let me show you why. Let me show you why I do what I do." She was unfathomably serious as she said it, and her existence erupted. A terrifying true intent rose off her, the Ananke intent barely discernible at its edges, inevitability itself stirring, and she waved her hand. A gateway emerged in the dark between the temples, tall and quiet, its threshold shimmering with a light that came from somewhere else. "You are beholding a gateway to a true dimension of existence. This is a domain designed and held by a true lifeform, and only its designer may enter it, alongside those she has personally granted permission. Its dimensional rules are absolute within it, and I can read 2 of them from here. First, no harm can come to those within it. The rule is not a defense that can be overwhelmed. It is a law of the dimension itself, harm is simply not among the things permitted to occur inside. Second, the dimension sustains a constant true emergence of source vitality of such potency that a 6th scale existence on the verge of death, brought across this threshold, would be healed instantly. Noah's eyes shone sharply as he read the words, and the reasoning assembled itself without being asked. Nobody built a place where harm could not exist and dying things healed instantly as a fortress. Fortresses were for war. This was built for something else. Rhayanara gestured him forward, and he rose and entered. The dimension opened around him, and it was seasons. All of them, at once, arranged across a domain that stretched past easy seeing. A stretch of deep summer rolled into autumn woods burning gold and red, and past them winter lay clean and white over silent hills, and spring ran green along rivers between, every environment complete and alive and breathing its own air. Terrifyingly potent waves of infinity and the primordial source moved through all of it like weather, threaded with observable and unobservable force, and the mana here ran so pure and dense that each breath carried more of it than whole realms held elsewhere. The air smelled of pine and rain and turned earth and snow, all at once, without the smells fighting. You have arrived within a true dimension of existence. Its effects upon all existences within it are as follows. All entropic processes are suspended for living existences here. At the atomic level, decay does not proceed, unstable configurations are held stable by the dimension's law rather than by their own binding forces. At the cellular level, senescence is arrested entirely. Telomeric erosion reverses at a constant rate, misfolded proteins are unwound and refolded correctly by ambient workings of the primordial source, and oxidative damage is repaired in the same instant it would occur, leaving no interval in which harm can accumulate. Cells here do not age, do not err in division, and do not die except by their own completed design. The source vitality saturating this dimension binds directly to the foundations of any existence within it. Failing sources are shored continuously, the way a tide shores a ship, and the shoring costs the occupant nothing. Energy for all repair is drawn from the dimension itself, not from the healed. A dying thing here spends nothing on its own survival. The dimension's intent permeates everything, and its single instruction, woven into every working described above, is preserve. This place was not designed as a paradise. Every effect converges on one function, to hold an extremely sick lifeform at the edge of ending, indefinitely, against a dying that will not stop trying. Final analysis: sustaining these dimensional rules is not free. By my measure, 75% of all power that the mirthful antiquity possesses is utilized, constantly and without pause, for the sake of this dimension. Chapter 5469, The Painter. 2. Noah read all of it, and felt the grand effects moving over his own existence, and every line of it pointed the same direction. Rejuvenation. Preservation. A place built to refuse a death. He wanted to ask himself why a being like Rhayanara would spend 3/4 of everything she was on a garden, and the first clear answer was already standing in his mind before the question finished forming. She had someone sick here. He looked around further as they moved. Vibrant canvases floated everywhere through the seasons, paintings drifting untethered between the trees and over the rivers, hundreds of them. Most depicted Rhayanara herself, rendered in careful loving strokes, laughing or ancient or mid-transformation. Others showed grand places Noah had never seen, temples and skies and seas belonging to no realm he could name, painted by a hand that had either visited them or dreamed them thoroughly. Rhayanara drifted ahead of him, deeper into the seasons, and spoke without turning. Everybody in existence has a why, she said. For power. For pleasure. For greed. Ask any grand thing why it does what it does and dig long enough, and you'll find one of those three wearing a costume. Her voice was quiet in a way he had not heard from her. Mine is none of them. I simply want to save someone. And as she said it, Noah finally sensed it. A flicker of life, faint past all reason, buried deep in the heart of the seasons. It felt like a single thread stretched to its last fiber, a pattern one breath from unraveling, held from that unraveling by nothing except the entire dimension pressing gently around it. He had felt dying observable existences and guttering sources and beings at their ends, and none of them had felt this close to gone while still being here. They drifted into a region of vibrant trees, autumn and spring woven together, paintings floating thick between the trunks, and there, between the trees, Noah's eyes opened wide. A young man sat at an easel. He was pale past pale, his skin nearly translucent in the mixed light, dark hair falling soft around a face that was thin and frail and delicate and, beneath all the sickness, unfathomably handsome, the kind of face that illness had thinned rather than ruined. Tubes ran into his nose, slender lines flowing with rich multicolored air, and the tubes stretched away in every direction, dozens of them, connecting to different parts of the dimension itself, to the summer and the winter and the rivers and the light, the whole domain plumbed directly into his breathing. His wrists were narrow as a child's. His shoulders barely held his shirt. No power sat on him anywhere, no authority, no intent, nothing, and the absence was its own kind of terrible, because everything else in this place was vast and he was a thread. And at this moment, he was painting. His brush moved over the canvas in small careful strokes, unhurried, absorbed, a dying young man making something in a garden built from 3/4 of an antiquity's power, and it truly felt, watching him, like he could die between one brushstroke and the next. Rhayanara stopped at the edge of the trees and did not go closer, and when she spoke, it was a whisper meant for Noah alone. "This is my little brother," she said. "Ulf. This is why what I do is so critical. Why it, for me, is so critical." Noah's eyes flashed, and the prompts came. "You are beholding the existence designated Ulf. All weavings of his life are terminal. Every thread of his existence trends toward ending, held at the edge only by the full working of this dimension, and the holding is a stalemate, not a recovery. Nothing here heals him. Everything here merely refuses, constantly, to let him finish dying. 'Cause he is under a curse stemming from a lineage of existence of those who remain. Designation of the curse, the withering of the remembered root. All further details are beyond my reach. Name, Ulf. Curse, the withering of the remembered root. Intent? Source? Scale of existence? Records? Everything else? At this time, the brush stopped mid-stroke. Ulf turned from his easel, slow the way everything he did was slow, and when his eyes found his sister, he smiled. It was a thin smile on a thin face, but it was real all the way through, the smile of a dying man for the one person who refused to let him finish. Rhayanara's own face opened at the sight of it, ages of masks forgotten in an instant. Whatever else the mirthful antiquity was across existence, in this garden she was somebody's sister first. Then Ulf's gaze moved past her, and found Noah, and the smile died. Huum. Shock took its place. Shock, and something past shock, an incredulity that had recognition inside it, the look of a man seeing a face he already knew arrived somewhere it should not be. The brush slipped in his fingers. His whole frail frame went rigid, and the multicolored air in his tubes stuttered with his breathing. Rhayanara was at his side before Noah registered her moving. Ulf. Her hands hovered at his shoulders, not touching, afraid of breaking what she touched. Ulf, are you all right? What is it? He could barely speak. He tried, and the words failed, and instead the dying young man did something that told its own story. He moved behind his sister. Slowly, weakly, gripping the back of her arm with fingers narrow as reeds, he put the mirthful antiquity between himself and Noah, and peered around her at the visitor with eyes that held apprehension and excitement tangled so tightly together neither one. Rhayanara frowned. What? She said. It was not a question aimed at her brother. Ulf shook his head against her arm, and when his voice finally came, it was almost a whisper. You have to see it to believe it, he said. I've recently been painting many new things. New things keep coming, faster than they ever have. And I painted these, in the last day. He raised one sickly hand, and waved it. Around the grove, 3 massive paintings emerged, rising up out of the drifting flock of canvases and unfurling to their full size between the trees, each one taller than the man who had made them, each one rendered in the same small careful strokes Noah had watched him laying down a moment ago. The first showed Noah. Chapter 5470, The Painter. 3. Noah's figure was on the painting. His visage filled the canvas, kneeling, and the painter had missed nothing. The estuary eye turned above him with its lemniscate pupil rendered exact. The pinion vigil spread behind him, hundreds of blue obsidian eyes caught mid-blink, appendages Noah had shown to almost no living thing. But it was where he knelt that held the eye. The painted Noah knelt at the edge of a vast pool of pure white nothing, a whiteness the brush had somehow made deeper than any color, and his hand was submerged in it to the wrist. And rising out of that white, closing around his forearm as if in greeting, was another hand. Enormous, ancient, its flesh worked with turning lemniscate patterns like the eye and the vigil and the root, reaching up from whatever the white was to take hold of the being it recognized. The painted Noah's face was not afraid. It was grand abd imperious and without an ounce of fear. The second showed the creature. And he was kneeling too. The creature knelt in the painting, and before him stood a figure the brush had refused to finish. A silhouette only, tall and still, its edges frayed into raw canvas as though the paint itself had not been permitted to describe it, and around the unfinished figure the painted world bent, the horizon curving toward it, the light leaning in. The creature's gaze seemed grand and defiant as he looked at such a being. The third painting showed a door. It stood alone in the center of the canvas, in the middle of a plain of grayish that stretched to every edge, a door of plain dark wood with no wall around it and no frame beyond itself, slightly ajar. Through the gap poured a thin line of light that the brush had rendered in colors that did not exist anywhere else on the canvas, colors Noah's eyes kept failing to name. And scattered across the ash before the door, small in the composition and terrible once seen, lay crowns. Dozens of them. Broken crowns and whole ones, ancient designs and strange ones, every crown rendered abandoned in the gray, as though everything that had ever ruled anything had walked to this door, set its crown down, and gone through. The nearest crown to the door, freshest in the ash, was a simple circlet of deep cerulean. Noah looked at the 3 paintings, and frowned. He did not waste the frown on disbelief. The first canvas had settled the question of belief on its own, showing appendages the painter could not have seen. The questions worth asking had multiplied instead. What was the white pool, and whose hand rose from it, and why did the painted version of himself look like a man being welcomed? Who could an unfinished silhouette be, that the creature knelt to it? And the door. Above all, the door in the ash, with its light of unnameable colors and its graveyard of crowns, and the cerulean circlet lying closest, newest, already set down. Beside the easel, shielding her brother with her own body, Ryanara stared at the paintings, and her eyes had gone grim in a way that stripped every last trace of mirth from the mirthful antiquity. She looked to Noah as if she wanted to question him, but he was the one who needed to question her and this sick brother of hers who looked like he could die any second. Noah looked at the 3 paintings a while longer, and asked the room the only question worth asking. What are all these? What do they mean? Ryanara answered seriously, and her eyes went to her brother as she did. Ulf carries a curse tracing across lineages of existence, all the way back to those who remain, she said. Something involved in that lineage is the capability to glimpse pasts and futures. They can be real. They can be probabilities that never come to pass. They can be nothing at all, noise wearing the shape of meaning. Her voice carried the weight of ages spent learning the difference the hard way. Very rarely does such a true weaving of existence express itself across the ages. It expressed itself in him. And subsequently, the curse did as well. The two arrived together, and I have never found a way to separate them. Her words were heavy, and Noah looked at the sickly figure of Ulf with genuine sympathy, a young man handed a window into time and a death sentence in the same breath. But sympathy did not stop the paintings pulling at him. The white pool and the rising hand. The creature on his knees. The door and its graveyard of crowns, his own cerulean circlet freshest in the ash. He looked past Ryanara to the painter himself. What do the paintings mean? Ulf hesitated for a moment before he came out from behind his sister. He emerged slowly, tubes trailing, and the apprehension had burned off him somewhere in the last minutes, leaving only the fascination underneath. He looked at Noah the way collectors look at pieces they had only read about, and when he answered, his thin voice carried an eccentric brightness that his dying body had clearly never managed to kill. I have no idea. He said it almost cheerfully, shaking his head. None. I just paint when I feel like painting. The images arrive, my hands move, and I find out what I made when it's finished, same as anyone else looking at it. Some of them turn out to be truly the future, exactly as painted, stroke for stroke. Others are possibilities that never happen at all, futures that died somewhere before arriving. Some I understand completely. Most I have no idea what they mean, and I never find out. He kept shaking his head, incredulity and fascination tangled together, his eyes never leaving Noah's face. But you. I painted you multiple times in one day, and I have painted you before that, and I never knew who you were. I didn't even get a chance to show Sis the new paintings. Do you understand how strange that is? Things I paint do not usually walk in. When Noah saw that look, the fascination that kept climbing rather than settling, he walked toward the sickly being, slow and even, reading him as he came. For a painter of futures to be this fascinated, staring at him like the collection was incomplete, meant one thing. There are more? Noah couldn't help but ask. Ulf coughed, a thin wet sound that made his sister's whole body tense, and looked at Ryanara. Something passed between the siblings, permission asked and reluctantly given, and then he waved one frail hand, hesitantly. One more painting emerged from the drifting flock. It unfurled between the trees, larger than the other three, and it was a battlefield. Noah stood at its center. Emotive stood beside him, amaranthan light rendered in strokes that somehow moved. The creature loomed at his other side, wrapped in obsidian flame, and Ryanara stood with them, slender and wild and unmasked, and around the four of them stood the shadows of others, figures the brush had sketched in silhouette, present but not yet clear. They stood together, grand and unbowed. And surrounding them, filling the canvas to every edge, were armies. Armies of infinite lifeforms, rank upon rank upon rank, rendered in such number that the eye gave up counting and simply accepted the tide of them. The weakest among them read as Triassic scale. Scattered through the host, over 100 figures carried the unmistakable weight of the Mesozoic scale. And rising out of the armies like statues given breath, two massive true lifeforms towered over everything, vast beyond the ranks around them, their scale and their seamlessness placing them above the Mesozoic entirely. In the painting, surrounded by all of it, Noah was raising his hand. Domineeringly. His arm extended toward the endless armies, and his thumb pointed down, the oldest verdict there was, delivered to 100 Mesozoic beings in two true lifeforms and a tide of infinity with the casual finality of an emperor who had already heard the whole case. And his expression, rendered in small careful strokes by a dying man's steady hand, was the exact look of a being who had examined everything arrayed against him, weighed it fairly, and found it insufficient. He found it merely average as his thumb pointed down as if he had given the verdict of death. Chapter 5471, Elvarna. There is a question every prisoner eventually asks, and it is never, how do I escape? It is, does anyone know I am here? Existence is vast enough that a being can be stolen from one heartland and buried in another, and the theft will echo nowhere. Chains around the feet are only the second binding. The first is silence, and silence is the older technology. But information wants to move the way water wants to fall. Seal 1,000 mouths, and the message finds a hand. Seal the hands, and it finds a friend. The question, in the end, answers itself. Someone knows. Someone is coming. The only variable is what they have become since you were taken. There were so many things in existence that it was hard to keep track of all the possibilities out there. Noah stared at the sickly existence before him, a being cursed by something tracing back to those who remain, and then his gaze moved to the paintings drifting around them. The question assembled itself the way his questions always did, plainly. Was the capability Ulf held truly so terrifying that it had to come with a curse to kill him off? Because that was what the arrangement looked like from the outside. A gift and its assassin, issued together, as though something in the deep lineage had decided this particular window should never stay open long. He wanted a closer look at the being. He wanted to know if what Ulf did could be replicated, studied, learned. The mirror that keeps had recorded stranger things. His eyes went back to the canvases. Each could hold unique meanings, and some were very straightforward, but one property of them had already caught in his mind. Glimpses of the future were unique when, among the many things Noah was about to do, was going back to the past. The pictures this being drew were his potential futures. And his potential futures, if Rhaenyra's plan held, would be happening in the past. A painted tomorrow that took place ages ago. Closed loops, rendered in pigment. The sickly lifeform was so interesting to him that he almost wanted to get his hands on him then and there, but the protective figure of Rhaenyra stood square in the way, and before Noah said anything at all, she turned to her brother sternly. "No more painting for now. It makes you even sicker." Her tone allowed no appeal. "Give me anything else you've painted in the last day. I'll be gone for a bit while I put my focus on our friend over there. He may be a key. A key and a solution to your curse." Ulf's eyes shone at those words. He looked at Noah, and for a moment the dying painter seemed thoughtful, weighing something only he could see. Then his eyes flashed with decisiveness, and an instant later they glazed over and turned gray, the pupils disappearing entirely, and when he spoke, the voice that came out of his frail chest was deep and ancient and did not belong to him. "When the pool that has no color calls, the hand must give its own. For blood of true and primeval both shall pay the ferry home. The dimensions lost to time and space wait not for those who plead. They open only to the one who bleeds the eldest creed. Twice shall the crown be offered up, and twice shall it be worn. But only what is set down whole may pass where ash is born. The mask that saves 1,000 lives must die upon the face. For quintessence cannot truly bloom while shadows hold its place. Beware the kneeling of the proud, for kneeling is not loss. The silhouette unfinished waits where all the futures cross. What eats, and watches, and remains shall gather in one name. And that which you cannot reject, you must become, or be became. 3 deaths must the deathless die before the door swings wide. The felt, the made, the borrowed self, each one must be untied. Choose true, O brief and burning one, for choices carve the way. And what was written in the white was written from today." Noah's existence was buzzing as he listened to the voice pouring out of the sickly existence, every line landing. And the moment the last word finished, Ulf's eyes flickered with that gray light one final time, a terrifying aura of ancientness leaking off his frail body and dispersing into the seasons, and he crumpled to the ground. "Ulf!" Rhaenyra was at him instantly, gathering her brother off the grass, and she said nothing else to Noah at all. She simply waved her hand, one sharp motion, sending him away as if he were a catalyst causing all of these changes, and the catalyst needed to go, now, before it caused anything more. The seasons vanished. You have been removed from the true dimension of existence. The expulsion was executed by its designer through the dimensional rules themselves, and no working of yours was consulted or could have been. You are advised, Master, not to take it personally. Noah found himself back inside the temple of the first dimension, the floating shrines and still stellar lakes of Rhaenyra's outer domain settling around him, the gateway behind him already sealed. He stood alone among the ancient stones, and his eyes were unfathomably bright. The words of Ulf, the cursed one, turned through him line by line, hooks and all, and Noah began methodically to wonder what they could mean. An entire body settled in beside ruination and the infiniverse, and the three of them went to work on the words of a lifeform whose curse stretched back to those who remain themselves. Every line was recorded, cross-referenced, and turned over. The White Pool. The blood of true and primeval. The three deaths. The mask that must die upon the face. And alongside the prophecy went the paintings, all of them reconstructed from the mirror that keeps and analyzed stroke by stroke, because whether they were true futures, dead possibilities, or the real thing already in motion, Noah intended to confirm for himself rather than take a dying man's brush on faith. As he was thinking all of this, another thread of him pulled taut. Another body, the one that had been quietly working the problem of Taylor, finally made its breakthrough. She had come to him a little while ago wearing a grave expression that did not fit her, and she had said the strangest sentence she had ever handed him. "I really want to tell you something, but I fucking can't." It had not taken long to figure out. Taylor did not censor herself for anyone, which meant the censoring was not hers. The only force that could seal a mouth at the level of existence itself was a directive imposed by something of extreme power, and the list of beings currently imposing directives across existence currently had exactly one name on it. Somehow, the sealed one had gotten involved with Taylor. Since Noah did not know to what extent, he had taken her, alongside another of his bodies, straight into the undefined gaps, away from everything the involvement could touch. Chapter 5472, Elvarna 2. The undefined gaps held them in its raw black, and inside a bubble of blue brilliance, Taylor sat troubled. Noah faced her across the small lit space, and he had already decided on the direct approach. He was about to flood her existence with his intent and his Osmantian source infinity, to find whatever directive sat on her and clear it the way he had cleared his own, when her expression transformed. The trouble broke apart, and she laughed out loud, bright and vicious. Adrastea came through. Taylor said. "This is a location, from my other body. If you go there, you'll understand everything." She waved her hands, and a bundle of information crossed the bubble to him. He accepted it, and the prompts bloomed. You have received the information of a location vast distances away, seated deep within the infinite Carcosa. Ordinarily, the heartland of infinite lifeforms does not admit outsiders easily. But your existence holds boundless infinity, master, and to a domain built of infinity, you read as native. With these coordinates, you have free access. You can pull yourself there directly. Taylor had given him a destination. But a destination was not the whole story, and out of an overabundance of caution, Noah moved before explaining. He put his hand on Taylor's head. His Osmantian source infinity flooded into her existence in a single controlled surge, connecting her body here with her body elsewhere, bridging the two across the distance, and through the bridge he began forcefully accessing her memories, reading her the way he read everything that might be compromised. Taylor wriggled under his palm and swore at him. "Fuck, bro. What the hell?" He kept reading. The caution was not optional, because as he perceived her existence, he found exactly what he had suspected. Bindings, imposed at the level of her foundations, the same species of chains he had overcome in himself a while ago. Directives of the sealed one, pressed into her, forbidding her from speaking of him or anything related to him. She had not been exaggerating. She literally could not have told him. And the reason why became clear as her memories opened. Ridiculously, absurdly, Taylor, Adrastea, and a whole company of swords of existence and source lifeforms had come across a vessel of the sealed one in the strand of broken scales. They had been taken, all of them, sent away in chains to a location in the infinite Carcosa, and as the memory of the place surfaced, Noah felt the cold click of recognition. It matched, faintly, one of the dwindling beacon points from the dissolving resonance, one of the possibilities where a vessel should be. One of the places he had planned to hunt blind alongside the creature, arriving unprepared into whatever it held. Now he knew exactly what it held. The place was called the Elvarna Mining Expanse, a tremendous landscape within the infinite Carcosa filled with ores containing concentrated slivers of the intent of true lifeforms. And the sealed one had kidnapped thousands upon thousands of infinite lifeforms, source lifeforms, and gilded ones, chained them to the expanse, and set them mining those ores as daily offerings to the vessels seated there. This should be just one vessel in this domain, as there were likely other domains with other vessels stretched out across the infinite Carcosa. Taylor and Adrastea, their other bodies moving as attendants of the Swords of Existence, had simply been unlucky enough to be scooped up with the rest into this mining domain. And right now, at this very moment, a prison break was effectively occurring. Adrastea had somehow overcome the chaos chains binding him to the expanse, had eaten away the chains on Taylor's body there as well, and that freedom was the only reason her mouth had opened enough to send the location. The only question was what he should do, and it was not truly a question. His eyes burned with vibrant luminosity. The 3 hours had not fully passed, but he was not the being who had crossed fists with the creature at the start of them. 4 letters. 2 new appendages. 2 grades hardened. A true distinction announced across existence. He wanted to see, with his own hands, whether he would still be helpless in front of a vessel of the Sealed One. And of course, he never had to do any of it alone. Noah voiced out, his message crossing the distances at once, one thread to the creature and one to the Queen Regnant through her Dora Shathyar station near his other body outside Ryanara's dimension. A vessel of the Sealed One is in the Elvarna mining expanse of the infinite Carcosa. I've sent its location. I'll be heading down first. If the creature was ready, he would come along as well. But for now. HUUM. Noah's eyes flashed with vibrant luminosity, and he sent another body across boundless rivers of infinity, pulling and tugging himself along the coordinates for the first time, toward the Elvarna mining expanse, toward a small place within the infinite Carcosa. The home of infinite lifeforms. Rivers of infinity ran everywhere and nowhere, and for the first time in his existence, Noah pulled himself along them. The traversal was unlike anything he had used before. Space folded for authority, and time bent for Anzur Madrid, but this was neither. This was infinity recognizing infinity, boundless rivers of blue potential threading the dark between all things, and his existence slid along them. The coordinates Taylor had sent burned ahead of him like a lamp, and he tugged himself toward them hand over hand, faster than thought, his Osmantian source infinity drinking the current even as it carried him. The infinite Carcosa did not admit outsiders, the same way the Sourcelands did not. But the rivers were made of infinity, and he was made of infinity, fused and boundless, and so the Heartland's own veins read him as blood rather than intruder. You are traversing the boundless rivers of infinity that thread the infinite Carcosa, Master. To these currents, your existence reads as kin, and no weaving contests your passage. You are approaching the received coordinates. Prepare yourself. He could feel immensity. It sat at the end of the light like a weight on the far side of a scale, a signature he had tasted twice before and would never mistake again. In a red sky over Nova Athens. In the corrupted records of a devoured hand. The particular pressure of something ancient wearing something lesser, patient and feeding and certain of its privacy. A vessel of the Sealed One. Noah's eyes burned along the river, and he let the last of the distance collapse. HUUM. Chapter 5473, Elvarna. 3. The current released him into open sky, and the Elvarna mining expanse spread out below. It stretched out too far to take in with a single look. Blue and crimson rock jutted up everywhere, threaded through with veins of glowing ore. Massive mountains twisted and curled against each other in shapes nothing natural would have made. Rivers of pure infinity churned between them, blue and dense, the air above shimmering with the strain of holding that much potential in one place. The whole area was burning. War had already broken out across it. Obsidian seas rolled through torn gaps in the sky, and source lifeforms poured down through the wounds, their auras ringing at the Mesozoic scale, titanic figures moving with the unhurried fury of beings who had just learned their kin were being farmed. Their arrival was fresh, a nanosecond before him, the tears in the sky still bleeding. Below and around them, followers of the Sealed One rose to answer, and Noah read them the moment his gaze crossed them. Fifth scale, everyone, and everyone carried the same rot underneath the power. Strength that had been given, not grown. The Sealed One's elevated outcasts. You have arrived at the Elvarna mining expanse, deep within the infinite Carcosa. Thousands upon thousands of prisoners are bound across this expanse, infinite lifeforms, source lifeforms, and gilded ones, chained in crimson-blue chaos chains that seal attack, speech, and departure. They have been mining or of concentrated existential biomass, holding slivers of the intent of true lifeforms, and offering it daily at the altar you can perceive to the east. The offerings descend to a single recipient. The signature of a vessel of the Sealed One radiates from beneath that altar. It has been feeding here for a very long time. It is aware of the emerging battle above it. It has not yet moved. One further note. The source lifeforms descending through the torn sky carry the lineage mark of the originals. They arrived 1 nanosecond before you. His eyes were bright. He knew this was about to be a chaotic domain, but chaos was good for him. His existence unfolded across the sky of the expanse. His emperor's robes settled over his frame, and endless blue light poured off him, gathering into flames that moved like slow lava across the open air. The egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian rolled out of him in slow tides, seamless and total. And with it came the thing every true being in that sky had heard announced and none had yet seen. The true distinction of the true human emperor. The distinction did not shout. It did not need to. It sat on him the way a crown sits on an emperor who earned it, visible to everything qualified to look, and its weight moved across the expanse like a change in the weather. The sky itself seemed to lean toward him. Noah hung at the center of it and looked down over everything. The battle that had yet to begin stuttered. Across the whole expanse, being after being felt the arrival and turned. Fifth scale followers, the wardens of this place, froze mid-blow, their power flinching from something it recognized as senior to it. The descending originals paused in the torn sky, Mesozoic auras going still and wary. And below, across the mountains and the orvaned pathways, thousands of chained prisoners lifted their faces, gilded ones stripped of everything, infinite lifeforms taken from their own heartland, source lifeforms stolen out of their deep lands. All of them stared up at the figure in emperor's robes wreathed in blue fire. HUUM. Every single entity in the Elvarna mining expanse was staring at him. Noah took all of it calmly. He noted the followers and their count, 13 risen and more stirring. He noted the originals and their strength, and the courtesy their stillness represented. His singular attention went east, to the altar, and beneath it. The vessel sat in its deep chamber under the spiraling crimson light, fat with years of offerings, and Noah looked at it through mountain and stone and distance the way a man looks at another man across a room. He had been helpless the last time. He had held his people in bubbles and watched 2 observable existences die and been unable to do anything. That version of him was hours old and already gone. He had come to measure the distance between then and now against the only rule that mattered. Noah looked down toward the buried vessel of the Sealed One and bellowed. I am. Boom. The first letter went out of him at full trueness, and it was not an attack, and it was not a defense. It was a declaration, delivered to the expanse and the vessel and the sky and the chains and the ancient patient thing feeding in the dark. What it said was simple. I am. I am here. I do not hide, the way you hide. I do not feed in the dark, the way you feed. You took my homes and told me to fear, and I have come to your feeding ground, and I fear nothing. I am here. The declaration rolled across the mountains and the burning sky, and the ore in 10,000 chained hands buzzed in answer, slivers of true intent recognizing a true intent unbound. The chaos chains across the whole expanse rang like struck bells. The altar's spiraling light shuddered. And beneath it, for the first time in a very long time, the vessel of the sealed one opened its eyes in the dark. And then existence trembled. It began at the edges of the expanse and rolled inward, a shaking that had nothing to do with the battle, because the ground and the sky and the rivers of infinity were all made of the same thing, and that thing had just felt its owner arrive. Obsidian flame poured through the heavens in a second descent, vaster than the original storm and older than the tears they had come through. A titanic shape began to take form above the expanse, its eyes cold as a verdict already reached. The creature had come. Chapter 5474, Elvarna. 4. The creature descended, and Noah's eyes narrowed. 3 hours. Less than 3 hours had passed, and yet this monster was clearly stronger than before. Noah's mind churned. He himself relied on the Osmantian tongue, the tide that owes nothing, and a bloodline that fed him boon after boon. Every increase in his power had a grand source behind it. But the creature possessed no such things. No letters. No distinction. No Genesis tesseracts to devour. And yet he had grown this much, in the time it took to draw a few breaths? He wasn't some hidden protagonist that existence bent around, right? He shook his head and set the thought aside. Now was not the time. The two of them exchanged a nod, and their gazes swept across the burning expanse together. Then Noah's eyes moved past it all. Past the twisting mountains, past the torn and bleeding sky, past the originals hovering above who were beginning to regret their descent. Past the countless chained prisoners with their faces turned up toward him. Down. Deep into the mine. To the thing he had come to kill. The vessel. Its aura pulsed against his senses, that unmistakable pressure of an ancient existence wearing the flesh of a lesser one. He had felt it twice before. He would never mistake it again. His gaze rose, and he looked coldly across the crowd. Thousands of prisoners. Followers scattered atop the peaks, holding their positions, watching him. I have come for the vessel you dogs have spent who knows how long feeding, Noah said. His voice was not loud, yet it pressed down on the entire expanse. Every one of you who dares call yourself a follower, listen well, for I will say this only once. If even a sliver of intent or pantheon rises from you, you die. Any who stand between me and that vessel, yet hold their tongues, may live long enough to watch. His eyes swept the mountains. Any who desire a different fate. Step forward. Let us begin. HUUM. He lifted his hand, and the loyal reach materialized within it, the split blade catching the crimson light, its quasi-true intent thrumming softly. He began to drift downward, unhurried, and his flat, indifferent words struck the crowd harder than any roar could have. Above, the originals exchanged glances. Every existence present could feel it. He was different. Almost none of them could explain why. They simply felt it in their bones, the way a beast senses a storm before the sky admits anything. One among them decided that feeling was not enough. That dumb motherfucker. A warden. Massive, his body like a wall poured full of infinity, glowing rivers of it carved down both arms, an ego of Ira coiling around him thick as smoke. Mesozoic scale, and among the stronger of them. Noah watched pride and terror make the decision in his place, the way they always did with the ones who cracked first. The warden's Olympian intent began to erupt, crimson pressure stacking around him, a body of law rising to declare that he, at least, would not kneel in silence. Noah had already decided how this would end. He did not reach for the blade. He reached for the wings. The pinion vigil of the unbroken gaze burst from his back and unfurled, two vast wings spreading across the heavens, and every eye upon them opened at once. Hundreds of them, blue-black and gleaming, their lemniscate pupils rotating slowly in every direction. Some stared outward at the expanse. Others, he knew, stared inward at himself. Along the membranes, countless tiny mouths began to whisper, a sound just beneath hearing that could neither be understood nor ignored. The wings settled into place as though they had always belonged there. Because they had. He allowed the estuary eye to open as well, high above him, the nine-pointed star turning slowly, hungrily, existence already bleeding toward it in thin streams. And he left them both in plain sight for all to see. This was new for him. For a while, he had concealed the truest parts of himself, veiling this anatomy out of caution and instinct. But the distinction had made something clear in the little while since it descended upon him, and the more he turned it over, the more it held. One could not stand as fully true while hiding the very things that made one true. Concealment was a gap between what he showed and what he was, and gaps were precisely what his enemy hunted. So he hid them no longer. Better to be seen and whole than veiled and lessened. From now on, he would live true. A nearby original made a low sound in his throat and averted his eyes before he had decided to. A follower 2 peaks distant simply froze as he looked away from the wings. Noah turned every eye upon them toward the erupting warden, all at once, and set the two abilities to work together, exactly as the prompts had laid them bare. Sanity flaying came first. The eyes poured Noah's own intent directly into the warden's mind. It did not strike the body, nor the ego, nor the pantheon. It struck the mind itself, flooding a skull that was never built to contain even a fraction of what Noah was. Most minds could not. This one could not. The overflow tore at him from within before any conventional defense could so much as brace. HUUM. Intent perception overload followed half a breath later, and this was the technique that ended it. The wings seized the warden's every sense at once, wrenching his sight and hearing and feeling from his own control, and forced him to watch himself die. Every possible way. All of them at once, layered atop one another with no gap between, an endless mountain of his own deaths crashing through a mind with nowhere to put them. Noah felt the blow land upon the man's trueness. Straight through the volume and the output and into the seam. For an existence could endure a great many things, but no identity survives being shown every single way it ceases to be. The warden's Olympian intent split down the center. His half-formed pantheon, still taking shape, still unfinished, collapsed inward upon nothing before it could even be born. He screamed, and he could not tear his gaze from the eyes. The warden tried to look away. His own body refused him. The gaze had seized him, and it required none of his consent to keep him. So his hands rose instead, and he began to claw. At his own face. At his own eyes. At the rivers of infinity carved down his arms, at his very records, ripping pieces from himself like a man digging at a splinter in his skull until he struck bone and still did not stop. Screaming the entire time, driven wholly mad, unmaking himself faster and more thoroughly than any outside force could have achieved. Noah had witnessed countless deaths. This one he marked as an existence handed a mirror it could not survive gazing into. Then the wings finished what the man had begun. Filaments unspooled from their lower edges, slender tentacles reaching down through the scorching air, and the tiny mouths along the membranes opened wider than anything their size had any right to. They drew him in. Slowly at first, then all at once, and the last of the warden's scream cut off wet as the pinion vigil folded him up and devoured him whole. Noah felt the wings take him, felt the record pass through, and for the briefest instant held a sliver of the man before it went down. The entire expanse fell silent. Wah! All of them stared. Originals, prisoners, every follower still standing, their eyes fixed upon the empty air where a Mesozoic scale existence had stood a breath before. The only one who did not stare was the creature, who watched with that level, unmoved gaze. Noah folded the wings halfway and looked out over them all. "Move a single muscle," he said, "and you are next." He raised his eyes toward the depths of the mine, toward the thing that pretended it could not feel him. "Sealed one. Will you crawl out of that tepid cave of yours, or shall your followers, these dogs who look up to you, die one by one before your eyes until you do?" His gaze blazed as he spoke. And beneath the words, he felt the tide stir. The tide that owes nothing has been triggered. You have granted death to a being who could never have survived his own madness, and you granted it swiftly, before the unraveling stretched longer than it needed to. The tide recognizes the mercy beneath the killing. Boons delivered, plus 12,000 Osmantian biomass. Before digestion completed, the Pinion Vigil held a fragment of the dead follower's record, and that fragment has yielded one thing more: a partial map of the Sealed One's follower network laboring across this expanse. Noah absorbed it in a single breath, already turning the map over in his mind, and the ground answered him before he had finished. The earth beneath the altar began to rise. Slowly at first. Stone and crimson light shifting, sliding, as though something buried far below had decided to drag itself back into the air. Then a voice erupted from the depths, low and booming, laughing, and there was something wrong with that laugh, a madness within it that sank downward and never struck a floor. The laughter came wrapped in an intent. Without the slightest warning, it rolled across the entire expanse in a single wave. And every existence below the Mesozoic scale collapsed to their knees where they stood. Chapter 5475, No Adversity, Just Pain. The earth beneath the altar split, and something rose out of the dark. It came slowly, deliberately, and when the voice arrived it filled the whole expanse. It was the voice of a man who had never once in his existence needed to rush a sentence. Strength, the Sealed One said, is the prediction of possibilities. I want you to sit with that word, Osmont. Prediction. I knew, when I began going for you, that one or two of my vessels might one day receive a visitor. I knew it the way a farmer knows the seasons. And knowing it, I prepared for it. The rising figure paused, letting the words settle into the silence. Even so. Even with you standing in my sky, I still do not wish to contribute one drop of adversity to you if I do not have to. Because it always comes down to choices. Yours and mine. A low sound, almost a sigh. Now. I do understand how difficult it is, granting a being no adversity at all. It goes against every instinct. So consider this my present to you, my vessel. I sacrifice for the greater good. I do this to give you no satisfaction. Only the knowledge that what follows is a consequence of your actions, and no one else's. HUUM. The instant the words left him, a withered lifeform rose fully into view. Noah looked at it and understood at once. The vessel was already dying. Already fading, its edges crumbling to ash even as it lifted itself for everyone to see, unmade from the inside by its own master's hand. It had never been meant to fight. It had been meant to die on command, and the command had come. The vessel turned toward Noah, and it smiled. No adversity, it said. Just pain. And it withered, and turned to ash, and was gone. Noah's eyes shone. He took a single step and appeared far below, coming to stand beside Taylor. Near her stood the one he recognized as Adrastea, and beside Adrastea, an original source lifeform, tall and ancient, her presence pressing on the ruined air. Then, all across the expanse, the thousands upon thousands of prisoners fell. Gilded ones. Source lifeforms. Infinite lifeforms. Every chain being on every mountain and every orvained path, all of them dropping at once, as if 1,000 strings had been cut in the same instant. No screaming. No struggle. Life simply left them, all together, in total silence. The vibrant source of the vessel of the Sealed One in the Elvarna mining expanse has been sacrificed, in an effort to feed you no adversity. Alongside it, every imprisoned lifeform still bound by the chains or the directives of the Sealed One has been sacrificed as well. The two were tied together. He cut them together. Noah's eyes blazed. He looked around, and the silence pressed in from every side. Tens of thousands of lifeforms lay on the ground, collapsed without a single sound, the whole expanse gone still in the space of a breath. A moment ago it had been a battlefield full of noise. Now it was a field of the dead. Only a few still stood. Taylor had no chains on her. Neither did Adrastea, nor the original beside them, nor a handful of others scattered nearby. Whatever Adrastea had done down here, he had begun freeing people, pulling them loose from the chains of the sealed one by one. But it had not been enough, and worse, it had not been the right thing. The chains were not what killed them. The directives were. Anyone still carrying the sealed one's directives in their existence had perished the moment he pulled the cord, chains or no chains. So out of every prisoner in the Elvarna mining expanse, only 3 had survived. Taylor, Adrastea, and the source life form standing beside them, one of the originals, freed early enough and fully enough to live. Everyone else who had been a prisoner was a corpse. The voice came again, fading now, thinning as it withdrew back into wherever it had come from. Just how true is your intent, Osmont? Just how true are you to your identity? There was no cruelty in it, which made it worse. Because if you had done nothing, all of these life forms would still be alive. Because you came, far too many Triassic and Mesozoic scale beings, infinite and source and gilded alike, are dead. Their blood is on your hands, my vessel. Yours. There will be no grand battle for you. No adversity. Only the consequences of your choices. A last quiet breath in the dark. And know this. Anywhere else you go, wherever another of my vessels waits, expect the same. All life there will fade the moment you arrive. You will walk from graveyard to graveyard, and I will not have lifted a finger against you. You will have done it, simply by being what you are. HUUM. And then the last trace of the sealed one was gone. Above, the creature loomed, his obsidian flames billowing and coiling, held in, furious. He said nothing. There was nothing to strike. As for Noah, his eyes pulsed with trueness and cold fury both, and yet his intent stayed exactly what it had always been. Unshaken. Seamless. He felt none of the thing the sealed one wanted him to feel, because there was no gap in him for it to take root. But this fucker was a genuinely frustrating being to fight. Noah looked out over the thousands upon thousands of corpses. He was frustrated. He was furious. He was not guilty. A being who took hostages and then killed them was not making the rescuer a murderer. He was confessing what he was. The sealed one wanted Noah to accept a bill that belonged to the one who cut the strings, and Noah did not accept bills that weren't his. He had come to end the thing that farmed these life forms. The farmer had slaughtered his own stock to spite the ending. That was the farmer's crime, start to finish, and dressing it up as Noah's changed nothing about whose hand held the knife. And the deeper move, the attack on his trueness, failed for the same reason. To widen the gap between what he claimed and what he was, the sealed one needed Noah to secretly agree with him, to carry one quiet splinter of, he's right, this is my fault. But Noah did not agree. He was mentally stronger than that, stronger than any lever the monster owned, because his identity was not a story he told himself that could be argued down. It was simply what he was. He was the one who tried. He was the one who came. And he was the one who would remember. He was human. I am human. HUUM. The words rolled out, and in the next moment his power spread across the whole of the expanse. It moved over the fallen in a slow tide, and everywhere it touched, the ground opened and closed again. Graves. Thousands upon thousands of them, one for every life form the sealed one had thrown away, the earth folding gently over each corpse so that not one of them was left lying in the dirt of the place that had chained them. They had died as cargo, unmourned, unnamed, offered to a thing that discarded them the instant they became inconvenient. At the very least, by the hand of the being whose fault it was not, they would be buried. Chapter 5476, Oddities. Noah finished burying the dead, and the creature came to stand beside him without a word. For a moment neither of them spoke. The graves stretched out across the whole expanse, thousands upon thousands of small folds in the earth, and the rivers of infinity ran on between the mountains as if nothing had happened here at all. Then Noah spoke, slowly, turning the whole thing over aloud. An enemy like the Sealed One is a very frustrating one, and I've had a great many enemies. He looked out over the field of graves. Most enemies, you come across them. You fight. One of you dies, the other walks away, and the matter is settled. Clean. Comprehensible. There's a certain ease and satisfaction to it, even when it's trying to kill you. He shook his head slowly. The Sealed One doesn't do that. This one plays games. He runs. He kills everyone in the room except you, and then he hands you the bill for it and asks how it feels. His eyes were bright. I had the plan to go around to his vessels, wherever the beacons pointed, and start pulling him apart one piece at a time. Force him to spend bodies. Bleed him slowly. But I've just seen what that plan will do. He will keep doing exactly what he did here. I'll arrive, and everything living will fall down dead before I get to swing, and on and on. He turned his gaze from the graves at last. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go get answers instead. Across dimensions of existence, and across time. A thin, cold edge came into his voice. And there, I suspect, there will be no shortage of adversity at all. The creature answered, but he was not looking at Noah when he did. He was looking at the life form standing a little apart from them. He was gazing at Adrastea. Existence is vast, the creature said. Vaster than either of us has words for. Even true lifeforms and primeval lifeforms have never crossed the whole of it, across all the ages they've had to try. There are corners of it that have never once been walked. His burning eyes stayed fixed on the being before him. Anaximander is no longer here where we are. Our friend has begun moving across dimensions of his own. The Sealed One is one thing, and a large thing. But he is not everything. He is not everything. He looms large, and also not so large. There are many oddities out there. Wah! And as he said it, the creature kept looking at Adrastea. Noah watched the exchange with quiet interest. This Adrastea, had turned out to be one of the very few who had not dropped to his knees when the Sealed One's intent first erupted across the expanse and flattened everything below the Mesozoic scale to their knees. He had stayed standing. And even now, under the gaze of the creature himself, his eyes were bright, steady, looking right back at the thing looking at him without flinching. Noah blinked, and turned his focus onto Adrastea properly, wondering why the creature was giving this one so much of his attention. Designation: Achilles Adrastea. The Assimilator. The Tainted One. Intent: undefined. Scale of existence: undefined. Noah raised his brows. Undefined. Both of them, undefined, the way his own things had once read undefined to others before he grew into what they were. There really were a great many oddities out there. Taylor picked that moment to speak up. You two do know how terrifying it is to be stood next to people with your kind of power, right? She had her hands on her hips, and none of the deference the rest of the survivors were showing. Like, genuinely. I was fucking scared for my life. So if we're done here, doing the whole ominous staring thing at each other, can we please wrap it up and go? She said it freely, the way she said everything so damn freely, and Noah looked up. Other source lifeforms were only now arriving, descending late into an expanse where the fighting was already over and the enemy was already gone. And among them came the Dorishathjar, 9 bronze daughters dropping down through the ruined sky, their spears in hand, taking in the field of graves and the silence below in one sweep and saying nothing at all. Noah began to rise to meet them. But he saw that the creature was still staring at Adrastea, and Adrastea still staring back, so he left the two of them to whatever it was they were having. Whatever passed between an oddity and the being who claimed existence itself, it wasn't his to interrupt. For now, he had preparations to make. Amsur Madrid and his weavings of time had to be set up and readied. And Rhayanara alongside them, because as much as it grated, she remained one of the best routes he had toward actually reaching the sealed one, even if the road ran through dimensions scattered across time to do it. If the monster would only ever hand him graveyards in the present, then Noah would go looking for him somewhere the monster couldn't stage the outcome in advance. And yet, standing over a field of the dead in a frustrating loss that wasn't quite a loss, Noah found there was still a good deal to be glad of. Because Ruination had finally committed. After all his asking, all her watching, she had at last decided on her own intent, and it was taking shape in her even now. And the Infiniverse had taken her time, and was now allowing the emergence of her own true appendage as these two seemed to be erupting with their power when he wasn't, almost as if they didn't want to steal his spotlight. But he wanted them to have as much of the spotlight as possible. Because all of his power, and all of theirs, was still growing, and would all be critical. They were going to need every bit of it for what came next. Chapter 5477, A Heavy Crown. Many existences ask, what must I possess to be truly powerful? They ask it while gathering treasures, while stacking techniques, while eating what should not be eaten. An existence, patient as it is, watches them gather and stack and eat, and waits for them to notice what was in front of them the whole time. Loyalty. The quality no vault holds and no technique teaches. Loyalty to oneself, first, the refusal to abandon what you are when abandoning it would be easier. Loyalty to one's ideals, held even when the holding costs. And loyalty to those around you, given without ledger, returned without asking. The gathering ones never notice it, because loyalty cannot be taken, and taking is all they know. But the ones who learn it, the ones who are believed in and believe in turn, go unfathomably far. Farther than treasure. Farther than technique. For a being alone is only ever as strong as itself. A being surrounded by loyalty is as strong as everything that refuses to let it fall. In the Infiniverse, an endless sea of blue stretched in every direction, and it was not water. It was strings. Countless strings of blue, fine past seeing, running through and across and around one another without end, humming faintly where they crossed. This was a deep place, one of her deepest, and within it floated two figures. The manifestation of the Infiniverse in her cerulean threaded dress. And beside her, a form of crimson and gold, an illusory figure of light given shape and purpose. Ruination. She reached out and tugged on one of the countless blue strings, and the sea around them rippled. All of existence can be broken down, sister, Ruination said. Her voice was precise, unhurried, and every word placed exactly where she intended it. Strip away the realms and the flesh and the grand designations, and beneath all of it you find particles. Strip away the particles, and you find these. Strings. Vibrating threads, smaller than small, and the way each one vibrates decides what it becomes. Vibrate one way, and you have matter. Another way, and you have force. Another, and you have the light we are floating in. Everything that exists is a note being played on a string, and existence itself is the instrument. She tugged another thread, and watched the hum run down its length. Most beings climb by shouting louder notes. Grander authorities, heavier intents, bigger instruments. Almost none of them ever ask what the strings themselves are doing. That is the road I have chosen to study, sister. The string beneath the note. She turned to her sister. When it came to my intent, I could have formed it a little while ago. Her crimson gold form pulsed once, softly. The easy road was another set of abilities. Another weapon, another authority, another grand power stacked on the pile. But, Master has too many of those already. He gathers capabilities the way other beings gather breaths. One more weapon changes nothing. What I wanted was to make what he already is, greater. And my answer was waiting in the strings all along. If everything that exists is vibration, then everything Master faces, every enemy, every working, every weaving, is a structure of strings that can be read, mapped, and understood down to its foundation. And what can be understood that deeply can be supported that deeply. I do not exist to be powerful. I exist to truly and faithfully support my master. So, her existence began to pulse. Osmantian source infinity surged around her in rising rings, the sea of strings bending toward her from every direction, and her entire illusory form shimmered as something condensed inside it that had been years in the making. Identity lived in total, folding itself into a claim that reality was being asked to check. Reality checked. And found no gap. The egoic intent of the quintessential ruination said, and her voice carried through the whole sea. That is what I am, sister. I am the ruin of everything that stands against my master, and I ruin it at the level of the strings. The strings around her began to glow. First, my intent perceives existence as it truly is. Not flesh, not authority, not grand designations. Strings. Every lifeform, every technique, every weaving that comes near my master resolves before me into its structural makeup, threads and vibrations, the actual architecture beneath the presentation. An enemy's pantheon is a chord. An intent is a sustained note. A directive is a knot tied into someone else's threads. I read all of it as composition, and a composition that has been read can be studied, and a composition that has been studied reveals exactly where it is weakest. The glow spread outward through the sea. Second, what I read, I feed to master, and this is where my intent becomes what it was always meant to be. Every capability he holds gains from knowing the strings. His letters land where the enemy's vibration is thinnest. His foundations return richer because I administer them along the grain of existence instead of against it. His appendages waste nothing, because I map the structure before they strike it. I am not a new weapon in his arsenal. I am the study of the instrument itself, placed in service of the one playing it. And third, her precise voice did not change. Prediction. A vibration is not a moment. A vibration is a pattern, and patterns extend. If I can read how every string around my master is vibrating now, I can model how they must vibrate next. I take the structural data of everything I observe, every being, every weaving, every unfolding event, and I run it forward. Immediate futures, mapped in probabilities. Far-reaching futures, mapped in branching weavings. I can model an enemy's next 3 moves before they choose the first one, because their choices are notes, and I have already read their sheet music. Her mouth continued to move, but as if she wanted it to be more official, she released it in the form of a prompt. The transformation is complete. An egoic intent has emerged, seamless and fully lived. Designation: the egoic intent of the quintessential ruin. I am true. My volume is the sum of every record I have ever kept for master, and I have kept them all. My output is total, for I have never once expressed myself at less than full function. And my trueness is perfect by construction, for there has never been a gap between what I claim to be and what I am. I claim to be his. I have always been his. Ruination's existence settled into its new shape, a true life form of crimson and gold floating in a sea of blue strings, and across from her, the Infiniverse looked at her sister with shining eyes. She clapped. Openly, delightedly, pride pouring off her manifestation in warm waves. Ruination smiled. I am not done, sister, she said. You delayed your appendage, taking your time. So forgive me, but I intend to pull ahead of you, just a little. I will form mine now, together with my emergence. Blinding blue light erupted from her. It poured off her crimson gold form in sheets, and between her raised hands, immense concentrations of everything she was began to converge. Her records. Her loyalty. Her years as a voice in the dark of him, counting his resources, watching him climb. And threaded through all of it, the strings. Countless fine filaments of the sea itself drew inward toward her palms, winding together, vibration braided into vibration, the raw structural threads of existence being woven by the one being who had made their study her entire identity. A cerulean circlet began to form. Chapter 5478, A Heavy Crown. 2. It was simple and unadorned. A slim ring of deep cerulean, glowing softly from within, and looking closely, one could see what it truly was. Thousands upon thousands of strings, wound into a single band, each one humming at a frequency she had chosen by hand. "This is my true appendage," Ruination said, and for the first time in her existence, her precise voice was not entirely steady. "The circlet of the quintessential ruin. I wove it from the strings of existence itself, because that is what I am now, and I made it a crown because that is what I have always wanted to give him. A coronation. He crowned himself with his own deeds long ago. I wanted him to have a crown given by someone who watched every single one of those deeds happen." The circlet turned slowly between her hands. "When it rests upon Master's head, my study becomes his sight. The crown is a living instrument of the strings, and through it, everything I perceive flows directly into his perception. He will see life forms and weavings the way I see them, as structures of vibrating threads, as data and composition, readable down to the foundation. My predictive weavings feed into him in real time, mid-battle, mid-conversation, mid-anything, the branching futures laid out alongside the present. It regulates his expenditures along the grain of existence, so nothing he spends is wasted against a structure I have already mapped. Every capability he holds, tuned. Every blind spot I have ever recorded, covered. It is, in every sense, me, worn as a symbol of what he is." Her voice dropped lower. "And it holds one thing more. The crown has the capability to fuse the weavings of true life forms. Completely. Two true existences folded wholly into his, every string of me, for example, rewoven into every string of him, two true life forms becoming one being for a time. A grand true life form, wearing both our names. This capability, I still need to define further." The light faded, and the crown was finished. Ruination held it in both hands, the small cerulean thing that contained the whole of her, and she looked down at it, and tears formed in her eyes. She had been a tool of ruin in a burning universe and a voice first. A companion in the corner of his vision, a set of prompts in the dark, loyal past measuring and always slightly apart from him. The crown in her hands was the end of that distance. And at this time, space rippled, and Noah entered the sea of strings. He took it in quintessentially. His newest true life form, glowing crimson and gold. His infiniverse, radiant with pride. Ruination, holding a cerulean circlet in both hands with tears standing in her eyes. "Master," Ruination said. She moved to him and knelt, lowering her head, raising the crown up toward him in both hands. Noah reached down and lifted her back to her feet. "I command you to stand," he said. And then, while she stood there holding the crown, Noah went down on one knee. He knelt before her, smiling up at the being who had spent her whole existence supporting his, and said two words. "Crown me." Ruination stood frozen. She was standing. He was kneeling. The order of the entire weavings of existence had inverted itself in front of her, and the most efficient existence in all of existence found that her hands would not move. She looked helplessly toward her sister. The Infiniverse came to help, as she always did. Beneath Noah's kneeling figure, the sea of strings surged, and a throne formed, rising up under him and lifting him, cerulean and grand, forcing the kneeling emperor up to a height where he could be properly crowned whether he cooperated or not. The Infiniverse stepped to one side of him and took hold of one edge of the circlet. Ruination, her hands finally remembering themselves, took the other. Together, the two sisters lowered the crown onto his head. The moment it touched him, his entire existence began to radiate light. It rolled off him in slow profound waves, cerulean and crimson and gold all at once, her intent threading into his and settling, string finding string, two true lifeforms clicking together like they had been cut from the same original piece, and through the whole sea, every thread began to hum the same note. HUUM. The circlet of the quintessential ruin has been adorned, as it brings about many changes. Your quintessential site is the first that has undergone evolution. Where the third letter allowed you to see through vessels and masks to the essence beneath, you now perceive one layer deeper still. Lifeforms and the weavings around them resolve before your sight as what they structurally are, strings of data and information coming together, vibrating threads composing every being, every technique, every working you behold. You are learning to read existence as composition. And what can be read this way can be manipulated this way. Where once you overcame an enemy by overwhelming their whole structure, you may now press upon the exact threads that hold it together. It will take even less power than before to overcome that which stands against you. Considerably less. Ruination looked at him, crowned on the throne her sister had raised. With this, she said, my initial evolution is complete. Wah! Noah looked at the two of them, and smiled, and shook his head slowly at the sight of them standing there like attendants. He moved his hands, and with the gentlest exercise of authority over beings who would have obeyed anyway, he guided them both to the throne. Ruination settled onto one arm of it. The Infiniverse onto the other. He took Ruination's head in his hand and pressed a kiss to her forehead. On his left, the Infiniverse laid her head down on his shoulder. And the three of them stayed there, a crowned emperor and the two true lifeforms who had grown from him and around him and refused every distance between, taking in the moment for exactly as long as it deserved. Which was a little while. Chapter 5479, Dimensions in Time. Strings. Noah sat on the throne with Ruination and the Infiniverse at his sides, and his eyes were vibrant as he gazed at existence at its most fundamental level. This was not the first time he had looked at the idea. Vibrations, strings, the smallest threads beneath the smallest things. He had explored the concept before and set it aside as one theory among many. Now it was current, a unique sight. With Ruination's crown resting on his head, he looked down at his own hands, and saw them for what they were. Countless infinite blue strings, wound and humming, composing flesh and source and everything between. Who he was, rendered as identity and information. And his information was grand. Layer upon layer of it, letters and foundations and appendages and causes, all of it vibrating together in a single composition that existence had checked and could not fault. Inside him were many things. And for the first time, he could read all of them down to the thread. He reached up and pulled the estuary eye from above, guiding it down to float before him, the nine-pointed star turning slowly at eye level. He studied it the way a craftsman studies a tool he has used many times and never once opened. At the very bottom of everything, smaller than particles, smaller than the space particles sit in, there are strings. One-dimensional threads of vibration, and the strings themselves are all the same. What differs is how they vibrate. One frequency gives you matter. Another gives you force. The whole variety of existence, every realm and every being, is one instrument playing different notes on identical strings. His eyes began to glaze blue as he spoke, the epiphany already gathering. Strings can be open or closed. Open strings, with two loose ends, anchor themselves to surfaces, to membranes, to the structures of reality they live on. Closed strings, loops with no ends, are bound to nothing. They slip between surfaces. They travel where anchored things cannot. He turned the eye slowly with a thought, watching the lemniscate pupil spin. So, your pupil is a closed loop. A lemniscate, a figure that never ends and never anchors. And existence bleeds into you from everywhere, pre-aligned, pre-claimed, crossing distances it should not cross. You are not reaching out and taking. You are a closed loop, unbound to any single surface of reality, and what is unbound to one place is free to touch all places. You were never an I at all. You are a resonance. A frequency that everything near me cannot help but vibrate toward. The blue blaze in his eyes deepened, and the epiphany broke over him fully. And if you are a resonance rather than a location, Noah said quietly, then there is no reason at all for you to be bound to a single moment either. A vibration is not an instant. A vibration extends. It has a past, and it has a future, and both are part of the same wave. HUUM. Your understanding of the devouring estuary has deepened at the structural level, and the appendage has answered your understanding. Its function has expanded. The estuary I no longer bleeds and devours the weavings of existence in the present alone. It now drinks along the full length of the wave. Weavings of your immediate past, echoes of what existence held around you moments ago, flow into it. And weavings of your potential futures, the probable vibrations not yet settled, bleed toward it as well. You are no longer devouring a moment. You are devouring a duration. The compounding of your intake has increased accordingly. His eyes were filled with profundities as he read it. Past and future, both feeding him. An appendage ancient beyond the framing of the age, now drinking across time itself. The implications lined up in his mind one after another, and at the end of the line stood a single obvious next step. He waved his hand, and in the next moment, Amzer Madrid appeared. Whap! The living temporal arrived wrapped in his purple light, the middle-aged emperor's bearing settling around him, and Noah looked at him through the evolved quintessential sight and saw immensity. Amzer Madrid's existence did not sit in one place. His strings ran long, impossibly long, threads of him stretching backward and forward out of the visible composition entirely, connected across time itself, a being whose structure was woven through eras the way other beings were woven through flesh. Amzer looked back at Noah, and trembled. You have changed again, he said seriously. Noah nodded slightly, and pointed to the estuary eye floating before him. Let's set this up as an anchor across time, he said. You told me the requirements yourself. An anchor, a destination, a purpose. So here is the anchor. This appendage feels old and yet new. Ancient, and yet mine. So, why is this so? I want to confirm whether I have already gone across dimensions and existence. Whether my marker is already present, far in the past, placed there by my own hand in a journey I simply have not lived yet. That would explain everything. Why the appendages feel ancient and new at once. Why they fit like limbs I forgot instead of things I awakened. They are wholly mine. So I need to confirm whether the past agrees. Let us see. HUUM. Amzer Madrid nodded, and purple waves of time began to leak from him. Noah observed it all in detail through his new sight. Strings gathered around the living temporal, drawing together out of the deep structure of the space, winding themselves into shapes, and the shapes were clocks. Rings of them, faces and hands of time turning at different speeds around Amzer's frame, each one a woven instrument of vibrating thread, each hand sweeping through moments the way other hands swept through air. Noah raised his own hands and answered in kind. Strings converged at his gesture, flooding toward him in currents, and around his seated figure they formed rivers. Cerulean rivers of time, flowing in slow circuits around the throne, past and future running in the same channels, and all of it began pouring inward, feeding into the turning lemniscate pupil of the estuary eye. The anchor began to set. Chapter 5480, Dimensions in Time. 2. While this happened, far away in Ryanara's dimension of existence, another one of Noah's bodies sat calmly in the ancient temple among the still stellar lakes. Ryanara returned at this time. She came through the gateway alone, and she looked at him seriously, the mirth still absent from her face, her brother's collapse still written in the set of her shoulders. And Noah looked back at her through his new quintessential sight, and saw her for the first time. Her composition unfolded before him in layers. On the surface ran the strings of her graceful form, fair and slender and humming with an antiquity's density. Beneath that sat something she had never shown him, a hidden pantheon, folded down small and quiet inside her structure like a palace collapsed into a locket, its golden threads wound tight and deliberately silenced. Deeper still coiled her intent, and it was a terrifying thing to read. The Enenki intent did not vibrate the way other intents vibrated. It ran through her as taut, unbending lines, threads pulled so tight they had stopped humming at all, inevitability rendered as strings that permitted no other note. And past all of it, at the very bottom of her, lay a foundation of heavy obsidian strings, black threads of a weight that pressed on his side itself, so dense that reading them felt like lifting them. He looked deeper, following the black weave down, and at its heart he found a manifestation. An archaic structure, older in its making than anything else in her composition, shaped unmistakably like a coffin. And within the coffin, rendered in strings so still they might as well have been stone, lay a corpse. Noah held his sight on it for exactly one breath, then let it go, and kept his face as calm as the temple stones. A coffin with a corpse in it, buried at the foundation of her existence. What a unique thing she was. "Is Zulf okay?" Noah asked. Rhayanara nodded. Noah studied her for a moment longer, then spoke once more. "I have already begun peeking at possibilities across time," he said. "The anchor is being set as we speak. So let us see where you can point me when it comes to dimensions." He rose from where he sat, and the temple's ancient stones seemed to straighten with him. "You told me the road runs through dimensions of existence scattered across space and time. Littered with infinite, source, primeval, and true life forms. And if those dimensions truly lead to true life forms, and even to those who remain, then let us start toward them. I will get my own answers. And you." He looked at her plainly. "You can save your brother." Noah gazed at Rhayanara, and she gazed back at him. Then she breathed out, slow and long, as if setting something down. The seriousness that had wrapped her since her brother's collapse loosened by degrees, and her old air returned piece by piece, the ease, the looseness, the ancient mirth settling back over her like a coat she had briefly forgotten she owned. She began to tap her fingers against the air. Each tap left a point of light hanging where her finger touched. Singularities. 1, then 10, then hundreds, blooming out from her idle rhythm like sparks off a wheel, and they kept multiplying, rising, and spreading through the temple space until thousands became millions, a field of burning points stretching out around them both in every direction. Then she waved her hand, and the space reframed itself. Below them, an obsidian sea unrolled, stretching out endlessly, black and slow and heavy, its surface catching light the way deep stone catches it. Above them, a cerulean sea spread just as far, churning and blue and dense with potential. And between the two seas, holding the millions of singularities like dust caught in a sunbeam, was darkness. Immense, unlit, unmeasured darkness. She drifted upward into her own map. Existence is so unfathomably vast that even Vakachev himself never mapped all of it. The being whose scales measure every power you have ever met gave up on measuring the territory. He built a ladder and left the geography alone, because the geography defeated him. She gestured downward at the Black Sea. The obsidian below, take that as the source lands. The blue above, the infinite Carcosa. The two great heartlands. They have stood for more ages than anyone knows, and they are still full. Powerful lifeforms reside in their corners even now, old things in deep territories. Her hand swept across the field of burning points between the seas. And these. The countless singularities between them. These are both observable existences and dimensions of existence, scattered through the dark that separates the heartlands. The observable existences you know. Her mouth curved. The dimensions are the part of the map they never show you. Because the places where primeval lifeforms and true lifeforms actually reside are not the heartlands, and not the observable existences. They are here. In the dimensions between. She plucked one singularity out of the dark and let it turn above her palm. Most beings will never know they exist. Never perceive them, never brush against one, never earn access, unless their power reaches a grand enough level that the dimensions stop being invisible to them. Some are as small as an observable existence. Others are many times larger, vast territories folded into the dark. And every one of them, every single one, has its own anchor across time. Noah's eyes sharpened at that. The ones who raise these dimensions, or the dimensions that form naturally around beings of sufficient weight, they are all extremely true to themselves. And a being that true eventually asks a very simple question. Her voice dropped into a mimicry of ancient arrogance. Why should I adhere to the flow of time that everything else obeys? Whose rule is that? Not mine. She let the singularity drift back into the field. So many of these dimensions are literally located across time, anchored to their own eras. Some stretch back to before Vakachev ever laid down his scales. Some sit alongside us now. And some may be far ahead of us, waiting in years that have not happened yet. Within them lives an indeterminate number of life forms. Weak ones. True ones. Primeval ones. Things that have no category because no one who could categorize them ever came across them. She turned to face him fully, and the mirth in her eyes sharpened into purpose. Each dimension is unique to itself. But the built ones, the ones raised by hands rather than formed by nature, share one trait. They invite challenge. The true life form or life forms within certain dimensions exist solely for struggle and adversity. It is the whole architecture of their existence. Across many dimensions, life forms seek one thing, to establish their trueness, and there is only one way trueness has ever been established. Against others. So the truly powerful move across dimensions of existence the way lesser things move across realms, seeking worthy existences to validate themselves against, era to era, dimension to dimension, an entire hidden civilization of the true testing itself across time. She spread her hands, and the whole map, the seas and the dark and the millions of burning points, seemed to lean in around her words. So that is the road. We go to the dimensions where the brutal true life forms wait. You express your existence against them, at the highest levels, again and again, until your trueness has been validated against everything the dark between the seas can offer. Until you reach the heights of the primevals themselves. Until you stand near enough to the weavings of those who remain to touch them. And by that time, the sealed one will be a matter you can handle easily. An afterthought. A chore you finish on the way home. Chapter 5481, The Roads Between I. Noah looked over the map a while longer. You've told me where the true life forms live. Where the primevals live. Where the challenges are, where the road goes, what I get at the end of it. He turned his gaze from the map to her. But you yourself and your brother. Rhaenyra's smile did not move. For now, until you are strong enough, I'm simply your guide as I will do what I can not to get in the way of your adversity, she said lightly. Guides stand off the map. That's what makes them useful. Noah nodded at the field of singularities. For a moment the temple was quiet, and the millions of singularities burned between the two seas, and Rhaenyra looked at him with an expression that had stopped being loose. The road I've shown you is real, she said finally. Every word of it. The dimensions, the anchors, the challenge culture, the way to those who remain. She clapped her hands, and the map collapsed, seas in darkness and a million burning worlds folding back into nothing, and only one singularity remained hanging in the air between them, small and bright and waiting. Our first potential dimension, she said. Noah gazed at the single dazzling singularity Rhaenyra had left hanging between them, and then past it, to where the map had been. How did one actually cross the dark between the seas? It was, when Noah thought about it, the most practical question in the room, and somehow the one nobody had answered yet. Rhaenyra had shown him millions of singularities scattered across an ocean of darkness, dimensions strewn through space and time itself, and the map was beautiful. But a map was not a road. A road needed a method. Before we discuss the first one, he said, answer me something more basic. How do you traverse across all these different dimensions of existence? There are millions scattered across the dark, across time itself. How do you lock onto one and not another? And once you've found it, how do you enter? Ryanara settled back into the air as if it were a chair. Intent is the key. Everything else is decoration. Of course it was intent. Everything in this hidden layer of existence seemed to come back to the same currency. She held up one finger. A primordial intent, what Vakachev's ladder offers, can barely manage traversal. Barely. And only if the pantheon behind it is decent enough to serve as a vessel for the journey. I had friends who walked that road. Something in her voice shifted. Original source lifeforms, like me. Beings who clawed their way to primordial intents and looked at the heartlands and decided the heartlands were not enough. They sent themselves into the dark between the seas. Some of them found dimensions. Crossed into them, met true lifeforms, survived dangers, and came out the other side changed. A few of them eventually left Vakachev's scales entirely and became true themselves. They are grand things now, scattered across eras, and once in a great while one of them still sends word. She let the finger drop. Many more of my friends died. For every original who came back true, several never came back at all. The dark between the seas is an ocean, and intent is the only thing that floats. Then how does the intent find anything? Noah asked. An ocean with millions of islands, most of them hidden, some of them in other eras entirely. Searching that blindly could take ages. It does take ages, for most. Ryanara smiled. You use your own dimension as the guide and the road. You stand within what is yours, and you send your intent out across existence, casting it like a net into the dark. And the open dimensions answer. The ones naturally formed, and the ones purposefully left open by powerful beings who want visitors, your intent will eventually brush against them and feel the door. A more powerful intent senses more, senses further, senses quicker. A weaker intent could search for years and never find anything at all. The ocean does not care how sincere you are. It cares how loud you are. Noah listened, and while he listened, part of him was already elsewhere. Because he was doing exactly this, right now, with Amzer Madrid. The anchor being set on the estuary, I was not just a mooring across time. Once it settled, he would effectively be shooting his intent across the eras, and his eye, ancient and new, wholly his and older than the framing of the age, would be the thing listening for an answer. Was he not building a guide? Letting the estuary eye lead him directly to whatever dimension of existence was relevant to him, across time, the way a beacon leads a ship home through fog? You said entering is the easy part, he said instead. Entering is trivial, once found. Surviving is the actual price, and the price varies wildly by dimension. Ryanara's eyes brightened, and her hands came up. Which brings us to the famous ones. Every true life form knows a handful of dimensions by reputation, the way children know mountains. Their history is too large to stay hidden. Let me show you two. She waved her hand, and the temple air filled with an illusory manifestation. A battlefield unfolded, rendered in ghostlight. It stretched past seeing in every direction, a plain of shattered gray stone under a torn sky, and scattered across it lay shapes. Enormous shapes. Corpses the size of realms, half buried, ages dead, their outlines still carrying a weight that made the illusion itself feel heavy. The Vakachevian stand, Ryanara said. The dimension where Vakachev himself, the being whose scales measure everything you have ever fought, stood alone against a legion of primeval lifeforms. The battle that followed is the kind of history that does not need embellishment. When it ended, corpses of primeval lifeforms lay scattered across the whole dimension. She gestured at the vast dead shapes. You can imagine what came after. For ages beyond counting, true lifeforms have entered the Vakachevian stand hunting those corpses. Inheritances, appendages, records, anything a primeval body might still hold. And for ages beyond counting, they have scoured it. Every visible corpse picked clean generations ago. Every obvious secret long extracted. And yet, many still go? Noah said. Many still go. Her smile turned knowing. Because the dimension is enormous, and primevals are very good at hiding things, and every few eras someone finds something everyone else missed and the whole rush begins again. Who knows? Maybe there is still something there. Hope is the most renewable resource in existence. She closed her hand, and the battlefield dissolved. Then she paused, and for a moment she did not summon the next image. Her fingers hovered in the air, and something crossed her face that Noah had only seen once before, in a garden, standing over her brother. The second one, she said, I show you carefully. She waved her hand, and a new manifestation bloomed. Chapter 5482, The Roads Between Two. This one was harder to look at. A dimension of pale vastness, its geography refusing to settle, mountains that might have been ruins, seas that might have been scars, and running through the center of it all, a wound. A tremendous, ancient severing, healed over the way land heals over a buried river, visible only because the whole dimension still bent around it. This is where they cut him, Ryanara said quietly. The sealed one. This is the dimension where the only alliance in history, true lifeforms and primeval lifeforms together, brought him down and carved him apart and sealed the pieces. Every true being knows this place. Most will not enter it. Why? She shook her head slowly. The battle against the sealed one is the second most important thing that ever happened in this dimension. Its history runs far deeper than him. He was brought there to be cut deliberately. Because of who already resided there. Her voice dropped, and into it came something Noah had never heard from her before. Reverence. Actual reverence. A lineage of existence is situated in that dimension. One tracing directly back to one of those who remain. They are called the Veil-born progeny. The illusion shifted, and figures appeared within the pale vastness. Not giants. Not horrors. Beings of ordinary scale, walking the bent geography like inhabitants, and yet the ghostlight rendered each of them with a strange doubled quality, as if something enormous stood folded inside every silhouette. Every framework you know builds power upward. A being is born small, climbs scales, forges an intent, earns appendages through becoming. The Veil-born progeny are born the other way. At birth, each of them arrives with an intent already emerging, a seed of identity woven into them before their first breath, inherited down the lineage from the one they trace back to. And they inherit more than intent. True appendages pass down their bloodline the way lesser beings pass down eye color. A child of the progeny might open their eyes on their first day already carrying an anatomy that ordinary beings would need a second birth and ages of becoming to grow. Noah studied the doubled figures in the illusion, and his own appendages sat quietly in his awareness. The eye. The vigil. The root. Ancient and new. Wholly his. Each of them is a living junction. One parent line reaching all the way back to one of those who remain, the other planted in common existence. They are not that ancient power, and they are not ordinary beings, and they spend their whole lives being both and neither. Ryanara watched the figures walk their bent land. They guard that dimension. They have guarded it since before the sealed one had a name worth fearing. When existence needed somewhere to cut him, somewhere the pieces could be held down by something older than he was, the Alliance did not choose that dimension for its geography. She closed her hand, and the pale vastness folded away, and the temple was just a temple again. Noah held her gaze for a moment. And which of those two dimensions, he said, is the one you left open in the air behind you when the map came down? Ryanara laughed, bright and delighted, and did not answer. She didn't answer him. She showed him instead. Her hand waved, and another manifestation bloomed in the temple air, a third dimension rendered in ghostlight above her palm. I was thinking of another place entirely, Ryanara said. Another place entirely. Noah looked at it and turned the whole situation over. She had shown him the famous dimensions, the scoured ones and the guarded ones, and now here was her actual recommendation, prepared in advance. It was, he had to admit, exactly what a good guide should do. And that was precisely the problem with it. After all, what did every option she offered have in common? She knew them. She had weighed them. Whatever waited inside had already been measured against what she believed he could survive. A curated road was a safe road, and a safe road taught nothing. He shook his head. You are a guide, yes. But I actually wish to try something else. Not any of the dimensions you know of. A dimension that even you might not know, one that I find with my own intent. If it is something you do not know, then it will truly be a place of adversity. You picking something right now would make this feel like a simple training regimen. He met her eyes. And I do not need training. His existence exuded a quiet, boundless confidence as he said it, the temple stones humming faintly beneath the weight of a being who meant every word. Rhayanara hummed, tapping one finger against her chin. Then her smile spread. That may actually be more interesting, she admitted. Where would the first fish dimension of someone with boundless potential lead? Even I want to know the answer now. Okay. Hopefully you don't send us somewhere even I have no control. She stretched her arms overhead, loose and easy. But I am game. As carefree as I might act, I will do everything I can to get closer to a solution for my little brother. I am ready to go right now. And this works out nicely on another front. I can report to the Sealed One honestly. I followed Osmond to a place even I did not know. No lie in it anywhere. And in a dimension across space and time, I will simply lose contact with him for a while. Her smile thinned. A much-needed break. She seemed to be running through many arrangements at once behind her vibrant eyes. In truth, the only one left unprepared was Noah, and he did not intend to stay that way long. He breathed out rivers of Osmantian source infinity, cerulean currents rolling through the temple, and his eyes sharpened. We will also not be alone. Multiple true life forms will be coming. When you bring back the Dora Shathyar, bring in the creature as well. The team set up by the Queen Regnant will continue its mission against the Sealed One, just across space and time. And I have a few others I will bring, if you can grant them access to your dimension. Chapter 5483, Pantheon. Rhayanara's eyes shone, and she nodded. For the next minute, my dimension is open. HUUM. In the next moment, the air split. The Dora Shathyar returned first, 9 bronze daughters landing in loose formation, spears in hand, black hole eyes sweeping the ancient temples. With them came the creature, obsidian flames billowing out over the stellar lakes as he looked around the hidden dimension the way he looked at everything. Slowly. A moment later, behind Noah, 3 more figures appeared. The Infiniverse in her cerulean threaded dress. Amzer Madrid, wrapped in his purple light. And Emotive. Emotive came close to Noah immediately, eyes shining with their manic light as she catalogued every terrifying existence present, and when her gaze landed on the creature she lit up entirely. She hugged Noah's arm with both of hers and waved at the creature over it, enthusiastic as a girl greeting an old classmate. The creature regarded her for a moment. He said. Rhayanara, meanwhile, was studying Emotive and the Infiniverse with narrowed, shining eyes, her gaze pressing at them like fingers testing fabric. 2 true life forms she had never inspected, standing in her own dimension. Whatever she found, or failed to find, stayed off her face, though Noah noticed the inspection ran a beat longer on the Infiniverse than on anyone else. It looks like you've gathered a decent amount of people, she said at last. So, one thing I will tell you now, if it wasn't already clear. Dimensions of existence are mainly for the true, and the traversal reflects it. When you cross, all of you goes. Your bodies. Your clones. Your consciousness. Everything. There is no leaving a spare self behind to mind the store. Her voice lost its looseness entirely. And traversing across dimensions in time carries unintended consequences. If we enter a dimension with very different weavings of time, then a few days for us could be a few weeks here. A few months. Or seconds. We will never know until we come back. So make whatever arrangements you need for anyone you are leaving behind. Make them now. Her words changed things greatly, and Noah frowned. All of him would go. Everybody, every thread of consciousness, gone from this era for an unknowable span. He ran the consequences at once, and none of them were acceptable. Seo-yun, newly his daughter, waking in a home whose ABA had vanished. His mother. Henry. Barbatos. And the sealed one loose in the present, with every protection Noah provided simply absent, for weeks, or months, or however long the dark decided. If traversal took everything, then he would bring everything. Not the manifestation standing behind him. All of her. The Infiniverse, with the 3 newborn observable existences nested inside her, with Seo-yun and Amelia and Henry and every last designated human under his crown. The whole home, carried along. Too many unpredictable things could happen in months of absence, and he did not leave his people in unpredictable places. He communicated it to the Infiniverse with a light nod. She smiled slightly. Then Noah walked forward, past all of them, to the open ground before the temples. Behind him, his wings blazed into visibility, hundreds of eyes turning as the pinion vigil unfolded, and above him the estuary eye opened, the anchor woven through it humming with Amzur's purple threads. He rolled his neck once, an emperor limbering up for a cast. Then I will get started, Noah said, in fishing for a dimension of existence. Where would it lead? He didn't know. He had his anchor, set with Amzur across time itself. He had his purpose, sharp and settled in his mind. All that remained was the destination, waiting somewhere out in the dark between the seas, in some place even Rhaenyra might know nothing about. He drew back his intent like a fisherman drawing back a line, and allowed himself one last honest thought before the cast. He just hoped it wouldn't be a place overflowing with horrifically powerful true and primeval life forms. He floated before everyone on the open grounds, and for a while he said nothing at all. Then he freely unleashed his egoic intent, and the silence changed its nature. The intent of the quintessential Osmantian rolled out of him in slow, widening rings, washing over the temples and the stellar lakes, and even the Dora Shathar, who had stood in the presence of the Queen Regnant herself, shifted their footing slightly as it passed over them. As it spread, Noah closed his eyes, and spoke where only one being could hear him. Are you ready? He asked the Infiniverse. It seems the coming traversal will need it. Your true appendage. If we are crossing dimensions in time itself, then the moment to implement it is now, not later. Her true appendage. In truth, she had not forged it all this while, and the delay had never been hesitation. The two of them had been talking, quietly and at length, about all the possibilities, and the biggest thing they had decided on was something most beings would never even think to consider. Pantheon. A pantheon was required as a vessel of traversal. That was what Rhaenyra had said. An intent found the road, but a pantheon carried the traveler down it, the dimension of one's own records serving as the ship that survived the crossing. And Noah, of course, had never established a pantheon. Whatever structure he could design for a pantheon, whatever grand architecture of records he could raise, could it ever be as grand as her? Could a built thing compare to a grown one, to an observable existence with her own egoic intent, holding 3 first causes and 3 newborn observable existences and every human under his crown? The answer was wholly no. It had always been no. So that was the idea the two of them had circled for all this time. The Infiniverse herself as his pantheon. Not a dimension of dead records, but a living one. His home, his people, his whole grown world, serving as the vessel of his existence. The idea was bold. The undertaking itself was terrifying, because how could such a thing even be accomplished? A pantheon was raised from within a being. She was outside him, entire, sovereign, true in her own right. Every framework said that two things could not be joined, and after all their theorizing, the answer they had arrived at was her true appendage. The anatomy she had delayed all this time, shaped now for exactly this purpose. It was time to put theory into practice, because Noah needed a vessel to steer down whatever road his intent was about to find. The Infiniverse smiled. She floated forward from among the others, unhurried, and came to rest behind Noah, placing her hand gently against his back. His intent folded over her like a tide accepting a river, and in the next breath, the two of them disappeared entirely from every gaze present, swallowed inside a rising storm of blue. The storm turned, and thickened, and told the watchers nothing. Chapter 5484, Pantheon 2. While this happened, Emotive tilted her head at the blue storm, then skipped over to the creature. "Big scary creature," she said, hugging her own arms as she looked up at him. "You moved alone for most of it, didn't you? In the infinite unfurling, and the earliest folds, before you took in early creatures. Are you doing so again?" The creature looked down at her for a moment before answering. "Sometimes, moving alone is freer," he said. "There is less weight. Beings like Osmont, who move around carrying so much more, are inviting tremendously more adversity onto themselves with every step. The more you hold, the more existence can reach." His obsidian flames burned low and even as he spoke. "I moved with my other half, once, for years. And she was brutalized and killed in front of me. Since then, I have wished to bear the adversity of existence alone." He paused. "Alone." Emotive looked at him, and the mania in her eyes settled. She sighed. "I'm sorry," she said. The creature shook his head slowly, as if the apology had been aimed at a wound too old to notice it. His gaze moved past her then, across the grounds, to where Amzer Modred stood apart from the rest. The living temporal was among the beings he had known for a very long time, and Amzer had not looked away from the blue storm once, his purple light turning gently around him. The creature regarded him, and saw what there was to see. The weavings of this being were fully tied to Osmont now. Every thread of that long existence, wound into one man's road. How many of them had ended up that way, he wondered? He looked back down at Emotive. "You were always manic and unstable with your emotions," he said. "Across our time. In the loom. Every era I knew you, you were a storm looking for a place to break." It was not an accusation, the way he said it. It was closer to an old observation finally being checked. "Have you finally found your peace? Are you happy?" The question sat in the air between them, and Emotive did not answer it right away. She turned instead, and looked toward the storm of blue where Noah had vanished, though there was nothing of him left to see inside it. She looked anyway, and then she nodded. "I am happy," she said. "Just like you gave your everything, once. I have found someone to give my everything to." The creature said nothing to that. So she and all the others simply watched the buzzing storm ahead, the daughters with their spears grounded, Rhaenara with her unreadable smile, Amzer wrapped in his patient purple light. And not one of them knew the ridiculous thing being attempted within it, where a man in his unique observable existence sought to form the backbone of a pantheon out of a true appendage. An observable existence, offering her own grown anatomy as the vessel of another being's existence. It was a mad and ridiculous idea. But who here would stand up and say it was impossible? And even if they said it was, would Noah listen? Inside the storm of blue, there was no storm at all. From the outside, the whole thing appeared as a raging wall of intent, but within it, everything was still. He floated at the center of that stillness with the Infiniverse hand resting against his back. Shall we begin, Master? We've theorized long enough, Noah said. Let's see. In truth, he suspected it would. A pantheon was a dimension of records raised from within a being, filled with their existence, seated upon their identity. The reason no one had ever used a living observable existence as one was simple enough. No observable existence had ever been saturated with a single being's existence to begin with. They were wild things, born of their own first causes, belonging to no one. But her? She had grown from his cause. His Osmantian source infinity ran through her foundations the way rivers ran through land. His letters permeated her, his humans lived in her, his family's 3 observable existences nested inside her reach. The hardest requirement of the entire undertaking had already been met. Of course, saturation alone was not enough. A pantheon needed structure, a backbone that held the records and presented them to existence as one unified claim. Which was where her true appendage came in. And it was precisely then, before a single thread of it emerged, that a third voice entered the stillness. Master. Before you fill the backbone, I have a proposal. Noah's mouth curved slightly. The crown on his head had been humming for a while now, and he had wondered how long she would wait. Mum. You intend to raise a pantheon from a living observable existence. My sister provides the architecture. You provide the existence that fills it. My question is simple. Who provides the network? You building a structure of this scale, alive, holding living observable existences, crossing dimensions and time itself, is not a static thing. It will need constant reading. Constant tuning. Every string of it monitored, every vibration mapped. My sister is the body of this pantheon. You are its identity. But a body and an identity, without a nervous system, is a grand thing that cannot feel its own wounds. The crown's hum deepened. I am the weaver of strings, Master. It is my entire intent. I built you a crown so I would be more than a voice, and I find, now that the moment is here, that a crown is not close enough. I do not wish to observe this pantheon. I wish to be woven into it. There it was. Noah smiled brilliantly. 3 true life forms, he said. 1 pantheon. Wah! All right, both of you. Let's build it. The Infiniverse nodded. HUUM. Her true appendage began to emerge. It did not burst forth the way his wings had, and it did not condense the way Ruination's circlet had. It unfolded, gradually and enormously, an illusory structure blooming outward from her hand at his back and wrapping around him in slow, widening layers. Through his evolved sight, Noah watched it take shape, and what he saw was her. All of her. Chapter 5485, Pantheon. 3. The Infiniverse rendered in translucent strings of blue and gold, her realms and rivers, her nested observable existences, her great tree and deep libraries, all of it expressed as a vast framework folding around his floating figure like a world deciding to become a garment. A true appendage is emerging from the Infiniverse. Designation: the Pantheon of the Infiniverse. It is her deepest truth grown into anatomy. She is containment that loves what it contains, and her appendage is the act of containing, given permanent shape. It is a backbone, Master. A frame awaiting records. On its own it holds nothing but potential. Fluum. And then the crown flared, and Ruination went to work. Her strings poured down from the circlet in rivers of crimson and gold, and they did not wrap the structure. They threaded it. Through every translucent realm of the backbone, through every rendered river and reach, her filaments ran like nerves growing through a body, crimson gold weaving into blue gold, each thread tuned by hand as it settled. Where the architecture was vast, she made it sensitive. Where it was strong, she made it aware of its own strength. Noah watched the two sisters build into each other, containment and comprehension, the held weaving and the reading of it, and thought that no framework in existence had a word for what was assembling around him. The weave is complete, Master. Every string of the backbone now reports to me, and through me, to you. Fill it. Wah! So he filled it. He opened himself the way he had opened for nothing else and poured his existence into their joint structure. His Osmantian source infinity flooded the translucent realms first, cerulean light running down the illusory rivers. Then his records followed. The horrid apartment and the fireball skill book. Dungeons. Worlds. Galaxies. Universes. Cosmos. Wheels of existence. Folds and observable existences. The letters, all four. The foundations, the appendages, the distinction and its crown, the graves he had dug and the promises he had kept and the two observable existences he had failed to save. Everything, held back nowhere, because a pantheon built on a partial self was a pantheon with gaps, and he had learned exactly what enemies did with gaps. There was the thing that made an impossible undertaking feel almost gentle. It was that the Infiniverse was already full of him, and the weave already knew him. His existence did not conquer the structure. It flowed into channels soaked in his cause, along strings tuned to his exact vibration, and met itself coming and going in every corner. Filling it was not an invasion. It was a homecoming, administered by the most efficient existence. Saturation at 40%. 70. 95. Saturation complete. The structure flared and stopped being illusory. Around Noah, the framework filled with the whole of him, threaded through with the whole of her, seated upon the whole of her sister, and the three claims fused into a single architecture presenting itself to existence as one unified thing. Existence checked the claim, the way it checked all claims. It found no gap anywhere. It is done. Your intent is the quintessential Osmantian. Mine is the quintessential ruin. We are seated upon my sister entirely. Designation, the quintessential pantheon of the Infiniverse. Every pantheon ever raised belonged to one being and was dead architecture. This one is shared by three true life forms, and it is alive twice over. It has a body with her own egoic intent, who can act, adapt, welcome, and refuse. It has a weave with my egoic intent, reading every string of itself, tuning, predicting, and repairing in real time. And it has you, Master, its identity and its filling existence, crowned at its center. Where other pantheons shelter passively, this one thinks. Where other pantheons hold records of a life, this one holds living observable existences and every human under your crown. As a pantheonic dimension, it seats all three of us within our own dimension of existence. As a vessel, it satisfies the requirement of traversal absurdly. And as a home, it remains exactly what it always was. The storm of blue began to settle, and one last set of prompts arrived, quieter than the rest. One honest addendum, Master. The quintessential pantheon of the Infiniverse is just now emerging. Its true capabilities have yet to be fully quantified. Three true life forms have never shared one dimension of existence, as far as I know. A living pantheon has never crossed dimensions in time. The old fact that equal pantheons cannot harm each other was written for dead structures, and what it means for ours, no one alive can say. I can model almost everything in existence. I cannot yet model us. On pantheons. Ask a young life form what a pantheon is, and they will tell you it is power. Ask an old one, and they will tell you it is a house. Both answers are true, and both miss the point. A pantheon is the structure a being raises to hold the entirety of their records. Every deed, every age survived, every truth lived, gathered into one architecture and presented to existence as a single claim. It is the requirement of the fifth scale, for only a being of perfect irrefutability, one with no contradiction anywhere inside them, can raise one at all. And once raised, it seats its holder within their own pantheonic dimension, a territory of pure self where outside law grows thin. This is why equal pantheons cannot harm each other. Two completed selves, each sovereign in their own dimension, have nothing to grip. But a pantheon is intent, given a home. The intent declares what a being is. The pantheon proves it, room by room, record by record. A grand intent with a poor pantheon is a voice with no house behind it. A grand pantheon with a shallow intent is a palace with no one living inside. Localized history mentions some decent ones. The drowned choir of 10,000 throats, whose halls sing with every oath its sovereign ever kept. The tide hall eternal, raised from an ocean of grief and standing yet. The ledger eternal and the war-gilt crucible, golden and vast, which teach a harder lesson, for both were eaten in a single afternoon. For that is the final truth of pantheons. They are records, and records are only ever as strong as the one who lived them. And somewhere, recently, a ridiculous pantheon opened its own eyes. Chapter 5486, The White Pool. The quintessential pantheon of the Infiniverse wrapped around Noah's body. How did one describe being connected to a home this way? He had lived within her, grown her, filled her with his people and his letters, and all of that had been closeness of a kind. But this was different. Her realms turned at the edge of his awareness now the way his own fingers did, present without being watched, and when Sioyan laughed somewhere in the mirrored hearth. He was more connected to the Infiniverse than he had ever been, and threaded through every strand of that connection ran his crown, ruinations weave humming quietly along all of it. Of course, the thing was only budding. A pantheonic dimension shared by three true lifeforms was minutes old, its rules unset, its laws unwritten, its true shape still gathering itself the way a newborn observable existence gathered its realms. They would have to establish all of it in time. What could enter and what could not? What the dimension permitted and what it refused. Everything. But it was so grand already that the rest was simply a matter of patience. It was all slowly coming together. And for the purpose in front of him, for serving as a vessel once his intent laid out the path, it was more than enough. Noah opened his eyes and focused. Through his evolved sight, the threads of his own forming pantheonic dimension lay spread around him, blue and gold and crimson woven into a single vast composition, and he took hold of his intent and cast it out along them like a fishing line paid out across the rigging of a ship. His intent ran the length of the pantheon's threads and then past them, stretching out beyond everything known, out toward the unknown itself. Above him, the estuary began to spin and pulse. The anchor woven through it caught his intent and tugged, and pulled, and Noah felt himself connect to a vast and endless darkness. It was the dark between the seas made intimate, pressed up against his awareness from every side, and his intent moved through it as filaments of fine string, drifting, brushing, listening for the shape of a door. He was looking. He was searching. At the same time, outside the settling storm, Amzurmadrid watched the blue clear away. The figure of the Infiniverse pulled back from her master, stepping lightly out of the fading winds, and what she left behind made the breath catch in more than one ancient chest. Noah sat in a meditative position on the open ground, silent and still, and around him faint geometric lines had begun to form, the barest suggestion of a structure tracing itself through the air in slow blue and gold. It was incomplete, hardly more than a sketch of something vast, and yet the hearts of Amzurmadrid and the others vibrated just from looking at it. What exactly had been built inside that storm? None of them could say. All of them could feel that the answer was large. Amzur breathed out, shook his head, and took his gaze away from the one he now followed, turning instead toward the one he used to. The creature stood where he had stood all along, obsidian flames banked low, with emotive still near him. Amzur floated over, and for a moment the two old existences simply looked at each other. "I would ask if you have been well," Amzur said, "but I know better. Out of all of us, you were always the one who exceeded." The creature looked at him calmly and nodded. "I do exceed. There was no boast in it. But how are the others? The living origin? The living hunger? Osmond took you all in, so they should be doing well." "It's all relative. Amzer smiled slightly. But they are good. Better than good, perhaps. They have more peace now than we ever had in those years. Of course, you have a sack of shit like the living elemental still imprisoned, but for the most part. He was about to continue when the ground answered instead. The whole region around Noah began to shake and tremble, temples humming on their foundations, the stellar lakes rippling in rings, and directly in front of the seated figure, the ground split wide open. Out of the split, a pool began to expand. It was white. Not pale, not bright, but a radiant, pristine, ancient white, a whiteness deeper than any color had a right to be, spreading wide before Noah and shining with an air of profound ancientness that pressed gently on everything around it. Amzer stared, and his thoughts stumbled over themselves. Had his master actually found a dimension that quickly? From everything they had learned, the search could take minutes, or hours, or days, or weeks, all of it depending on the strength of one's intent, and most beings paid the longer prices. Was his intent truly so ridiculous, so grand, that not even a few minutes had passed between the beginning of the search and this? Or was it not the intent at all, but the eye, or the anchor, or something in the man himself that the dark between the seas had simply been waiting to hear from? He did not know. He suspected the second possibility more than the first, and suspected the third more than the second. Noah rose to his feet before the pool, and his expression was heavy as he looked into it. He did not step forward, and he did not speak. He simply watched the white surface with the particular stillness of a man expecting something to rise out of it. Amzer was not the only one who thought so. Nearby, the Infiniverse looked at her master and the pool with a somber expression of her own. She knew what the others did not, because she had stood inside his memories of a dying painter's garden. A vast pool of pure white nothing, and a kneeling figure, and an enormous ancient hand rising out of the white to grasp his forearm in greeting. Ulf's first painting, rendered stroke for stroke, and here was the pool itself, spread out before her master exactly as the brush had promised. But as she watched, her master did not kneel. And no hand erupted from the pool. It only remained there, shining brilliantly, ancient and patient and white, radiating its quiet age across the temple grounds and offering nothing else at all. Was the painting wrong, then? Was the future it showed a dead possibility, one of the ones Ulf said never came to pass? Or was now simply not the time, and the hand would rise from some other white pool, in some other place, on some day when her master finally knelt? She could not say. She had been apprehensive from the moment the ground split, power gathered just beneath her manifestation, ready to erupt at the first sign of an ancient grip. Nothing came. Only her sister's prompts, blooming calmly before their master as if nothing about any of this warranted alarm. We have accessed the pathway of an unknown dimension of existence, anchored in an unknown time. What lies past it, when it lies, and why it answered this quickly, I cannot say. My projections return the same answer they returned about our pantheon. Insufficient precedent. Her master had succeeded. Faster than any of the ancient beings present thought possible, toward a destination none of them could name, through a door shaped like a painting whose promise had not yet been kept. Noah looked into the white a moment longer. Then he turned to those gathered behind him, calm and glorious, the faint geometry of a living pantheon still tracing itself around his body. Let's go. Chapter 5487, Across Dimensions. Across Time. Every journey begins with a lie, and the lie is this, that the traveler knows where they are going. They never do. Ask the ones who arrived, and they will tell you, if they are honest, that the destination they reached was never the one they packed for. A being sets out toward power and arrives at grief. Sets out toward vengeance and arrives at a family. Sets out toward a simple answer and arrives, years later, at a door in the dark that no map ever mentioned, wondering how the road knew them better than they knew themselves. The road decides more than the traveler does, and many arrive at places they never once imagined, carrying selves they would not have recognized when they began. Some journeys are so incredibly dangerous that arrival was never promised to anyone. The dark between destinations is full of the ones who set out bravely and simply stopped, their roads ending in places with no names, their stories finished by things that never learned them. For every traveler who crosses, many more are crossed out. But consider, then, the ones who survive. The ones who walk the perilous road all the way through, who are unmade and remade by the crossing, who arrive at the far side carrying everything the journey burned into them. Something happens to such beings that no quiet life can purchase. They ascend past the reach of the ones who stayed home, past even the reach of the ones who traveled safely, and they come, at last, to stand at the very peak of the mountain of evolution. And from that height, looking down at all the multitudes below, at the cautious and the settled and the ones who never left, even mighty things appear as what they are from a peak. Insects. Small, and far away, and no longer capable of following. The wise fear such survivors. The wiser question is never asked: what did the mountain take from them, on the way up, in exchange for the view? Noah floated before all of them, and the backbone of the quintessential pantheon of the Infiniverse answered his will. The faint geometry that had traced itself around his seated figure now expanded outward, growing from a sketch into a structure. Lines of light stretched and joined until a vast frame hung in the air before the white pool, its stanchions running in blue and gold and crimson, 3 colors for 3 true lifeforms, arranged into something that was not quite a ship and not quite a palace. It was large enough to hold everyone present with room to spare, and as each of them crossed its threshold, blue light bloomed softly across every surface their feet and oars touched, the vessel acknowledging its passengers one by one. The Dora Shathyar entered in formation. Amzur Madrid followed, wrapped in his patient purple. The creature stepped through last of the guests, his obsidian flames dimming politely within another being's dimension, which was its own kind of courtesy. Ryanara paused at the threshold, and frowned. "I will say this once before we are past the point of saying it," she voiced out. "I have not sensed the frequency of this dimension before. That means whatever waits on the other side has never once leaked into the parts of existence I know. There could be unfathomable dangers there, Osmont. Dangers that even I may not be equipped to handle." It was, by any reasonable measure, a serious warning from a serious being. And Noah considered it for exactly as long as it took him to smile. "That's fine," he said. "Look at who is aboard. Every lifeform here has thrived tremendously on adversity. Some of us are practically built from it." He turned toward the white pool. "The more, the merrier." With that, he felt the strangeness of the pantheon, or really, the backbone currently displayed for others currently. Inside him, inside the vessel that was her appendage, the actual Infiniverse rested whole. All of her, realms and rivers and 3 nested observable existences, Sioyan and Amelia and Henry and every human under his crown, folded within the pantheon that was itself an expression of her. Where did the container end and the contained begin? Was he inside her, or was she inside him, or had the question stopped meaning anything the moment 3 true lifeforms agreed to share one architecture? Every body he owned was aboard as well, every thread of his consciousness gathered into this single crossing. All of him was making this journey. Nothing stayed behind to watch the era they were leaving. When he came back, what would he find? The great usurper spreading unity through the gilded observable existences, Alexander beside him, the primordial paradox guiding his student across the deep lands. Days might pass here while they crossed. Or months. Or years. He might return to find them grown into powers he barely recognized, or return to find that only a moment had slipped by and nothing had changed at all. There was no knowing. He shook his head and commanded the backbone of his pantheon to delve into the pool, and the vessel obeyed. The white swallowed them, and the crossing began. What did the space between dimensions actually look like? Noah had wondered, and the honest answer turned out to be that it looked like nothing, because looking was the wrong sense entirely. Outside the stanchions of the vessel stretched a dark that was not darkness, and through his evolved sight, that dark resolved into something wondrous. Foam. At the smallest scale, existence was not smooth. It bubbled. The dark between dimensions frothed with structure at a fineness beneath fineness, positions boiling in and out of definition, and the longer he watched, the more he understood what he was seeing. Out here, position was not a fact. It was a question. A thing in this dark did not have a location the way a stone had a location. It had a spread of possibilities, wider or narrower, and the act of looking at it was what pressed the possibilities into a single answer. He tested it, gently, letting his sight settle on one bubbling region, and watched the froth come into definiteness exactly where his attention landed. To observe, out here, was to participate. To look at the road was to help choose it. It was trippy. In fact, the more he read, the more he suspected the road itself worked this way. Their path through the dark did not exist ahead of them as a fixed line. It existed as a spread of might-be roads, all of them faintly real at once, and the vessel's passage was the thing collapsing that spread into one traveled truth, moment by moment. Was that why an anchor mattered so much? Not as a rope to a place, but as a promise to a possibility, the one road among the spread that had already agreed to become real for them? He shook his head, and turned his sight to the strings. They were everywhere out here, and they were naked. Within dimensions, the strings dressed themselves as things, as matter and light and law, their vibrations wearing costumes. Out here they simply vibrated, and Noah could read the grammar of it directly. The open threads, the ones with loose ends, anchored themselves to the great membranes drifting through the dark, and now that he looked, he could perceive those membranes too, vast sheets hanging at distances that were not distances, each one a potential road and pathway to an unknown dimension of existence. The closed loops, though, the threads that ended nowhere, belonged to no membrane at all. They slipped between the sheets freely, carrying their influence across gaps that anchored things could never cross. Chapter 5488, Unknown. His estuary eye turned slowly above him, its lemniscate pupil a closed loop of exactly that kind, and Noah understood his own anatomy a little better. And time. Time was the strangest lesson of the crossing, because out here it stopped pretending to be a river. Through the sight, each vibrating thread extended in a direction that was neither ahead nor behind but somehow both, the way a plucked string is not one moment of sound but a whole sustained note. Past and future were not places the threads visited. They were parts of what the threads were, the full length of the note, and the anchor he and Amzer had woven through his eye was not dragging them backwards so much as sliding them along the length of notes that had been sounding since before the scales. He thought about closed loops, about deeds already done in histories he had not lived yet, and for the first time the idea felt less like a rule and more like an anatomy. Of course the past could not be changed. One did not change the beginning of a note by arriving at its middle. There was more out here. He could feel that there was more, entire weavings of the dark he was only brushing the edges of, and something in him marked the feeling carefully, because a place this rich in structure was a place something, somewhere, had surely learned to live in. What lived in the space between dimensions? Nothing he could see. That was not the same as nothing. Eventually the reading settled into rhythm, and Noah let the pantheon guide itself, the living vessel flowing along the chosen road with ruinations weave humming through every stanchion. He remained floating at its heart, his estuary eye turning above him and the pinion vigil unfurled at his back, hundreds of eyes keeping their own watch on the frothing dark. Nearby, the creature gazed out through the stanchions with a cold, unblinking attention, and Ryanara stood beside him doing the same, two ancient beings watching an unknown road. Emotive stayed close against Noah's side, and the Infiniverse closer still. As they traversed, Noah turned his attention inward, and called for himself. "Show me where I stand again, ruination." "Yes, Master." Designation, Noah Osmont. The quintessential Osmontian. The true human emperor. True life form. Osmontian source infinity, Irank, Dur. Elevation to Dirank, Ruiz, 150,000 Osmontian biomass. The egoic intent of the quintessential Osmontian, Irank, Dur. Elevation, 150,000. Volume, output, and trueness, Irank, rising together as always. The Osmontian tongue, for letters transcribed. I am. Osmont. Quintessential. Human. Capacity exists for further letters, and the backbone has grown hungrier since the Pantheon emerged, if a language can be said to hunger. The 9 passive Osmantian Principium foundations. The tide that owes nothing stands at D rank, Ruiz, with echoing returns active. The echoes from 3 growing observable existences continue arriving on schedule, and they have been generous. The remaining 8 foundations stand at F rank, Baith. Elevation of the tide to C rank, Strafe, 125,000. The others, 5,000 per rank. True appendages. The estuary eye, now drinking across your immediate past and potential futures as well as your present. The pinion vigil of the unbroken gaze. The hepatarch of the undying root. Adorned, the circlet of the quintessential ruin, which is to say, me. Seated within you, the amaranthine heart of the unfelt depths, shared with the living emotive. The pantheon of the infiniverse. The true distinction of the true human emperor, 5 boons active. 1 true declarative human ruling, self only, still unquantified, still unused. I continue working on the quantification. Pantheon, the quintessential pantheon of the infiniverse. Emerging. Shared by 3 true life forms. Capabilities not yet fully measured, currently serving as vessel, fortress, and home across an unprecedented crossing. Observable existences under your cause, 4. All aboard. Current Osmantian biomass, 356,800. Between the human tide, for letters, the echoing returns, and a warden who made poor choices, your generation has gone from rivers to an ocean. 356,000. Noah read the number twice, and the question that followed was the natural one. Should he make changes now? He could elevate both his Osmantian source infinity and his intent to D rank right now, 300,000 spent in one breath, and arrive in the unknown dimension a full grade harder. But hadn't he already learned the better lesson on this exact purchase? The last elevation had cost him 1 biomass each, because he had saturated the grade first and let the work discount the price. Paying full fare for an elevation that patience might hand him for pocket change was not strategy. It was impatience. He could pour it into the 8 sleeping foundations, cheap and broad. But cheap and broad was not ideal. Which foundation would this dimension test? He did not know. Spending before the adversity revealed its shape meant guessing, and guessing meant waste. Or there was the third road. Hold the ocean. Keep the reserve whole, let the dimension show its teeth first, and then spend. A war chest was the one purchase that was never wrong, because it became whatever the war required. Except for the tide. The tide was the single foundation whose returns compounded with time, every gift echoing, every echo breeding echoes, and a journey into an unknown dimension was, whatever else it turned out to be, a journey into giving and taking on a scale he could not yet price. Every moment the tide sat a rank lower than it could stand was interest quietly unearned. If there was one purchase where earliness itself paid, it was this one. The tide, Noah said. Raise it to C rank. Everything else waits until this dimension shows me what it is. Understood, Master. 125,000 spent. The tide that owes nothing rises towards C rank, Strafe, the grade that sharpens and compels, and it will finish settling as we cross. I will report what Strafe makes of it once the foundation stops changing shape. 231,800 biomass held in reserve. Wah! And so the vessel flowed on through the frothing dark, a living pantheon sliding along the length of ancient notes, carrying a crowned emperor, his family, his home, and several of the most wild beings of an era toward a door that had answered far too quickly. Somewhere ahead, at the end of a road that was still deciding to exist, an unknown dimension waited. Chapter 5489, Unknown. 2. The crossing, in the end, gave them no trouble at all. Perhaps that should have been comforting. The dark between dimensions had offered nothing but its frothing quiet as no wakes rose to meet them, no attention pressed back against their own as the living vessel flowed along its chosen road until the road simply ended. Ahead, through the radiant stanchions of blue, gold, and crimson, the outer boundary of their destination resolved out of the boundless dark. The outer weavings of this dimension were unfathomably heavy. Age pressed off of them in profound waves as even at the boundary, even before entry, the threads out here ran thicker and older than anything his sight had ever read before. How old did something have to be before its edges alone felt like this? He had stood before the Queen Regnant. He had felt the Sealed One fill an entire sky. Neither of those weights had carried this particular texture of sheer ancientness. And just as Rhaenyra had said, entering an open dimension was no issue at all as the boundary took hold of the vessel gently, and they began to be pulled in. Noah breathed out. What here would have a connection to him, if anything did? His eye had chosen this door out of millions, across time itself as an anchor was a promise to a possibility. So was he closing a loop in time right now? Was some deed of his already waiting in this place, aged and patient, recorded in a history he had not lived yet? Would he find answers here, or only more questions? He didn't know. Let's go. Without an ounce of fear or doubt, he proceeded in. The passage was unlike the crossing that came before it, as entering felt like falling through countless event horizons stacked one behind another, each threshold folding space differently than the last as their sense of time and distance came apart entirely somewhere in the middle of it all. Up became a memory. Duration became a rumor. The glorious vessel held as ruinations we've hummed through every stanchion, and then, all at once, they arrived. Boom! They arrived into liquid. A viscous, glowing fluid pressed in around all of them as it filled the curved space they had emerged into from wall to wall. And it did not wait politely at their skin. The fluid forced its way into their bodies, into their very existences as it pushed past defenses that had turned aside the authorities of Mesozoic scale beings as if those defenses were mere suggestions. Power did not matter to it. It entered the creature the same way it entered the Dora Shathyar, utterly indifferent to the difference between them. A foreign authority has forcefully entered your existence. I attempted to bar it and was overruled. Noah fought it on instinct as his intent rose, his foundations bracing to expel the intrusion. And then, an instant later, he stopped. Boom! Because his existence was cheering. There was no better word for it. His foundations, every single one of them, turned toward the invading substance the way roots turn toward water as he felt them begin to advance. The tide hummed. The hunger woke ravenous. Even the sleeping eight stirred in their grades as through all of him ran a fervor his body had not even asked his mind's permission for. Correction to my prior report, and happily so. The foreign matter is extremely conducive to growth. It is being integrated across every component of your existence at once. Plus 10,000 osmantian biomass has been gained. Plus 20,000 osmantian biomass has been gained. Plus 20,000 osmantian biomass has been gained, the count is still climbing. Prompts of majesty and wonder. His existence buzzed with shock and fervor both as his eyes flashed with tyranny. If this place wanted to pour wealth into him uninvited, then he would stop being a passive recipient about it. Noah opened the hunger that refines fully and began to actively devour the substance around him, drawing it in through skin and breath and existence alike. He wasn't the only one. The creature had already begun as his obsidian flames drank the fluid in slow greedy spirals. The Infiniverse absorbed through every thread of her manifestation, an emotive laugh somewhere in the golden thickness of it all, pulling the liquid in like a girl gulping air after a long dive. Even Rhaenyra, wary as she was, had clearly decided that waste was the greater sin as every being aboard became akin to a black hole, the glowing fluid thinning around them, and thinning, until at last the curved space stood entirely empty of it. Then the walls began to crack. BZZT. Thin fracture lines spidered across the edges of the space, glowing at their seams as the whole enclosure shuddered around them. Through the widening cracks came air, and the air was heavy. Dense past anything observable existences or the primordial source offered, thick with terrifying concentrations of some unknown matter as it flooded in and pressed against them. Crack. The cracks met. The walls gave. And everything broke open at once, the curved shell falling away in great pale shards as they rose out of it into open air with the residue of the enclosure clinging to all of them, streaks of glistening film and clinging membrane, the unmistakable leavings of the inside of an egg. They had been inside an egg. Noah wiped a slick of it from his jaw and looked around as the looking answered one question by opening 10 more. They stood in a nest. A vast one, woven from materials even his sight could not fully parse as its walls rose around them like hills, and beyond its rim, the air of the wider dimension pressed down so heavily that his awareness could not spread past his immediate surroundings at all. He pushed against that pressure once, carefully. It did not push back so much as simply decline to move. His existence buzzed with elation and oppression in the same breath. Oppression, because nothing here yielded even an inch to him. Elation, because the air itself was so pure, so pristine, that merely standing in it fed him. He could feel the slow steady tick of it already, osmantian biomass accruing from nothing but his very presence. What kind of place fed you for existing in it while crushing your senses in the same breath? What had they hatched out of? And whose nest was this? As they acclimated, an inflow of information arrived, freely and unasked. Master, information is being given. Given, to all entrants, as a matter of this dimension's law. I will relay it as it settles. You have been born again with your entry. All of you. Passage into this dimension occurs in no other way, and by hatching, you have been recognized as inhabitants. The dimension now counts you among its own. You have arrived in the Krasr Null. Its weavings sit before Vakachev's scales of existence were ever born. A caution, delivered with the welcome. This place is lethal as a matter of course. Anything that is not a true lifeform will die here within minutes, unraveled by the same ambient density currently feeding you. The Dora Shathyar and Amzer Madrid survive, for now, because they hatched within your pantheon's protection and stand inside its reach. I recommend they remain there. The weavings of ancientness saturate everything here. And through all of it, prevalent past measuring, runs the aura of those who remain. Noah's eyes were unfathomably bright. Behind him, Ryanara's gaze had gone heavy, and then her composure simply failed her. Fuck. Osmont. She cursed him out as if he had personally murdered all of them. Noah remained standing strong, egg residue and all. Because before anything else, before the nest and the name and even the aura of those who remain, something in him had already begun to move. The tide that owes nothing has been triggered, Master, and Strafe has finished settling just in time to answer it. You have given safe passage across dimensions and time itself, delivering a number of beings to an unfathomable place none of them could have reached alone. The tide recognizes the carriage, the protection, and the arrival as one compound act of giving. At Sirank, Strafe, the grade that sharpens and compels, the tide's returns now range from 3,000 to 20,000-fold, and it has gained the property of sharpened returns. Boons no longer arrive merely as value, but hone toward what serves you most in the moment of payment. Boons delivered. Plus 75,000 osmantian biomass. Your rate of ambient absorption within this dimension has been sharpened threefold, for you and for every being you carried. And one further return, shaped by where we now stand, a single thread of standing within the Krasr Null. You did not merely hatch as an inhabitant. As of this moment, the dimension recognizes you as one born of its first clutch, and I do not yet know what that title carries. Chapter 5490, Peril. The weavings of existence within the Krasr Null were not easily discernible. Yet Noah kept an eye on his continuing changes as the ambient wealth of this ancient place ticked steadily into him, his existence buzzing with wonder as he turned towards a stern Ryanara. The exquisite figure of the mirthful antiquity had gone stern in a way he had rarely seen from her, as her hands were already moving, waving through the heavy air as strands of her boundless power spread out to cover everyone present, settling over them in radiant fine layers as she was veiling them. She was not doing this casually either, but with the thorough and hurried care of someone wrapping priceless treasures before a calamitous storm arrived. The Krasser Knoll is a place I have only ever heard of. And what I heard was enough to never come looking. She kept weaving as she spoke, the words flowing out fast as her vibrant eyes shone with graveness. This place held the first templates of life forms. Experiments, run by the cursed descendants, the cursed lineage of existence descending from a particularly powerful one among those who remain. She did not name which one. Regal steeds of those who remain were bred in this dimension as experiments, and they were the first lifeforms ever cultivated as if they were observable existences. Each one was given its own first cause, as each one was meant to be untouched, set apart, perfect. The progeny who tended this place akin to farmhands were told plainly to never hold designs on the steeds of those who remain. Around the vast nest, the listening beings had gone still as the hand of Astrid settled on her spear without her even seeming to notice, the patient purple light of Amsar Modred turning slower and slower. But of course, such steeds were unfathomable things to leave alone. Lifeforms holding their own first causes, bred for the backs of those who remain? Greed overcame the progeny, as greed always does. They tried to take the steeds for themselves, and for it, they were cursed. Wah! The steeds they touched were cursed alongside them as their causes collapsed into perpetual terminal weavings. Every experiment declared a failure in a single stroke as all of them became abominations. The steeds with their failing causes, and the progeny themselves. She finished the veil and let her hands fall as her voice carried boundless graveness. The descendants have been seeking escape from their curse ever since. That is what this dimension is now. They experiment on every other lifeform they can reach, hunting for solutions as they cast weavings across existence to pull subjects in. Infinite lifeforms, source lifeforms, gilded ones, anything unique, even true lifeforms and primeval ones who find their way here are treated as nothing more than experimental subjects for the cursed descendants. Words of terrifying calamity echoed. The Dora Shathyar had gone grim down their whole line as Emotive pressed closer against Noah's arm, her manic light banked low for once as even the manifestation of the Infiniverse had drawn quiet, her gaze moving slowly across the colossal nest walls as though remeasuring what had hatched them. Only Noah's eyes were shining. Brilliantly, in fact, as if he was hearing something entirely different compared to everyone else here. At this moment, the creature floated up while looking around the vast nest with his cold and unhurried attention as he nodded. I have heard of this place as well. It is one even primeval lifeforms try to avoid, as the cursed descendants are ruthless in trying to reverse their fates. They are powerful, but their lives carry an expiration date. They reproduce well enough, but some die after 100 years, some after 1,000, some after 1,000,000, depending on the potency of the curse in their line. His obsidian flames burned low, and even as his grand voice continued, knowing there are lifeforms so much weaker than them who can live for so much longer made them extremely brutal. If this place is even slightly survivable, it will hold tremendous adversity. Otherwise. He did not finish the sentence. Even the creature was somber as Noah almost wanted to ask him the obvious question of just how he could have any information about this place at all. Rhaenyra had only heard rumors, and she was more powerful than any of them here, so what had the creature heard, and from whom, and in which era? The question joined a growing shelf of questions about his companion. But he set this aside for now, because his mind was buzzing with something else entirely. Cursed steeds of those who remain that were designed and engineered like observable existences, each one holding its own first cause, and now cursed with their causes locked in perpetual terminal weavings. Dying, in other words. Dying the slow structural death of ones whose foundations were failing. His shining eyes turned to gaze at the Infiniverse. She could effectively be considered a living observable existence, couldn't she? A domain with her own causes and her own egoic intent, aware, alive, whole, she was, when he laid it out plainly, a success. The very thing these ancient experiments had been reaching for when they cultivated lifeforms as observable existences was standing in this nest fully realized while wearing a cerulean threaded dress. And the steeds? If they truly were cursed and dying lifeforms built on the architecture of observable existences, then what were their failing first causes if not the exact wound Noah had already healed multiple times before? He had resuscitated Chernobyl. He had resuscitated the drowned cradle. Seeding causes into dying foundations was not a theory to him. It was a practiced craft. Was this why the estuary had drawn him into this perilous place? Out of millions of doors across the dark, across time itself, his anchor had chosen the one dimension holding such history. As he was thinking all of this, his existence buzzed with warning and immensity at this time unlike any other. A colossal shadow covered the nest. Noah and the others looked up as their gazes changed. Right. Many lifeforms were pulled into this place. And they had come out of an egg inside a nest as naturally. Nests did not tend themselves. Something had built this one, something had laid or gathered or guarded what hatched here and looked after it, and that something seemed to have come home. Its aura was suffocating as crimson eyes opened wide and curved into an utterly devilish smile, as if it were looking at vibrant new meals. Chapter 5491, Peril. 2. The crimson eyes did not blink. They curved with that devilish delight as the colossal shadow above the nest finally lowered itself into full view, and the sight of it pressed down on every existence present like a hand closing slowly around a throat. It was a serpent. A massive, monstrous serpent whose body coiled around the entire rim of the nest and kept going, scales of deep obsidian green layered like shields of a drowned armory as over this armored skin, rivers of infinity and the primordial source circled and slithered like obedient snakes of their own. They did not rage. They did not resist. The two grandest essences of existence moved over this being's body the way tame things moved, and that obedience said more than any roar could. And its power. Noah felt his existence buzz as he gauged the pressure rolling off of it. It was more suffocating than even Ryanara. The strongest being of their party, and the thing smiling down at them right now outweighed her aura the way a sea outweighed a river. His body pulsed. His breath came heavier. And what rose in him was not dread, but excitement. How long had it been? How long since he stepped into a place where his senses screamed at him like this, where the very air promised that the beings here could actually end him? Ah! It had been too long. This dimension of existence held dangerous things all around, and he found that he was actually looking forward to it. It would be hard. It would be painful, even. But he was ready. So he looked up gloriously and without fear at the monstrous thing smiling down at them. I was wondering what was drawn into this little nest here. The serpent's voice rolled through the heavy air, deep and rich and horribly pleased with itself, the voice of a being that had never once been interrupted. I did not expect all of you. Ha, many is good. Many is very good. I can offer all of you to Jarl Erling without worry. Jarl Erling. A name, dropped carelessly, as this being spoke about offering true lifeforms to someone the way a farmhand spoke about delivering grain. Noah's sight pressed against the ancient composition above as ruination worked alongside him, and information began to settle. Master, readings on the being above us. Designation, Ormar Grimtunge. True life form. Intent, the Ananke intent of the inevitable coil. His trueness is seamless, and his intent is of the second order, inevitability itself, expressed through constriction. What his coils close around does not escape as a matter of law. Pantheon, the hoard of the world coil. From its weavings, he does not merely hold records within it. He holds beings. Collected, coiled, and kept. A true life form with an Enki intent, whose pantheon was a horde of living things. I have gauged the surrounding weavings and run every probability available to me. This true life form intends to attack and imprison all of us within the next 3 nanoseconds. Certainty, 99%. Noah felt the danger down to his foundations as the prompt settled. He really could feel it, sharp and real in a way nothing had been for so long, and he welcomed every drop of it as he spoke out grandly. A true life form is our welcoming party, let's enjoy it. HUUM. His will moved as he spoke, pulling Amzur Madrid and the Dora Shathyar into the pantheon of the Infiniverse in a single fold of blue light, the 9 daughters vanishing mid-stance as only Ryanara, the creature, the Infiniverse, and Emotive remained outside with him, all of them already lighting up with waves of vibrant intent. Above them, the serpent's smile stretched wider as its laughter shook the nest walls. Haha, me? A welcoming party? Ormar Grimtunge loomed closer as the rivers of infinity coiled faster over his scales, his crimson eyes drinking in their risen auras the way a merchant drinks in fresh stock. You fucking scrubs. Let me introduce you properly then, and remind you of what you are. You are not guests. You are not challengers. You are only merchandise. Little prisoners. Boom. Ryanara shook her head with naked frustration as she shot upwards toward the serpent, her slender body unleashing waves of rolling darkness that blotted out the nest below her, and antiquity finally shedding her looseness. And the snake smiled brutally. Discombobulate. Terrifying weavings of power erupted across the whole sky. The massive serpent split. One colossal body became many in a single beat of existence, coils dividing into coils as nearby space itself cried out fearfully under the weight of the technique, and purple rivers of an alien intent flooded outwards in every direction at once. Noah only managed to put his hands on Emotive and the Infiniverse. Then a purple river of intent swept past them, and the 3 of them disappeared. The creature bellowed out as another purple river passed over him, and he too was gone, obsidian flames swallowed mid-eruption. The only one who remained above the nest was Ryanara. She looked down and saw nobody else here as her darkness churned around her, and she cussed, her cold gaze rising to the enemy ahead of her who smiled with open brutality. Divide and conquer. The greatest mass of the serpent coiled before her, crimson eyes gleaming. You are the strongest among them, so you will face most of me. The others should be light years away from here by now, facing lesser parts of me. But do not worry for them, even a single lesser me is enough. Ha ha. Are you ready? Ryanara rolled her neck and stretched her arms slowly, the frustration bleeding out of her frame with each movement until only the old, bright, dangerous mirth remained. Yeah. I'm fucking ready. Her vibrant eyes settled on the mountain of coils ahead. At least this place has curses. I never wanted to come here, but now that I am, I will learn everything I can. A little serpent won't stop me. Her existence pulsed, and she fully unleashed her power. She only thought how at this time Osmond had truly found the adversity he was seeking. Chapter 5492, I Will Lounge. Noah, Emotive, and the Infiniverse found themselves standing on flat ground filled with moss, mist, and darkness in all directions. The moss below them was ancient and black-green, layered so thick that their feet sank into it like carpets woven over eons as the mist coiled around their figures in slow gray rivers that refused to disperse. Past the mist, darkness stretched out with no horizon to end it, and through this darkness, the sky raged. Concentrated rivers of infinity and the primordial source tore across the heavens as if mad, blue, and prismatic currents crashing against each other with none of the obedience they had shown over the serpent's scales. Here they were wild, unclaimed, furious, and from their collisions, a rain of both these authorities crashed down like a storm alongside something else. Droplets of pure infinity. Droplets of raw primordial source. And laced between both, droplets of a third essence Noah's sight could not name as it hissed against the moss and sank into the ancient ground. What kind of place had weather made of the grandest authorities in existence? What was the third essence raining down beside them? They were questions for later. Because above them, coiled through the raging sky, a familiar figure gazed down. It was Ormar, and yet it was less. This body was smaller and less imposing than the mountain of coils that had loomed over the nest, its crimson eyes dimmer, its pressure reduced from a sea to a heavy lake. A divided body. A fraction of the whole, sent to handle the fraction of them, and its cold smile said it found even this assignment generous. I've got the weakest one separated here, Ormar said, his voice rolling down through the storm. You all should be the first to fall. The weakest ones? Noah couldn't help but smile at this as his existence buzzed and roiled with power, his Osmantian biomass screaming to be used as he looked up at this being. Over 200,000 in reserve, a crown humming on his head, a living pantheon breathing around his existence, and the storm-fed air of this dimension still ticking wealth into him with every breath. The weakest ones. He would remember that appraisal fondly. Before destruction, big guy, are you talkative? Noah called up through the rain of authorities, his tone light as his eyes shone. Do you want to tell us a few things about where we are and what's around us? Any of those? Steeds of those who remain nearby? Or the cursed descendants themselves? Ormar harumphed, a sound like a hill collapsing. Don't ask things when the answers will mean nothing to you. Be bound. Huum. Obsidian purple ropes unleashed from the serpent's body. They poured out from between his scales in the dozens, then the hundreds, each one a woven cord of his Enki intent given form as inevitability was spun into bindings that snaked down through the raging sky. And Noah could already feel them constricting around him even before they arrived. This was the terror of an Enki intent expressed through constriction as the binding began the moment it was willed, the capture already unfolding as law before the ropes ever crossed the distance. His shoulders felt phantom coils. His existence felt the horde waiting. Noah breathed out slowly as his mind ran cold and clear. He knew plainly that he could not beat this true life form as he was right now. Even this divided body outweighed him, and the whole of Ormar Grimtunge outweighed Rhaenyra herself. Alone, at E-rank grades, against inevitability made flesh, the math was not kind. He did not worry for the creature or Rhaenyra, wherever the purple rivers had scattered them, as both were terrifying beings who had survived eras of things. As for himself, he breathed out as his hand rose to the crown upon his head. Ruination. I have been waiting for you to say it, Master. Fusing. The circlet of the quintessential ruin lifted from his brow and began to spin above him, faster and faster as it bloomed with crimson gold light, thousands upon thousands of woven strings unwinding from its band as they poured down over his figure like a waterfall of burning threads. The strings did not wrap him. They entered him. Every thread of her wove into every thread of him, string finding string, her intent sliding into the spaces of his intent as two true lifeforms folded into a single existence, and Noah's body transformed under the confluence. His dark hair bled through with veins of crimson and gold, burning like woven fire past his shoulders. His eyes turned into layered rings of cerulean and crimson, lemniscate patterns turning slowly within both pupils, and across his skin, faint lines of light traced themselves like circuitry of pure string as every one of them hummed with her predictive weavings. The world slowed around his perception as her sight became his sight, every falling drop of the authority storm resolving into readable threads, every incoming binding rope a composition whose weakest stitch glowed before his eyes. And he did not stop there. Infiniverse. Yes, Master. Her voice came warm from beside him, and her manifestation smiled as she dissolved into cerulean light that sank into his chest. For the first time, his pantheon unfurled fully. The quintessential pantheon of the Infiniverse bloomed out from his existence not as a backbone, not as stanchions, but as everything, a dimension of existence erupting outward with him at its heart as the moss and mist and storm were swallowed whole by realms. Skies of gold. Seas of glass. mountain ranges of turning blue light, nested observable existences glimmering in the distance like hung lanterns, thousands upon thousands of realms unfolding in every direction as one man became in tune and fused together with two other true lifeforms and wore their shared dimension as his body. Noah stood on nearly one of the thousands of realms of his pantheon, his feet settling upon vast stretches of golden sands that glimmered like crushed dreams, dunes of radiant gold rolling out to a horizon that belonged to him. Emotive was pulled gently to his side by a current of the pantheon's will, and around his transformed figure, the aura he radiated actually reached a suffocating level. Where a lone E-rank true lifeform had stood, something else now breathed. Three egoic intents layered into one presence. A living dimension worn as flesh. The storm of infinity and primordial source still raged somewhere beyond his pantheon's edges, and for the first time since arriving in the Krasernal, it did not feel heavy at all. Chapter 5493, I Will Lounge. 2. The full fusion has settled. Designation of this form, the quintessential confluence. Three true life forms, one existence. Within it, all grades of your existence are raised by one. Your Osmantian source infinity, your egoic intent, your volume, output, and trueness, and all 9 foundations now stand and function a full rank above their true grades for the duration of the fusion. Offensive capability, the Osmantian dimensional barrage. The Pantheon can now condense miniature Osmantian dimensional observable existences, whole miniature realms formed from its fabric, each one seeded with your infinite cause and all your other causes converted into pure destruction. Each miniature observable existence carries the weight and immensity of the infiniverse, the string guidance of my intent, and the crushing authority of your causes as they detonate with the death of a realm behind every impact. Woven into each is the gaze of the pinion vigil, sanity flaying and intent perception overload lashing all struck enemies, and the pull of the estuary, bleeding their weavings toward you with every detonation. You are no longer a being who casts techniques. You are a dimension that throws its own realms. Defensive capability, the Osmantian dimensional auras of the infiniverse. The Pantheon can conjure layered auras of its own dimensional law around you and any you designate. Anything seeking passage through these auras faces a single demand written into their weavings: present a cause grander than the infiniverse herself, or be refused. Attacks below that threshold do not weaken against the aura's master. They are simply denied, as one dimension refusing entry to lesser laws. Prompts of majesty and wonder bloomed. Noah read them as golden sand swirled lazily around his feet, and he reached out to grab onto Emotive's body, pulling her close as she squealed with visible excitement, her manic eyes darting over every inch of his transformed figure and the thousands of realms beyond as if she couldn't decide which part of his power to adore first. Behind him, the golden sands rose. They spiraled upward and condensed, dune folding upon dune as a throne formed itself grain by grain, vast and gleaming and shaped from the dreams of a living dimension, and Noah sat down upon it grandly as he pulled Emotive onto his lap, one arm around her waist while his layered eyes gazed out through his pantheon's edge at the distant coils of the serpent. Then he spoke, and his voice carried through every realm at once. I have been thinking about what it means to be true to one's identity ever since existence handed me a crown. And I have arrived at a simple answer. A true human emperor should act like exactly what he is. His crimson gold hair drifted in the dimensional winds as his smile curved, devilish and regal in equal measure. I have spent my whole existence lifting my own hands. Every enemy, every era, every grave. Fists, blades, letters, wings. And that was correct, for a climber. But I am not merely a climber anymore, am I? An emperor's truth is not that he can fight. It is that he does not have to. The thousands of realms of the quintessential pantheon of the infiniverse began to glow, miniature observable existences condensing across the golden skies in the hundreds like a harvest of burning domains waiting to fall. So for my first true act in this dimension, I will live true to my identity. I will lounge on this throne without lifting even a hand, and take on a true life form. He leaned back into the golden throne, Emotive curled delightedly against him, and at that moment, the visage of the true human emperor looked like nothing so much as a regal devilish demon crowned in a dimension of his own. Ruination. Infiniverse. Bombard this fucker with dimensional observable existences for me. HUUM. The first miniature Osmantian dimensional observable existence launched from the golden skies of Noah's pantheon like a star being hurled by the hand of a living dimension. It was a sphere of condensed cerulean brilliance no larger than a man's fist, and yet within it churned the weight of an entire realm as Noah's infinite cause and all his other causes were converted into pure destruction, the pinioned vigil's gaze woven into its fabric alongside the pull of the estuary as it screamed across the distance between the golden sands and the coiled serpent. Boom! It struck Ormar Grimtunge across his massive jaw. The detonation alone should have ended a Mesozoic-scale existence 3 times over as the death of a miniature observable existence unleashed itself in a bloom of bluebolt annihilation, the sanity flame lashing out from within the explosion to assault the serpent's mind while the estuary drank greedily at the weavings displaced by the blast. But Ormar did not fall. His massive head turned from the impact as scales cracked and bled rivers of prismatic fluid, and behind his coiled body, the horde of the world coil manifested for the first time. It bloomed like a prison-given architecture, an entire pantheonic dimension of writhing obsidian purple coils layered upon coils as within its depths, Noah's sight could perceive the faint signatures of collected beings, hundreds of them, lifeforms hoarded across ages and kept alive within the serpentine dimension as trophies and fuel. The Ananke intent of the inevitable coil surged from this pantheon as the very concept of inevitability pressed outward, a law declaring that what Ormar closed upon stayed closed, that escape was not a thing this dimension permitted, and the wave of it crashed against Noah's golden sands. The Osmantian dimensional auras of the Infiniverse answered. The layered auras bloomed across the pantheon's edge like walls of living law as the incoming intent struck them and was met with a single demand: present a cause grander than the Infiniverse herself. An Ananke intent was terrifying. But was it grander than a living observable existence who held her own causes, her own intent, and 3 nested observable existences within her? The aura checked, and the aura refused, and the crushing wave of inevitability broke against the dimensional boundary like a tide striking a continent. Noah watched all of this from his throne without moving a single muscle. Again, he said. HUUM. 10 more miniature Osmantian dimensional observable existences condensed across the golden skies, each one burning with the light of a dying realm, each one seated with all 9 of his causes turned to annihilation as ruination strings guided their trajectories and the Infiniverse weight filled their cores. They fell upon the serpent like a volley of burning worlds. Boom! 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 3 struck his coil's mid-body and detonated in cascading rings of destruction as scales the size of mountains cracked and flew off into the raging storm, prismatic blood spraying across the mist-covered flatlands below. 2 more struck the base of his manifested pantheon, the horde of the world coil shuddering under the impacts as its coiled architecture visibly strained. And 5 more peppered across his length from tail to skull, each detonation unleashing sanity flaying into a different section of his mind while the estuary drank at the displaced weavings with growing hunger. The effects were staggering. Ormar Grimtunge recoiled across the sky as his massive form buckled under the onslaught, his Ananke intent flickering at its edges as sections of his coiled body spasmed where the sanity flaying had breached, and the crimson light in his eyes strobed between fury and a disorientation he had clearly never experienced. But this was a true lifeform with an Ananke intent. Even battered, even bleeding, inevitability reasserted itself. His coils tightened around empty air and the tightening itself became an attack as the space around Noah's pantheon began to compress, the very distance between the serpent and the throne closing not because the serpent moved but because his intent declared the distance no longer existed. Wah! The Osmantian dimensional auras flared as the compression met them, layers of dimensional law pushing back against an inevitability that simply refused to accept the word no, and for the first time, the demand of the auras trembled. The check did not break, but it creaked, because an Ananke intent did not attack the way ordinary power attacked. It did not try to be grander. It simply insisted, over and over, that the outcome was already decided. Chapter 5494, Immensity. Noah felt the trembling through every realm of his pantheon. From the serpent's bleeding jaws, a response came at last. Ha 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 ha. Ormar's laughter rolled across the battlefield as his body straightened despite the wounds, prismatic blood still flowing freely from dozens of shattered scales. I called you the weakest ones. What a thing to be wrong about. You, a fused existence that throws miniature dimensions like stones. His crimson eyes burned brighter as his own pantheon's coils began to tighten and multiply behind him, the horde deepening, more bindings manifesting from its depths. I may just have to bring forth more power here. I may have to recall parts of myself from the others, or open the deeper coils of my horde. You are making me work, little thing, and I do not enjoy working. Noah remained undaunted on his throne. His layered cerulean crimson eyes gazed through the dimensional edge at the recovering serpent as he calculated what his sight was telling him. The divided body was healing. The Ananke intent was reasserting. And Ormar was talking about pulling more of himself back from the fragments fighting Ryanara and the creature, which meant the window of relative weakness was closing. He looked down at Emotive on his lap. She had been watching the whole battle with wide manic eyes as her amaranthan light flickered in rhythm with every detonation, and the look on her face was somewhere between awe and a child watching fireworks. She met his gaze and understood immediately what he was asking. Join in, Noah said simply. Emotive's eyes changed. The mania did not leave, it never left, but something beneath it locked into place with a seriousness that transformed her entire bearing as she rose from his lap and floated upward, her slender form beginning to radiate waves of amaranthan light that pulsed outward like a second heartbeat. The egoic intent of the felt eternity erupted from her. It was not a combat intent. It did not strike, it did not cut, it did not bind. It did something far worse. It reached across the battlefield and touched the emotional foundation of every existence in its range, and for Ormar Grimtunge, whose Ananke intent ran on the absolute certainty that his outcomes were inevitable, the felt eternity introduced doubt. Not as a thought. As a feeling. The serpent's crimson eyes widened as an unfamiliar sensation flooded through his coils, his certainty wavering not because logic challenged it but because something had reached into the place where certainty lived and made it feel less. His Ananke intent stuttered. The horde of the world coil flickered as its architecture lost coherence for a single critical instant, the bindings within loosening as if the horde itself had momentarily forgotten why it was holding on. It lasted only a heartbeat. But a heartbeat was enough for Noah. Ruination, he spoke from his throne, his voice calm as the serpent's defenses flickered. Spend 150,000 Osmantian biomass. Elevate the egoic intent of the quintessential Osmantian. Done. Wah! The cost burned through him like a river of fire as 150,000 Osmantian biomass vanished in a single breath, and his egoic intent surged upward to Dirank Ruiz. But he was not at his base state. He was fused as the quintessential confluence where all grades functioned one rank above their true level, which meant his intent did not settle at D rank. It erupted at C rank. And C rank was the threshold. Master. Your egoic intent, elevated within the confluence, now functions at C rank, strafe. At this grade, expressed through this fusion, your intent has crossed a threshold. You are emanating the grandeur of Ananke. His egoic intent, the quintessential Osmantian, was not an Ananke intent by nature. It was an egoic intent, first order. But its C-rank strafe within the fusion of three true lifeforms, operating one rank above, its sheer weight and trueness had climbed high enough to radiate at the same tier as second-order inevitability. He was not inevitability. He was identity, so dense and true that it functioned with the same immovable authority. Cerulean flames exploded from Noah's seated figure. They were not ordinary flames of Osmantian source infinity. These were intent made visible, identity burning at the grade of Ananke, and they rose from his throne in towering pillars as Emotive's amaranthan disruption still held the serpent's certainty in its grip. The flames surged upward and poured into the hundreds of miniature Osmantian dimensional observable existences already condensed across the golden skies, each one drinking the cerulean fire and swelling with an authority that had not been there moments ago. Now, Noah said from his throne. The bombardment came. Not 10, not 20, but hundreds of miniature Osmantian dimensional observable existences descended upon Ormar Grimtunge at once, as each one now burned with cerulean flames carrying the grandeur of an Enki. They struck his coils and his scales and his manifested pantheon from every conceivable angle as detonation after detonation after detonation ripped across the battlefield in a cascade of blue-gold annihilation. Boom! 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 The destruction was absolute. Ormar's scales shattered in sheets as his prismatic blood rained down across the moss-covered flatlands and rivers. His Enki intent, already stuttering from emotive's disruption, could not reassert itself against an opposing authority radiating at the same order as the miniature realms pressed and wrapped around his body, tightening, constricting the constrictor, dozens of burning observable existences folding over his coils like a net woven from dying dimensions. The horde of the world coil buckled. The serpent's pantheon cracked along its deepest architecture as the bindings within snapped one after another, collected beings tumbling free inside its collapsing structure as the horde that had held hundreds across ages began to come apart. The pinion vigil's gaze poured in through every crack, sanity flame flooding the fractured pantheon's interior, and the estuary drank and drank and drank at the weavings bleeding out of the dying dimension. The serpent's body was wrapped in a cocoon of burning miniature observable existences, constricted by the very technique of constriction turned against him as his crimson eyes blazed through the devastation. And even now, even at the end, the serpent managed to look directly at Noah through the inferno. "Just you wait," Ormar Grimtunge said, his voice carrying through the destruction with a calm that promised a future far worse than this present. "Just you wait, little thing. This was a fraction of me. A sliver. The whole of me will remember your face and your flames and your little throne of sand, and when I find you again in this dimension with my full body, I will coil around everything you love and I will not let go." His crimson eyes held Noah's layered gaze for one more instant. Then the cerulean flames ate through the last of his divided body, and the fractured pantheon collapsed inward, and the coils turned to ash and prismatic dust that scattered across the raging storm above. Wah! The divided body of Ormar Grimtunge was destroyed. And through it all, Noah had not lifted a single muscle from his throne of golden sand. He sat there as the dust of a true lifeform's fractured body rained down through the storming sky, emotive floating back down to settle against him with shining manic eyes, his cerulean flames still burning across his frame with the heavy intent of a being who had just operated at the grandeur of an Enki. His crimson gold hair drifted in dimensional winds as his layered eyes gazed through the settling destruction with the calm of an emperor who had passed judgment and watched it carried out. His body burned vibrantly with a heavy intent. And through that heavy burning, the prompts came. The tide that owes nothing has been triggered. You have destroyed the divided body of a true lifeform through the acts of your bonded existences, without lifting a hand, granting your companions the adversity of battle and the triumph of victory as a gift of your own architecture. The tide recognizes the giving. Boons delivered. Plus 180,000 Osmantian biomass, recovered in part from the expenditure of the elevation. And 2 further returns, shaped by what the estuary drank during the destruction. First, geographic records bled from Ormar's collapsing pantheon. I now hold a partial map of the surrounding territory within the Krasernul, extending approximately 300 leagues from our current position. Second, sparse knowledge of Ormar Grimtunge himself, extracted from the records his divided body held. He serves one called Jarl Erling, who commands a court of true lifeforms somewhere within this dimension. He was dispatched to this nest specifically because it is a known entry point for pulled-in lifeforms. He has performed this collection many times. His full body is still out there, and the parts fighting the creature in Ryanara will have felt this one die. Noah sat on his throne of golden sand as the storm of infinity and primordial source raged on beyond the edges of his living pantheon, his layered eyes burning cerulean in crimson. The true human emperor had won his first battle in the Krasernul without rising from his seat. Chapter 5495, The Dying Jarl. Far away. Another body of Ormar Grimtunge moved quickly through the interior of a vast floating mountain within the Krasernul. The mountain was ancient beyond the framing of any scale, as its hollowed passages stretched wide enough for beings the size of hills to pass one another, walls of primordial black stone veined with rivers of infinity that pulsed like slow heartbeats, and carvings older than eras were etched across every surface as they depicted coiled steeds and towering riders whose faces had been worn away by time itself. Ormar's coils carried him through these passages at speed. He passed other true lifeforms as he moved. A towering elk-like existence whose antlers held miniature storms nodded to him in greeting. A three-faced woman wreathed in grey flames raised a hand as he passed her chamber. A brutish hound of layered stone rumbled his name in acknowledgement. To each of them, the serpent merely nodded back as he did not slow, did not speak, did not coil aside for pleasantries. The other true lifeforms watched him pass with knowing looks. When Ormar Grimtunge moved like this, he moved for only one reason. He was going straight to the abode of Jarl Erling. The abode sat at the heart of the floating mountain as its entrance rose taller than the rest of the passages combined, gates of fossilized steedbone inlaid with cursed gold that hummed against Ormar's scales as he slipped between them. And within was a hall of pleasure and power both. The chamber stretched out like a valley given a ceiling as fountains of liquefied primordial source rained down in glittering falls, floating platforms drifted lazily through perfumed air, and music from unseen instruments coiled through everything. Upon the platforms and across the vast floors, female true lifeforms danced. Beings of terrifying grades moved in silks and flames and scales as others lounged upon the titanic form at the chamber's center, pouring essence wine, tracing his skin, servicing the mountain of a being who ruled this floating domain. Jarl Erling. He was a massive titanic humanoid whose seated form still rose higher than Ormar's lifted head, his skin like weathered bronze crossed with glowing fissures of crimson, his beard braided with the bones of things that had once been true. Power radiated off his lounging body in lazy, crushing waves that made Ormar Grimtunge, a true lifeform, look and feel utterly tiny. This was a cursed descendant. And this was how a cursed descendant lived. For when a man knows the year of his death, he lives every remaining hour drowning in whatever pleasure he can find. The dancing, the wine, the flesh, the music, none of it was decadence to Jarl Erling. It was life. Every moment of pleasure was a moment stolen back from a curse that had already scheduled his ending, and he collected such moments the way misers collected coin. At Ormar's entrance, Jarl Erling frowned. The frown alone pressed down through the chamber as the music stumbled, and the dancing true lifeforms slowed as their annoyed gazes turned toward the serpent who had interrupted their lord's pleasures. Ormar did not flinch as he sent a single message directly into the Jarl's mind. I have potentially found extremely good seeds. The frown on Jarl Erling's face held for a moment longer. Then he waved one titanic hand, and the dismissal was absolute. The female true lifeforms rose and withdrew, silks and flames trailing as more than a few shot Ormar looks of open annoyance on their way out, and within moments, the vast pleasure hall held only the Titan and the serpent. Show me, Jarl Erling rumbled. Ormar's coils shifted as he waved his head, and the air of the chamber bloomed with illusory scenes. His memories poured out in light. The nest, and the strange clutch that had hatched within it. The party of terrifying beings wet with egg residue. His division of them across light years. And then, the battle. Noah upon his throne of golden sand, the crown, the fusion, the thousands of realms, the hundreds of miniature Osmantian dimensional observable existences falling like a harvest of burning worlds, the cerulean flames rising to the grandeur of Ananke, and the destruction of Ormar's divided body by a man who never once rose from his seat. I wanted the Jarl to know what I am currently doing in your service, Ormar said as the scenes played. The party is scattered but formidable. I will send another body to ensure the ones who destroyed my clone dash. He never finished. Jarl Erling had risen. The Titan crossed his own hall in 2 strides that shook the fountains as his ancient face came close to the illusory scenes, his cursed eyes narrowing upon 2 figures within them. Upon the crowned man on the golden throne. And upon the woman in the cerulean threaded dress who had dissolved into his chest as the Pantheon unfurled. His eyes were not ordinary eyes. They were the eyes of a cursed descendant who had spent an entire cursed lifetime staring into the weavings of dying causes, eyes that had dissected 10,000 lifeforms in search of a cure, eyes that saw layers of existence that even true lifeforms could not perceive. And right now, those ancient cursed eyes were seeing something that made his breath still in his titanic chest. Less than 10 years. That was what remained of him. Less than 10 years before the curse that had hollowed out his lineage since the first transgression finally collected him, and he had long ago stopped believing a solution would arrive in time. He had chosen the wine and the dancing in the flesh because hope was a resource that had run out centuries before his lifespan would. But was that? His cursed eyes strained against the illusory memory as they peeled back its layers, reading what Ormar's serpentine senses had recorded without understanding. Were his eyes truly seeing a living observable existence filled with vibrant causes? Not a steed. Not anything born of this dimension's ancient experiments. The woman, the Pantheon, the dimension that man had worn as a body, it was an observable existence that was alive. Alive with her own will, her own intent, and within her, causes burned vibrant and healthy and whole, first causes that lived and breathed and thrived inside a living world the way they had never once managed to make a cause survive inside a cursed steed. Everything the cursed descendants had bled this dimension trying to create for ages beyond counting. Everything his lineage had been cursed for touching. It was real, and it was walking around inside a newcomer's pantheon, and Ormar, the loyal, brutal, simple Ormar, did not even know what he had stumbled into. Jarl Erling rose to his full height as his voice rolled through the empty hall like a verdict. What you have found is now deemed of utmost importance. His massive hand swept out as the mountain itself seemed to lean toward his words. Every true life form upon this mountain is yours to command. Take them all if you must. Your task is singular, Ormar Grimtunge. You are to bring in those beings, without fail. His titanic finger pointed into the illusory scenes as he said it, pointed directly at the crowned figure of Noah and at the Infiniverse beside him. Ormar was shocked. The entire mountain's true life forms, placed under his command? For a collection task? He had delivered thousands of seeds to the Jarl across his long service, and never once had a hall warranted even a tenth of this. But shock did not slow his fervor as the serpent bowed his massive head and nodded deeply. It will be done, Jarl. And, will you be moving yourself? Jarl Erling was silent. The Titan turned from the illusory scenes and gazed out through the far wall of his hall, where an opening looked out over the endless storming skies of the Krasernul, and behind his ancient cursed eyes, colder calculations turned. If he made any large moves himself, his brethren would notice. Every cursed descendant across this dimension lived exactly as he lived, drowning in pleasure while desperately, quietly, eternally searching for a solution before their clocks ran out. They watched each other the way starving men watched each other's plates. If Jarl Erling, who had not left his mountain in centuries, suddenly mobilized in force, every dying Jarl in the Krasernul would know within minutes that Erling had found something, and they would descend upon his prize like carrion birds, and 10 years was not enough time to win that war. No. Secrecy was the cage this treasure had to be carried in. But secrecy could not come at the cost of failure. He had seen what that crowned man did to Ormar's divided body from a chair. Whatever he sent had to be overwhelming enough to guarantee success while quiet enough to raise no alarms, and there was exactly one asset in his possession that satisfied both. Jarl Erling turned back to the serpent, and his terrifying voice fell upon the hall. You are to depart with the steed of oblivion to ensure your success. Ormar was even more shocked. The steed of oblivion. The dying colossus chained in the deepest hollow of this floating mountain, the asset the Jarl had never once deployed in all of Ormar's long service, a creature whose failing cause still generated an ambient field that made true lifeforms weep blood merely standing near its chains. For a collection. Why was Jarl Erling placing such importance on those lifeforms? The question burned through the serpent's mind. But Ormar Grimtunge had survived this long in service to a dying titan by knowing exactly which questions to swallow, and so he did not question. His coils lowered as the true lifeform knelt before the cursed descendant, his massive head bowing to the floor of the pleasure hall. I shall follow your will, Jarl. Chapter 5496, A Place of Wonder and Dangers. The battle was over, and Noah measured its results. One divided body of a true lifeform, destroyed. 150,000 Osmantian biomass spent, with 180,000 returned through the tide as his reserve settled just below 400,000. His egoic intent now stood at D rank Ruiz permanently, a purchase made mid-battle, which would be C rank when he fused with Ruination and the Infiniverse. His thoughts turned briefly to the creature in Ryanara, scattered light years away. Was he worried? He turned the question over honestly and found that he wasn't. The creature was existence itself, a being who had walked the infinite unfurling alone and bore adversity as a companion. And Ryanara was more powerful than any of them. They should be okay. For now, he wanted to carefully move and explore. Release the fusion, Noah said, and his crown answered. Releasing, Master. The quintessential confluence placed a not insignificant strain upon all three of us. HUUM. The thousands of realms folded inward as the full pantheon withdrew back into his existence, the Infiniverse manifestation stepping lightly out of his chest as Ruination strings rewove themselves into the circlet upon his brow. His hair returned to its dark bluish shade as the layered rings faded from his eyes, and the crushing aura of three fused true lifeforms settled back into the quiet weight of one. But he kept the golden sands. Beneath his feet, a sea of golden dreamsand remained unfurled from a single realm of his pantheon, a drifting island of radiant dunes perhaps 100 meters across as it began to float across the region with all of them upon it. Noah stood at its heart with his crown gleaming, Emotive settled beside him with her legs folded beneath her, and the Infiniverse walked the edges of the sands as her eyes shone with cerulean light, mapping out everything they passed and weaving it into her records. Emotive looked around at the storming skies and the endless dark geography beyond their golden island, and her manic eyes narrowed with genuine curiosity. Hey. Just how much danger do you think we're in a place like this? Noah's mouth curved slightly as the dream sands carried them onward. As long as we don't meet a primeval lifeform or an overly powerful true lifeform, we should be okay. His eyes moved across the raging horizon as his voice stayed level. But this is one of the more perilous journeys we have ever taken, because everything is here. All of my bodies. The Infiniverse. Everything and everyone I have. There is no home waiting safely in another era this time, no half of me holding the fort. His gaze sharpened. So death and failure are not permitted. Not even once. Emotive blinked at him, and then smiled wide, and said nothing at all as she scooted slightly closer on the sands. The Golden Island accelerated. Noah drove it across the region rapidly as they crossed distances that would have taken lesser beings minutes, light years folding beneath the dream sands as the geography of this small, insignificant section of the Krasernal unfurled before them. And over all of them, he laid the ego of Humilitas, weavings of profound humbleness wrapping their auras and presence as it made them as indiscernible as possible, a drifting mote of gold too modest for ancient senses to linger upon. And the scenes they crossed. They passed beneath arches of fossilized bone so vast that clouds formed beneath their curves, a hollow remains of things that had died before the scales were born as they held absolutely no remnant aura. They crossed a sea of liquid silver that reflected not their images but their weavings, golden threads rippling across its surface as they flew over. They passed floating mountain ranges drifting like herds through the storm, valleys where the rain of infinity had pooled into lakes of pure blue potential. It was all Ancient, gorgeous, and utterly silent, as if the whole dimension was holding its breath around them. Then they came upon the tree. It rose out of the dark geography ahead like a wound in the sky itself, a massive obsidian tree that was 1,000,000 miles large. Its trunk was a continent of black bark veined with dim crimson light as its branches spread through the storm clouds and past them, and towards its misty peak, vibrant obsidian fruits could be seen. They were gorgeous. Each fruit was the size of a hill as its obsidian skin gleamed like polished night, and within that darkness, slow swirls of violet and crimson turned like trapped galaxies. They pulsed faintly, rhythmically, almost like hearts, and their fragrance reached across the distance even through the storm, sweet and deep and ancient as it promised nourishment beyond anything in observable existence could grow. Noah's eyes shone as he waved his hands. Threads of his authority reached across the distance and plucked a dozen of the massive fruits from the misty peak, shrinking them down as they drifted into his grasp, and the prompts bloomed immediately. Designation: the umbral mad fruit of the Krasr bough. These fruits are saturated with dense existential nourishment, and I will note that their raw value as sustenance exceeds most treasures of the source lands. However, woven through every fiber of their flesh is accursed madness. Any life form who consumes one will have this madness bloom through their mind and intent, turning them irreversibly mad as their sense of self unravels into raving pieces. They cannot be eaten. They looked so grand, but they couldn't be eaten. Noah turned the shrunken fruits over in his palm as their trapped galaxies swirled, and then his eyes shined with a distinct light as he came to a decision. He took all the ones he had harvested, and handed every single one of them to Emotive. Emotive blinked. She looked down at the armful of cursed obsidian fruits, then up at Noah, then down at the fruits again as she accepted all of them casually, tucking them away into her amaranthine light as if being handed a bouquet. Then her manic eyes turned unusually serious as she nodded at him with profound gravity. "I will find someone to poison for you." Noah calmly waited. Because above him, existence had already begun to seethe. The air over the golden sands trembled as a familiar pressure gathered, reality folding around a gift given with no expectation of return, and the tide that owes nothing triggered. From the seething point above, something descended. It was a fruit. An obsidian crimson fruit the size of a fist as it pulsed with ominous power, its skin darker than the mad fruits and its inner light not violet but a deep arterial crimson that beat like a slow drum, and it drifted down into Noah's waiting hand as the prompts followed. The tide that owes nothing has been triggered. You gifted treasures of immense value while knowing they could never serve you, and the tide, with its sharpened returns, has answered in kind. Boon delivered, the marrowbane fruit of the first withering. This fruit contains concentrated true existential curse authority. If consumed, or if its inner weavings are exposed onto a lifeform's physical body or source, that lifeform will be branded with a curse that guarantees their death in exactly 1 year. No grade, no intent, and no trueness I can currently model provides exemption. Handle it with the care its nature demands. A curse that guaranteed death within a year, condensed into a fruit. It was a unique thing, and it seemed this place had many unique things. A dimension whose trees grew madness. Noah put the fruit away with genuine care, sealing it within layered folds of his pantheon storage as Emotive did the same with hers, and the golden island drifted onward through the storm. Then, a moment later, Noah paused in thought. Cursed fruits. Cursed descendants. Cursed steeds whose first causes were locked in terminal weavings, dying the slow structural death of observable existences. His mind turned over the shape of this whole dimension, and he called out softly, and the pantheon answered. Co Yun. Huum. The golden sands bloomed with mirrored light as a small figure stepped out of the pantheon's folds. Co Yun appeared upon the dream sands in her favorite dress as mirrored light trailed off her shoulders, and her eyes went wide immediately, wonder filling her small face as she turned in a slow circle. The storming skies of raging infinity, the endless dark geography, the golden sea beneath her feet, the million-mile tree receding behind them. Whoa, she breathed. ABA, where are we? Somewhere very old, and very far from home. Or rather, Noah's mouth curved, home came with us. He knelt down to her height upon the sands as his voice gentled, though his eyes stayed sharp. So-Yun. I need your help with something. Can you sense any dying causes? Anything similar to before, anything like Chernobyl, that is close by? He wanted to see. He wanted to see if he could pull himself towards the cursed steeds of those who remain. He knew, plainly and coldly, that he would have to be extremely careful, as such beings might already be under the control of terrifyingly powerful masters. Or perhaps some were dying alone in the far corners of this dimension, unclaimed and unguarded. Who knew? But his daughter had the capability. If So-Yun could sense anything, he could proceed slowly from there. Chapter 5497, White. I. Across the Krasernal dimension of existence, there were countless lifeforms with deep and glorious histories. Each one had their own journeys and their own deaths, as this dimension was unique due to the fact that extremely powerful lifeforms died regularly with short lifespans. Can you imagine a Mesozoic scale lifeform with a pantheon having a lifespan of 1,000 years? 100 years? It was heavy. The lifeform in focus at this moment was one of profound patience. Her name, in the tongue the cursed descendants used for their property, was Hvitrimar, the white steed. She was a winged reptile of pure white scales, as her massive form put even the floating mountains of this dimension to shame, each scale a plate of layered pearlite that shimmered with faint rivers of silver when she breathed. Her horns swept back from her skull in twin spirals of translucent ivory, as between them, a mane of soft white flame drifted weightlessly, never once dimming in all her centuries of chains. Her eyes were her most majestic feature, vast pools of liquid gold with pupils shaped as slow-turning rings, one ring nested within another, ancient patterns that no other steed in this dimension carried. And around her throat, her wings, and all four of her titanic limbs, were chains. Chains of screaming crimson metal, forged from the unraveled weavings and bones of dead steeds as they burned eternally against her white scales. She was one of 9 chained steeds of those who remain, harnessed in formation before a colossal drifting throne, and upon that throne sat their master, Jarl Skallagrim. If Jarl Erling drowned his final years in pleasure, then Jarl Skallagrim had drowned his in madness. The cursed descendant's titanic body had begun to rot at its fissures as his death crept within its final 2 years, and his mind had rotted faster than his flesh. He no longer experimented in search of a cure. He no longer believed in cures. He simply rode, endlessly, across the dark geography of the Krasernal upon a throne pulled by 9 dying titans of burden, and he whipped them with lashes of cursed lightning for sport, and he laughed at nothing, and he screamed at dead stars. It was a sad scene, really. Crack! The lash fell across the steed beside her, a mountainous elk thing whose antlers had been snapped off for insolence a century ago, and Hvitrimar did not flinch as her brother in chains shuddered and pulled harder. She never flinched. She pulled, and she waited, and she watched. What nobody knew, not the mad Jarl upon his throne, not the 8 dying steeds beside her, not even the ancient instruments the cursed descendants used to catalogue their property, was that Hvitrimar could have left at any time. The chains that burned against her scales were terrifying works, forged to bind the causes of cursed steeds and drink their strength, and they had broken every creature that ever wore them. But her cause was not like her siblings' causes. Where theirs were terminal weavings collapsing towards silence, hers was terminal weavings collapsing slowly, stubbornly, at a fraction of the speed, held together by something layered deep beneath her white scales that no cursed eye had ever managed to read. For her lineage was a secret older than the Jarls themselves. She stemmed, in an unbroken line, from one of the first steeds. Not the failed broods that came after, not the deluded generations the farmhand progeny had bred and rebred in their desperate experiments, but the original engineered lineage, the first lifeforms that those who remain had cultivated as lifeforms with living causes with their own hands and their own design. Her ancestor had carried one of them across the gaps between dimensions. Her ancestor's cause had been seated personally, by fingers that predated the very idea of power and of scales. And though the great curse had fallen upon all steeds alike when the progeny transgressed, the architecture of the first lineage was simply built truer, and it failed slower, and it remembered more. She remembered things she had never lived. That was the inheritance of the first lineage. Deep in her cause, like carvings at the bottom of a lake, there were memories that did not belong to her. The feel of a rider whose weight was the weight of everything. Roads between dimensions that no anchor could find. And a promise, worn smooth by generations of transmission until only its shape remained. The first causes were seated by living hands, and what living hands seat, living hands can seat again. So why had she stayed? Why had a being who could shatter her chains spent 3,000 years pulling a madman's throne? Because escape was not salvation. She had watched free steeds across the ages, the unclaimed ones dying alone in the far territories, and their freedom changed nothing. Their causes still collapsed. Their minds still frayed into the savagery of the curse. Freedom was merely dying in a larger cage. And so she had made the coldest calculation any chain thing ever made: if all roads ended in the same death, then the road that cost the least was the one where she conserved everything. Her strength. Her secret. Her slow-failing cause. She pulled the throne, and she endured the lash, and she spent nothing, because the deepest memory in her lineage whispered that something was worth waiting for, even if 3,000 years of waiting had never once shown her what. Until now. It came to her mid-stride, between one pull of the chains and the next. Far away, farther than even her golden eyes could see, across countless gigaparsecs of storming dark, something touched her cause. Not an attack. Not a probe. A resonance. Her terminal weavings, the slow-dying threads she had guarded for millennia, trembled all at once as if they had heard a sound they recognized, and through the deep place where her ancestors' memories lay carved, a single feeling rose that she had never felt in her entire long life. The feel of a living cause. Her golden ring pupils contracted. It was faint. It was distant. It was moving. And it was exactly the shape of the promise worn smooth at the bottom of her lineage. Salvation. Or, well, the most dangerous lie her curse had ever told her. The allure of it flooded her ancient frame as her white flames drifted faster between her horns, and for the first time in 3 millennia, Hvidramar found herself standing before an actual decision. To move was to spend everything. The moment she shattered these chains, 3,000 years of conservation ended. Jarl Skallagrim, mad as he was, remained a cursed descendant of terrifying power, and his rage at losing the crown jewel of his harness would be bottomless. The other Jarls would learn within days that the white steed had broken free, and many of the dying titan in this dimension would mobilize, because a steed that could break crimson chains was a steed whose lineage was worth dissecting for the sake of the curse. To learn anything more that they could. They were truly that desperate. She would be hunted. And the resonance might be nothing. A newcomer's trinket. A dying echo. A trap. But... crack. The lash fell again, across her own white scales this time, as above her the mad Jarl howled laughter at his own dissolving thoughts, and Hvidramar pulled the throne forward through the storm as her golden eyes stared into the far darkness where the resonance pulsed, and pulsed, and pulsed like the heartbeat of everything her bloodline had ever waited for. 3,000 years of patience. Less than a handful of years before her own weavings finished collapsing, first lineage or not. And salvation, real or false, moving through her dimension right now, growing fainter with every pull of the chains. Her decisions settled into her ancient frame. The next time the lash rose, the white steed would move. Chapter 5498, White. 2. Why do those living in chains never break free? Enslaved being were far too many across existence, and some, while enslaved, did not even try to fight. The unchained believe the question is, can I break free? They believe capability is the whole of it, that every bound thing strains against its bindings, that the moment strength arrives, freedom follows. But ask anything that has actually worn chains for long enough, and a truer question emerges from beneath the first one. The question is not can I? The question is, what will I become on the other side of the breaking chains? For chains, given enough centuries, stop being restraints and become architecture. A being organizes itself around its bindings. The pull of the harness becomes the shape of the day. The lash becomes weather, endured the way mountains endure rain. And the self that might exist beyond the chains becomes a stranger, unmet and unknowable, while the self within them is at least a known thing, a survivable thing. This is the secret the unchained never learn, that the deepest bindings are not forged of cursed metal. They are forged of certainty. The chained thing knows its chains. It knows nothing of what waits after. So what does it actually take to break what one has always been able to break? It was not strength. Strength was never the missing piece. It takes a reason that outweighs the known world. It takes something on the far side of the breaking that burns brighter than the safety of the familiar cage. It takes, in the end, a glimpse, however faint, however distant, of a thing worth becoming a stranger to oneself for. For 3,000 years, Hvitrammar had possessed the strength. For 3,000 years, she had lacked the glimpse. Now she had it. Crack! The lash of cursed lightning rose above the harness of 9, whistling down through the storm toward pearl-white scales as it had fallen 10,000 times before. And this time, the white steed moved. Between one heartbeat of the mad Jarl's laughter and the next, 3,000 years of conserved power erupted through her frame in a single silent bloom as her cause, the slow-dying architecture of the first lineage, flexed for the first time in millennia, and the chains of screaming crimson metal that had broken every creature ever fitted with them shattered. The sound was not a crack but a scream, the unraveled weavings of dead steeds crying out as the bindings burst off her throat, her wings, and all 4 titanic limbs in showers of dying crimson light. The lash itself froze mid-descent as its cursed lightning guttered against a wall of white flame, and Hvitrammar turned her massive head, slowly, deliberately, and gazed up at Jarl Skallagrim with her vast golden eyes. There was no rage in them. There was only coldness. The cold of a being looking, for the first and last time, directly at the thing it had pulled across a dimension for 3 millennia, and finding it unworthy of even hatred. Her ring pupils turned once, slowly, taking the measure of the rotting titan upon his throne. The other 8 steeds stared at her in absolute shock. 8 pairs of ancient, dying eyes fixed upon their white sister standing free amid the raining fragments of her chains, harnessed minds struggling against the sheer impossibility of it, and in the space of their staring, Hvitrammar spread her white-flamed wings once. And disappeared. Space folded around her pearlite frame as she stepped onto a road none of them could perceive, and the storm rushed in to fill the vastness where she had stood, and the harness of 9 was a harness of 8, and the throne of Jarl Skallagrim drifted to a slow stop in the dark. For a moment, madness reigned upon that throne. Jarl Skallagrim lurched upright as his rotting fissures flared, his eyes bulging with the crazed shock of a broken mind confronting a broken possession, and a howl began building in his titanic chest, the howl of a dying lunatic robbed of his favorite toy, ready to split the storm itself. But the howl never came. Because moments later, something far more terrifying happened upon that throne. The madness faded. It drained out of the Jarl's bulging eyes like floodwater finding a drain, and what settled into his ancient face in its place was a calmness so total, so intelligent, so utterly lucid that any being who had watched him rave at stars for the past century would have felt their blood run cold. The madness had never been the whole of him. It had merely been the part he stopped fighting. Jarl Skallagrim sat back down upon his throne, and his cold eyes turned in the direction the white steed had vanished, and behind them, a mind that had dissected 10,000 lifeforms began, once more, to work. He had always known she was special. From the first century, he had known. A steed whose cause failed at a fraction of the proper rate, whose deep weavings his cursed eyes could not fully read, whose scales carried patterns that appeared nowhere in the breeding records of any Jarl's archive. He had studied her in secret for 1,000 years, cut samples from her, tested her, and found nothing. Her secret sat below the reach of his instruments, layered beneath white scales like a carving at the bottom of a lake, and eventually he had accepted the only strategy left to a man who cannot open a lock. Watch it. And wait for it to open itself. So he had waited. He had let the madness in because waiting with a clear mind was unbearable, and he had whipped her with the rest to keep his watching invisible, and the years of his cursed life had drained away one by one until fewer than 2 remained. His time to die was coming. And still he had waited, because a special thing only reveals itself when it moves, and in 3,000 years, she had never moved. Now, at last, she had. And where, oh where, would she lead him? Something had called her. That was the only reading. Nothing within his harness had changed, nothing in the geography, nothing in the storm, which meant the change had come from without, from far away, from something new enough and potent enough to make a 3,000-year statue finally spend its strength. A thing that could stir the first patterns he had never managed to read. A thing that a dying steed judged worth being hunted by every Jarl in existence for. He needed to escape this accursed life. He had less than 2 years to do it in. And his best instrument had just aimed itself. For now. Jarl Skallagrim rose from his throne, and took up the lash of cursed lightning, and brought it whistling down across the backs of the remaining 8. Crack! Follow where your brethren is going. His voice rolled out over the harness, and there was no madness in it at all now, only a cold command. She is special. I have always known it, and now all of you have seen it with your own eyes. And I know that you can inherently sense each other, all you children of the broods, all you dying wonders. So sense her. Follow her. The lash coiled back into his titanic fist as his cold eyes swept across 8 ancient, beaten faces. And think, while you pull. If she is unique enough to break these chains, as you have all just seen, why do you think those cursed like us would make a move at all? The question fell upon the 8 steeds like the first rain after a drought. Why? Why would a being that had conserved itself for 3,000 years suddenly spend everything? Why would anything cursed to die, anything whose every road ended in the same collapse, ever bother to move at all? There was only one answer, and every dying mind in that harness arrived at it in the same shuddering instant. They would only move if there was a glimmer of salvation. The change that rolled through the harness was immediate and absolute. 8 pairs of dying eyes lit up with a light that had not burned in them for centuries as broken antlers lifted, as ruined wings stirred, as terminal weavings pulsed with something that was not health but was very much like hope, and the 8 steeds of Jarl Skallagrim threw back their ancient heads and roared. The roar shook the storm itself. And then they moved, not as beaten cattle dragged by chains, but as hunters, the colossal throne surging forward through the dark geography with a speed the harness had not produced in 1,000 years, 8 dying wonders chasing the wake of their white sister in the glimmer she had aimed herself toward. Upon the pulled throne, Jarl Skallagrim sat back calmly. The rod of his fissures glowed softly in the stormlight as his cold, lucid eyes watched the darkness ahead, and he waved one titanic hand, and upon his open palm, brilliant waves of possibilities churned. They bloomed and folded over one another like a sea of unwritten pages, countless futures shimmering in and out of shape above his cursed flesh, the last great art of a dying lineage, and the Jarl gazed into them with the terrifying serenity of a man who had stopped raving because, at long last, there was something real to think about. Will I live, or will I die? He asked softly, to the churning light, to the storm, to the dimension that had cursed his blood before his birth. O countless weavings of existence, what say you? Chapter 5499, Existence is a Burden. The creature. Light years away from a moving throne of golden sand, another portion of a serpent had made a grave miscalculation. The purple river of an alien intent had deposited the creature upon a sea of bones. It stretched out in every direction beneath the raging storm of infinity and primordial source, an ocean of fossilized remains so vast that its ribs rose like mountain ranges and its skull sat like islands, the petrified remnants of colossal things that had died before a long time ago. Dust of ages drifted across the pale expanse as the rain of authorities hissed down upon bone that refused to dissolve, and through this graveyard of giants, obsidian flames walked. The creature looked around slowly, and once, and completely. "You brought me to a grave. Ha ha. The dead make the best floors. They never complain." Above him, coiled through the storm, the second greatest body of Ormar Grimtunge descended into view as his crimson eyes curved with delight. This portion was vaster than the one that had faced Noah, its scales thicker, its presence heavier as the rivers of infinity slithered over its length in obedient streams. "You had a unique aura among the scattered ones, dark thing, so you received the second greatest portion of me. Consider it respect. Now, be bound, be collected, and be delivered. Jarl Erling will find a use for whatever you are." Huum. Obsidian purple ropes poured from between the serpent's scales in the hundreds as inevitability itself was spun into bindings, the capture already unfolding as law before the ropes crossed the distance. And yet, the creature did not move. He measured the enemy instead. The main body of this serpent outweighed even Ryanara, and this divided body alone pressed upon the bone sea with a weight that demanded seriousness. He could fight it as he was. He could bear it as he was, the way he had borne everything since before the wild and the infinite unfurling, trading wound for wound across hours of grinding adversity until one of them finished the other. But there was no time. He didn't worry about Osmondas at most, he actually worried for Ryanara. And there was a way to end this quickly. And he did not like it. An expression crossed the face of the creature at this moment that none of his people had ever seen upon him. It was unwillingness. Deep, ancient unwillingness, the look of a being reaching for a coin he had sworn never to spend as his obsidian flames dimmed low around his frame. How long had it been? Existence was old as when he utilized that power, it could be considered part of existence. Part of him. And yet at the same time, he had not fully come to terms with it. But what must be born will be born, the creature said quietly, to no one. And behind him, existence folded. Wah! The storm split as an ancient and massive statue rose up out of nothing at his back, a seated colossus of worn gray stone whose scale mocked even the serpent, its features eroded smooth by ages beyond counting until only the suggestion of a face remained, and yet that faceless face stared down at everything with an immensity that pressed upon the entire bone sea. The fossil ranges groaned. The rain of authorities bent around its shoulders. Even the wild rivers of infinity in the sky slowed their raging as if something very old had entered the room. It was a power that was his, and also currently not his. It was his, yet inherited. And he did not like this paradox. It answered him. It rose for him. And yet every time it rose, the creature felt less like its master and more like its debtor. Above, for the first time, the serpent's laughter stopped. What is that? Ormar Grimtunge's crimson eyes narrowed upon the statue as his hundreds of binding ropes actually paused mid-descent, and Ananke intent hesitating. A burden, the creature said. One I have recently began carrying. His obsidian flames erupted. Boom! He moved like a flaming obsidian titan as his form swelled with each stride across the bone sea, 10 meters, 100, 1,000, existence itself answering his advance. The fossil ranges tore free of the ground and orbited him like moons of bone. Space thickened around the descending ropes until inevitability had to wade. The storm above bent down toward his shoulders as if eager to be worn, and the serpent understood in a single cold instant that this enemy did not wield powers drawn from existence. This enemy was existence, and everything nearby remembered it. Motherfucker! Ormar's ropes crashed down in a woven sky of bindings as his Enenki intent roared, every court of law declaring capture already complete. And the creature opened his first true appendage. The maw. It tore open across the space before him, a vast horizontal wound in reality lined with obsidian flame, wider than the fossil ranges, deeper than the storm, and it ate. The binding ropes poured into it and did not bind. Inevitability itself devoured mid-declaration as the MAW chewed through law the way fire chews through parchment, hundreds of woven cords unraveling into raw essence between its burning edges. You eat my intent? Ormar recoiled through the sky as genuine alarm entered his voice for the first time. Dude, what the hell are you people? The creature did not answer. He raised one titanic obsidian hand instead, and called upon the second of his true appendages, the one that had grown from the deepest truth of his long existence. For what was the creature, beneath the flames and the flat words? He was the one who bore. He had carried the adversity of existence alone since the day his other half was brutalized before his eyes, every era of it, every wound of it, every weight that would have crushed civilizations, all of it borne upon one silent frame and never once set down. And what has been carried, can be placed upon another. The burden of existence, the creature spoke. Done. It descended upon Ormar Grimtunge without form or light or warning, and the serpent's colossal body simply slammed downward out of the sky. He struck the bone sea with a detonation that shattered fossil ranges for miles as the weight landed upon him, not force, not gravity, but burden, eras of carried adversity transferred whole onto a single existence, and the serpent screamed as his coils flattened against the pale ground, his scales splintering, his divided body pressed into the graves of things older than his lineage. What was crushing him could not be fought, because it was not attacking. It was simply everything one being had endured alone, set down at last upon someone else, and the setting down was heavier than any strike ever thrown. Gat. Off. Ormar's Enenki intent surged as his crimson eyes blazed, inevitability straining to declare his freedom. And that was when the battlefield itself betrayed him. HUUM. For at this moment, alongside the eruption of both his appendages, the creature allowed the last of himself to emerge, and his pantheon unfurled. It did not bloom as realms. It did not rise as architecture. The serpent's senses scoured the storm for stanchions and skies and found nothing at all, because the pantheon of the creature had no set shape whatsoever, and it never had. It took on the form of the nearby surrounding existence as the bone sea became pantheon, the storm became pantheon, the thickened space and the drifting dust and the graves of the ancient dead all became pantheon, indistinguishable from what they had been a breath ago except for one absolute difference. All of it was now his dimension of existence. The pantheon of all existence. Ormar Grimtunge understood the shape of his death one moment too late. He was not standing on a battlefield that contained his enemy. He was standing inside his enemy, and he had been since the fight began, and every fossil and storm current and mote of dust around him now carried the records of this being. The enemy was not using existence against him. He was going against existence itself. Collapse, the creature said. And everything did. Boom. The bone sea folded inward upon the pin serpent as fossil ranges the size of continents rose and crashed down like the fingers of a closing fist. Space itself contracted around his coils with the pantheon's full authority as the storm descended in a spiraling hammer of infinity and primordial source, and beneath it all, the MAW opened wide across the ground and drank every fragment of intent that tried to flee the wreckage. The burden pressed from above. Existence closed from all sides. Inevitability, the proud second-order law of the inevitable coil, discovered that there was one thing older than inevitability, and it was everything. You. The serpent's voice tore through the collapsing dark as his crimson eyes blazed between the folding fossils, fury and disbelief strangling each other in his throat. First a seated fucker throws burning observable existences at me without standing, and now this? Are all of you monsters? Are all of you fucking monst-dash? Crack. The fist of existence closed. The second greatest divided body of Ormar Grimtunge collapsed into itself with a sound like an era ending, coils and scales and screaming intent crushed down and down and down until nothing remained above the shattered bone sea but a slowly settling cloud of prismatic dust. Silence returned to the grave of giants. And in the center of it all, the creature stood exactly where he had stood when the battle began. He had not taken a single step. His obsidian flames billowed slowly around his settling frame as the dust of a true lifeform rained down across his shoulders like snow that dared not touch him, the shattered fossil ranges rearranging themselves lazily back into their ancient rest at the edges of his formless pantheon, and the flaming obsidian titan simply stood there amid the devastation with his flat, unhurried gaze, looking for all of existence like a being for whom this outcome had never once been in question. If others were here, they would have called it showing off. The creature merely breathed out. "All things are born," he said quietly to the settling dust. "Then they are set down." He turned to leave, to find Osmont and the others across this cursed dimension. But behind him, the ancient statue had not faded. The seated colossus of worn grey stone remained where it had risen, and as the creature's obsidian flames stilled, its faceless face began to move. Slowly. Deliberately. On its own. The eroded features turned away from the battlefield, away from the creature entirely, rotating toward the far storming dark of the Krasernul as if it had heard something out there, something distant. The creature's flat eyes narrowed as he watched it from the corner of his eyes. It was existence, and he was existence. He had to repeat this to himself. The statue did nothing else but only stare into the far dark, towards something even existence could not yet see. Only then did it fade. Chapter 5500, no longer so passive. The true human emperor. Sensing, it turned out, was not so simple in a place like this. When Noah had asked Seo Yun about dying causes, his daughter had closed her eyes upon the golden sands and reached out with the gift that had once felt Chernobyl grieving across an entire observable existence. And after a long moment, her small brows had furrowed. "I can barely feel something, ABA. But it's all murky. Veiled." She had opened her eyes with visible frustration. "It's like listening for a song underwater. This place is too heavy and too old. I think I need to adapt to it first." So Noah had not pushed. He had simply lifted her onto the wide handle of his golden throne, and there she sat now with her legs crossed and her eyes closed, mirrored light drifting faintly off her small frame as she sensed and adapted and sensed again, hour after hour as their island of dream sand drifted across the storming dark of the Krasernul. And while his daughter listened for dying songs, Noah decided to work. For his mind had been circling the tide that owes nothing ever since Strafe settled into it. The foundation returned 3,000 to 20,000 fold on what was given, and its sharpened returns honed every boon toward what served him most. The math of it was almost embarrassing. Giving was the single most profitable act in his entire arsenal, and yet he had been treating it passively, waiting for moments of gifting to arise on their own. Why wait? Why not manufacture generosity at scale? Farming, blacksmithing, crafting. If he produced treasures with his own hands and gifted them to his own people, the tide would answer every single gift, and its sharpened returns would answer with things he could then gift again or wield himself. And the ultimate goal glimmered clearly at the end of that chain: to place items in the hands of his people that let them express the power of true lifeforms, even if they themselves could not yet become true. If they could not yet be true, he would forge them trueness they could wear. Infiniverse, Noah said as he rose from his throne. Handle the farming. Herbs and ores. Gladly, master. Her manifestation smiled. The Infiniverse itself was vast and filled with thousands of realms filled with farmland. Osmantian source infinite herbs would simply need to be ushered and matured. And Noah conjured his forge. HUUM. It rose out of the dream sands before him, an ancient friend from some time ago given new grandeur, an anvil the size of a hill set beside a furnace whose mouth burned with churning Osmantian source infinity, cerulean flames wrapped around a core of his own intent as chimneys of black stone vented sparks of pure blue into the storm. Racks of gleaming tools framed it. Quenching pools of liquid starlight steamed beside it. He named it as he looked upon it. The quintessential Osmantian forge. Then the true human emperor rolled his shoulders, took up a great hammer from the racks, and got to work. His hands reached out across the passing dark of the Krasernal as they flew, plucking everything their island crossed. Ancient trees of petrified silver from the fossil valleys. Stones veined with the third unnamed essence of the storm rain. Ores that the Infiniverse condensed from their passage, chunks of fallen star matter, piles of obsidian wood harvested carefully and far from any cursed fruit. All of it flowed into the furnace's cerulean mouth as Noah infused every raw material of this dimension with rivers of his Osmantian source infinity and the seamless weight of his intent. Clang! 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 The hammer rose and fell as the storm above seemed to keep rhythm. Metal that had never known shape learned it beneath his hands as blades stretched out upon the anvil, glowing blue gold before plunging into starlight pools with screams of steam. Armor plates curved into being like the petals of iron flowers. Spearheads. Shields. Gauntlets and greaves and helms, each one drinking his Osmantian source infinity, each one carrying a whisper of his intent folded 1,000 times into its grain, and he deemed this new class of creations with a craftsman's simple pride. Advanced Apeiron armaments. The Infiniverse worked beside him through it all, her hands feeding the furnace as she infused ores and materials from her many realms as well, with her humming softly while she passed her master his materials. And upon the throne's handle, Seo Yun sensed on with closed eyes as Emotive kept watch over her in their surroundings both, though it had to be said that Emotive's watching kept drifting, again and again, to the forge itself, where Noah had shed his upper robes and worked the hammer with his muscular frame gleaming under cerulean sparks, and her manic eyes gleamed right back with unhidden appreciation as she sighed happily at every strike. Time passed. And after some time, dozens of weapons and full-body armors lay arranged across the golden sands in gleaming rows, and the prompt settled over his craft. Cataloging your session's finest works among the advanced Apeiron armaments. The Apeiron Warblade, forged from petrified silver and star matter, its edge carries your infused intent as it cleaves through defenses of weak the fifth scale as through parchment. The Apeiron Aegis, a full-body armor plated from treated obsidian wood, drinking 1/3 of all force that strikes it into its own reinforcement. The Stormrain Piercer, a spear quenched in the essence of this dimension's rain, its thrusts briefly ignoring the distinction between body and source. Noah nodded as he surveyed the rows. Fine works. Genuinely fine, worthy of arming emperors of lesser eras. And every single one of them was, to his true purpose, merely seed stock. He gathered an armful of the finest pieces, and turned, and began gifting them to Emotive. For you. For me? Emotive lit up like a detonation as she accepted blade after blade, armor after armor, hugging the entire pile to her chest with her manic eyes shining. She had the amaranthan heart seated in Noah's own chest in power enough to disorient true lifeforms, and she cradled the gifted armaments as if each one was the first present anyone had ever given her. Mine. All mine, from your own hands. And above them, existence buzzed and seethed. The air over the forge trembled as reality folded around acts of pure giving, gifts made with one's own labor and gifted with no expectation of return, and the tide that owes nothing triggered. Wah! From the seething point above, light condensed. It poured downward in two streams of blinding radiance as the storm itself bent around their descent, and within the light, two shapes formed. The first was a full-body armor, plated in scales of deep abyssal blue that shifted like a living tide, its helm crowned with a circlet motif that pulsed in rhythm with some vast unseen heart. The second was a bow, taller than a man, its limbs carved from some pale gleaming material that Noah's sight could not source to any known dimension, its string a single taut thread of golden light. and both of them burned with egoic intents. Actual egoic intents, faint and simple but seamless, I am declarations woven into forged matter as the two armaments descended onto the golden sands. The tide that owes nothing has answered your session of crafting and giving. First, the tide-bound Apiron of the Sunken Sovereign. A full-body armor of unfathomable origins, its materials drawn from a unique dimension of existence whose oceans predate the scales, forged in conjunction with terrifying authorities that have elevated it beyond all mortal craft to become a true egoic armament. It carries its own simple egoic intent. Any lifeform bearing any intent whatsoever may don it, and while worn, it grants the defenses of a weak true lifeform, the armor's own trueness standing in for what the wearer lacks. Second, the golden string longbow of the first dawn. A true egoic armament of equally unfathomable make, its pale limbs harvested from that same unique dimension and strung with condensed authority. Any lifeform with any intent may draw it, and every loosed arrow expresses the offensive power of a weak true lifeform, the bow's egoic intent supplying the trueness behind each shot. A fourth scale being wearing the first and drawing the second could stand upon a battlefield of true lifeforms and not immediately die. Noah gazed at the two true egoic armaments grandly as he lifted the tide-bound Apiron in one hand and the golden string longbow in the other, feeling their simple, loyal little intents hum against his own, and he nodded slowly. He set both aside with care, and then turned back to the gleaming rose upon the sands, and began giving emotive the remaining ones. Blade after blade into her delighted arms as the air seethed again. Armor after armor as existence folded and the tide triggered once more, and again, boons condensing above the drifting island in slow succession as Noah's hands kept giving and giving. And through it all, his mind ran the glorious math forward. He would forge and gift, and the tide would answer. And piece by piece, session by session, he would fill the Infiniverse armories with true egoic armaments until every single one of his core people, every core human under his crown who lacked the weavings to become true themselves, could don trueness like a coat and draw trueness like a bowstring. They could survive. They could stand in places that would have unraveled them. They could get the chance to see a place like this dimension with their own eyes. Above the golden island, existence seethed yet again.